Chapter 921, the little crimson sky collapses, the sea-stabilizing pearl is formed. The news of Chen Mobai's breakthrough to a minor realm spread quickly. After all, he didn't intend to hide it. Even though they knew his talent was unparalleled in the history of the immortal sects, his rapid breakthrough still shocked many people. It seems that in my lifetime, I will be able to witness the emergence of a new nascent soul true monarch in the immortal sect. During the phone call, Master Chengxuan said with great emotion that Chen Mobai repeatedly expressed his humility, saying that his rapid cultivation speed was mainly due to the paving the way for him by ancestors such as Ancestor Yuanyang. Next, Chen Mobai consulted Master Chengxuan about some matters related to weapon crafting. He broke through to the third level of the nascent soul stage using the pure yang condensing true pill, and needs some time to refine his true energy using the burning lamp technique. Therefore, he plans to spend his time on weapon crafting, which is in line with his role as the head of the Weapon Crafting Academy. At the same time, he will also complete the weapon crafting tasks that have been piling up for a long time. It just so happens that in that other world, they discovered many minerals that the immortal sects here don't have. Once it's confirmed that there's no danger on the other side, the immortal sect will fully open the boundary gate. At that time, Chen Mobai, in his capacity as an immortal, can easily take a piece from each of them. Previously, he had given Zhuo Ming the thousands of ores he had obtained from the immortal sect. Considering that this was her natal magic weapon, he let her refine it herself. However, he discovered that the amount of ore that could be refined by this natal magic weapon actually depended on the cultivation level of the weapon owner. At the golden core stage, one can only condense a maximum of 999 kinds of ores. There was no other way but for Chen Mobai to take action. Because Chen Mobai also helped in the forging of this magical artifact, the Wanwu Haud cauldron still recognized him. After incorporating 4,000 kinds of ores from the immortal sect into it, the magical artifact was upgraded to the mid-grade 4th rank. Chen Mobai's interest in the minerals of the other world stemmed not only from the great virtue cauldron of all things, but also from the usefulness of cultivating the earth-gathering technique. Minerals like the life-gathering stone, which contain earth-elemental spiritual energy, can accelerate the cultivation of the earth-gathering technique. Chen Mobai himself wasn't in a hurry, because his original spiritual root value was already very high, and the minerals from the immortal sect and the heavenly river realm were enough for him to cultivate to 100 points. For example, his earth elemental root has already reached 96 points. Only 2 more layers of the earth-gathering technique are needed to become a celestial earth spiritual root. However, it is extremely useful to Qingnu. After all, if she wants to cultivate the everlasting spring technique in the future, she will need 3 heavenly spiritual roots. What he could think of, the clever people at Jumeng Academy could naturally think of as well. Wenren Zuwei specially sent a group of people into the other world to collect various ores and spiritual plants. After finishing his call with Venerable Chengxuan, Chen Mobai called the other nascent soul venerables. Upon hearing of his breakthrough, Qi Yuheng immediately invited him to spar at Little Red Heaven, ostensibly to help Chen Mobai hone his skills after the breakthrough. Chen Mobai really couldn't refuse. He also needed to use Qi Yuheng to demonstrate and hone the sword intent he had just comprehended after his breakthrough. In the lesser Red Heaven, Qi Yuheng suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage and used the 6th imperial scripture, which uses his body as a domain, with a slightly solemn expression. Previously, whenever he used this move, no matter how powerful Chen Mobai's sword light and sword intent were, he had no way to deal with him. But today, as the orange-red rays slashed and cut rapidly, faint red marks appeared on his solid body. The Yuan-Yang sword aura, at the peak of the 4th tier, combined with the faint Yuan-Yang sword intent, is already at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. If Qi Yuheng's body tempering technique hadn't been at the 5th tier level, his defenses would probably have been broken in a single exchange. But as time went on, Qi Yuheng discovered that Chen Mobai's Yuanyang sword aura had become even more powerful and fierce. Besides Chen Mobai's increased mastery of the power of the third level of the nascent soul stage, it was also because the previously faint Yuan-Yang sword intent began to gradually solidify. With the enhancement of sword intent, the power of the sword aura is even greater, almost reaching the level of a fifth rank. However, Qi Yuheng was no pushover. He cultivated the 6 imperial scriptures, a top-tier nascent soul technique in the immortal sects. With a thought, 6 energies would appear. Although the orange-red rays of light became even more crystalline and brilliant under the enhancement of sword intent, they could not break through his body's defenses. Within the lesser crimson heaven, the two of them disregarded their origins and directly unleashed their respective nascent soul techniques to their fullest potential. As Chen Mobai controlled the sword with his divine sense, he unleashed all the innate and acquired pure Yang true energy within his body. The primordial Yang sword intent that he had intercepted, which was only in its nascent stage, was now completely condensed. The moment the orange-red light slashed out, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the void of Little Crimson Heaven, stretching to Qi Yuheng's front. This is because the current upper limit of Little Crimson Heaven is only the peak of the 4th tier. If a power of more than 4 levels appears, the void will shatter. Upon seeing this scene, Qi Yuheng's eyes flashed with 6-colored light. Without moving his body or feet, he extended his right index finger and pointed at the orange-red ray of light in front of him. 6 energies condensed at his fingertips, 4 of which were more vibrant, while the other 2 were slightly dimmer, clearly because his 6 imperial scriptures were not yet fully mastered. Even so, his fingertip had already condensed Qi Yuheng's entire domain. The silver light was like a finger glove, making his entire index finger look like a silver sculpture. It collided with the light that Chen Mobai had forcibly raised to the 5th level by consuming all his pure Yang true energy and sword intent. In that instant, both the attacker and the defender were at the 5th rank. With a loud bang, Zhao Chishan could no longer bear it, and their room turned into chaotic nothingness. At that moment, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng's consciousness returned to reality. Both of them shook their heads in regret, because we didn't see a clear winner determined by either offense or defense. However, in a sense, Chen Mobai has already won. Because when Qi Yuheng was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, he definitely couldn't use the 5th-order techniques he had used in the Little Crimson Heaven. Master, the Little Crimson Heaven server suddenly crashed, and everyone was forcibly logged off. The Immortal Affairs Hall is investigating, but there is no detailed cause of the failure or incident report yet. Chen Mobai was in his office, reminiscing about his sparring session with Qi Yuheng, when Zhuang Jialan knocked on the door and hurriedly came in to tell him the news. Yes, it was Qi Yuheng and I who did it. Chen Mobai nodded, and then, to Zhuang Jialan's astonishment, he called Ying Guanghua and told him about it. During the sparring session, facing Palace Master Qi's 6 imperial scriptures, my competitive spirit got the better of me, and I accidentally used power exceeding the Little Crimson Heaven's limit. The main responsibility still lies with me. If I hadn't used 5th-tier power, Palace Master Qi certainly wouldn't have followed suit. I am truly sorry for causing the Little Crimson Heaven server to crash. Let's not waste public resources on an investigation. I'll issue an announcement later and apologize to the public. After Chen Mobai finished speaking with Ying Guanghua, he made a phone call to Qi Yuheng, who then teleported to his office shortly afterward. Qi Yuheng stated that Zhao Chishan's breakdown was caused by both of them simultaneously, and both should apologize together, but Chen Mobai felt it inappropriate. After a brief discussion, the announcement drafted by Lan Haitian was sent over. Within the immortal sects, Zhao Chishan's breakdown has already topped the trending searches. This is unprecedented. When Master Chengshuan attempted to ascend to the nascent soul stage last time, although he also shut down Little Red Heaven, at least he notified every user. Unlike today, when everyone was kicked offline at the same time. Immediately, opinions were divided. Some even claimed that the other world had encountered a powerful opponent, and that the elites of the 3 great halls had already gone to provide support, leaving them unable to look after Zhao Chishan. No matter what you say, there will always be people who believe it. Soon, an atmosphere of panic spread online, as if the immortal sects were about to conscript soldiers, forcing all eligible cultivators to join the army and fight. During the long period of peace, many cultivators in the immortal sects were quite resistant to war. Of course, due to the system of the immortal sects, basically 90% of the male cultivators had served in the military, so although there was fear, it was not completely chaotic, but people's anxiety was inevitable. At this moment, only half an hour had passed since Zio Chishin collapsed. The existence of the internet has allowed all kinds of negative information to spread at an unprecedented speed. Under these circumstances, the three main halls issued a notice. We sincerely apologize for the sudden crash of the Zia Chishin server. The main cause was that when Chunyang Shangren and Kaiyuan Dianju were sparring, they used the power of the fifth level, exceeding Zia Chishin's current limit, causing the server to malfunction. Zia Chishin will soon initiate a backup to revert time to before the crash, so please don't worry. The announcement concluded with apologies from Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng, stating that they would never again use power exceeding their limits in Little Red Heaven. Once the announcement was released, the vast majority of people believed it, and the atmosphere of panic began to calm down. However, a very small minority believe that this is the immortal sect using this to cover up the true situation of the other world. The truth behind Zio Chishin's collapse is not this. Faced with these truth-seekers, Chen Mobai dispatched the law enforcement department to invite the most vocal troublemakers to jail for questioning under the pretext of picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Subsequently, Zio Chishin released a video recording of his fight with Qi Yuheng, which was in his backup. The recording ends precisely at the point where the two individuals each unleash their fifth-tier techniques, causing the void to shatter and cracks to appear. The appearance of this video recording of a battle between the top nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect has further amazed everyone in the sect, with Chen Mobai's stunning swordsmanship talent. Despite being only at the third level of the nascent soul realm, he had already comprehended the Yuan Yang sword technique to the fifth level and was even able to execute it. Although this was in the environment of Little Red Heaven, where there was no fear of losing one's source, his reputation as the #1 swordsman began to spread from a small circle within the immortal sects. Previously, Chen Mobai's cultivation talent was recognized as the #1 in the immortal sects. However, in terms of swordsmanship talent, most people believe that he is still slightly inferior to the White Light Ancestor. Even those who have the most confidence in Chen Mobai think that the two are about the same. However, once this video came out, Chen Ziohei's diehard fans believed that Chunyang Shangren was the #1 person in the history of the immortal sect, whether in terms of cultivation talent or swordsmanship talent. The reason why the White Light Ancestor can be called the #1 is simply because there was no pure Yang master in the era of cultivation. Fortunately, Chen Mobai didn't know this, otherwise he would probably be scared to death. His swordsmanship talent was nowhere near that of the White Light Ancestor. He merely cheated by using the heaven-severing longevity sword intent to steal the sword intent of the primordial Yang Ancestor and claim it as his own. However, after this incident, his image as a genius is now firmly established within the immortal sects. Even if he suddenly becomes mediocre in the future, people will probably think he's past the age of showing off and has started to conceal his talents and hide his abilities. Maybe he's just honing his skills, preparing to make a name for himself in the future. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai honed his weapon refining skills while also reviewing information about the other world. Over the years, the immortal sect has ventured deep into the depths of the other world. The otherworldly monsters they encountered were becoming increasingly powerful, and there were even casualties among them. Before the two realms had fully come into contact, and the immortal army was unable to cross the border, Ancestor Kaingsing gave the order to solidify the defensive line and cease probing. While tracking the Ascension sect, Nangong Xuanyu discovered a place resembling ruins on the seabed. It was surrounded by a cold energy and contained many ancient inscriptions and murals. Ancestor Kaingsing has a puppet that has come to the ruins and is trying to decipher the text and patterns of the other world, but the progress is not ideal. Meanwhile, on the immortal sect's side, the righteous Law Hall's military force had already assembled and was just waiting for the boundary gate to open so that Shui Xian, the righteous Law Hall master, could personally lead them into the other world. Chen Mobai originally wanted to lead the team, but according to the rules of the immortal sect, the military was directly managed by the Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall. With a Hall Master in charge, his position as the Deputy Hall Master would be lower in rank. Chen Mobai did mention to Shui Xian that if she didn't want to lead the military to fight in another world, he could directly take over. But the usually lazy Narcissus was very proactive at this time. Especially after hearing about the situation in the other world, she felt that the underwater ruins were very likely the opportunity for her to become a nascent soul cultivator that the Spirit Lord had mentioned. Since she has already said that, it would be a bit much for Chen Mobai to try and take the leadership position again. That just so happens that he didn't really want to go. So while the immortal sects were actively preparing to wage war, Chen Mobai found himself with nothing to do. Besides refining his cultivation level, which he had improved with elixirs, through the burning lamp technique, he also studied weapon crafting and, incidentally, integrated all the knowledge about the Tao of space from the immortal sects to compile the Void Scripture. During this process, he discovered that he seemed to have a real talent for spatial concepts, and these concepts were easily grasped after careful consideration. In particular, the Giyuan secret technique was transformed into the lesser void technique by him, using the knowledge of the immortal sect. This allows foundation establishment cultivators from the immortal sect to successfully cultivate, using the minor void talisman. This minor void technique can only store spiritual energy, so he combined it with the realm and upgraded it to a mustard seed void technique, which can store tangible objects on one's person. Above that is the realm of the immortal sect. After completing this chapter of the Void Scripture, the Golden Core realm, which originally had a very high threshold for cultivation, now had a practical path to success in the Foundation Establishment realm, as described in his writing. If it is not upgraded to a realm, the lesser void technique, when cultivated to its extreme, becomes the external void danshan of Chen Mobai's myriad Dharma body, which can provide an additional foundation of true qi when forming the nascent soul. If this were within the heavenly river realm, this would be a closely guarded secret technique, passed down only to direct descendants. However, on the immortal sect's side, Chen Mobai compiled all of this information into a paper and uploaded it to the Immortal Sect National Library. After passing the review, the paper titled Research and Exploration of Two Branches of the Lesser Void Technique, Void Realm and External Danshan, instantly caused a huge sensation in the immortal sects. If his previous paper, on the feasibility of disassembling cultivation through void walking, earned him a nomination for the Flying Immortal Award, then this new paper, if proven to be successful in cultivation, would essentially secure him the highest honor in the immortal sect. Everyone was once again amazed by Chen Mobai's unparalleled wisdom, believing that he might be the ultimate version of the combined wisdom of the two ancestors, Bai Guang and Qian Xing, possessing both the wisdom of Qian Xing and the courage of Bai Guang. At Kunpeng Dao Academy, Master Beiming immediately took the lead in establishing a new course on void, specifically to study Chen Mobai's two papers, especially the second one. If it is true that cultivators can cultivate their domains in large numbers when they are in the foundation establishment stage, their Kunpeng Dao Academy will have more Dao seeds for cultivating the 6 imperial scriptures. In the foreseeable future, they will definitely be able to surpass the other 3 Dao academies in terms of the number of nascent soul cultivators. However, it was Wenren Zhu who completed the second chapter of the Void Sutra the fastest. With the help of the giant Chinese tune tree, her perception of the power of the void was almost as good as that of the voice in the empty valley, and she was fearless of death. In addition, she was quite wealthy. After using many small void talismans, she easily mastered the small void technique and then upgraded it to an external void dantian. I was originally short of 12 strands of everlasting spring true chi, which I estimated I would barely complete when the gate of heaven opened. Now, with your minor void technique and the Tashita fire, I will be able to perfect my true chi and form a nascent soul next year. After Wenren Zhuwei mastered the technique, she made a special call to thank Chen Mobai. When you use the true energy stored in the small external void to form your nascent soul, remember to record your feelings and tell me about them. With the mindset of a researcher, Chen Mobai gave Wenren Zhuwei his instructions. He himself had focused on the nascent soul stage and hadn't really delved into the process. If the Void Sutra is to be published in the future, it will definitely need to include some successful examples and experiences. Definitely wait for my good news. Wenren Zhuwei confidently stated that, relying on the everlasting spring technique, she had already successfully formed her nascent soul. By this time next year, the immortal sect will have one more nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai was also happy for her. Wenren Zhuwei's success also verified the feasibility of Chen Mobai's second void scripture paper. In an instant, all the foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sects who had aspirations began to download it and discuss their experiences in cultivating the lesser void technique on various forums, imagining the glory of successfully opening up a realm when they reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Master Baiming even personally called Chen Mobai, wanting him, the honorary principal of Kunpeng Dao Academy, to come and teach the Void Scripture to the newly established Void course teachers and students. In response, Chen Mobai stated that his paper and understanding of the Void are still in their initial stages, and there are many areas that are not yet perfect. To avoid misleading students, he will not teach the subject. Master Baiming greatly admired Chen Mobai's rigorous and serious attitude. After the appearance of the Void Scripture paper, Chen Mobai was already the undisputed grandmaster of the immortal sect in the Tao of space, unmatched by anyone, yet he remained so humble. However, this is also the consistent academic attitude of the immortal sects, extremely cautious. Because once their knowledge is published, it is intended for hundreds of millions of cultivators, and if there are any errors or omissions, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for academic papers, at least some permissions are required to download them, which can prevent unqualified people from practicing without proper authorization. After uploading the paper, Chen Mobai would occasionally check the comments and feedback, while also teaching his daughter how to cultivate the small void outside her body. According to his plan, Chen Ziohe could condense 5 small external voids to store the 5 elements of spiritual power respectively, so that when the original true energy was synthesized, it would be even and perfect. Chen Ziohe thought his father was a genius for coming up with such a method. In reality, it was Chen Mobai's experience in purchasing the Void Spirit Pack. Time passed slowly like this. On this day, Chen Mobai finally completed the design of King Nu's 3 magical artifacts. He improved his weapon refining skills and compiled the Void Scripture, mainly in preparation for this. 2 of them were gourds obtained from Pipa Valley, and the other was the Taiyuan Blue Pearl, which had been extracted from the innate water element essence. He modified the 2 gourds according to the original request made by King Nu. The blue gourd contains a mist that, when released, can transform into a natural illusion array. Chen Mobai preserved this and incorporated it into the Ruyi water smoke technique of the longevity sect. This way, in the future, as long as Qing Nu injects the abyss true water, she can easily unleash the power of this technique to the 4th level, making it impossible for even a nascent soul cultivator's divine sense to see through it. The other red gourd perfectly embodies Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills. He did everything Qing Nu said. First, he created a small, isolated void inside the gourd to separate the earth spirit fire. Then, he used the power of the void to construct space after space inside the gourd, which could be used not only to store inanimate objects such as pills, minerals, and tools, but also to allow living things such as spiritual plants and beasts to survive. This 4th-tier red gourd would be highly sought after even in the Heavenly River realm. It's a top-tier storage artifact. Finally, there's that fifth-tier Taiyuan blue pearl. With Chen Mobai's current skill level, it is clear that he is not capable of refining a fifth-order magic weapon. However, based on the Dinghai sword, a work by ancestor Yunya, he imitated a Dinghai pearl. Similar to the effect of the Millennium Pearl on the sword hilt, Qing Nu can store the abyss true water she has condensed inside, and take it out to refine when needed for combat or breaking through realms. However, because the Taiyuan blue pearl is of such a high grade, if Qing Nu wanted to fill it with her own Uniming true water, she would need spiritual power hundreds of times greater than her current level. In addition to storing spiritual energy, Chen Mobai also inscribed the two major techniques, the water-dripping sword and the azure water net, one offensive and one defensive, into it. When Qing Nu is fighting, as long as she hangs the sea-stabilizing pearl above her head, she not only possesses almost infinite spiritual power, but she can also condense the abyssal true water within the pearl into a sword to attack the enemy, or transform it into a water curtain for defense, and so on. Moreover, because the raw material, the Taiyuan blue pearl, contains innate Taoist essence, Chen Mobai also referenced the pure Yang pearl and added changes that could evolve into a second nascent soul or even a second primordial spirit. Although this sea-stabilizing pearl is not a fifth-tier magic weapon, it already possesses the essence of a fifth-tier artifact. It only awaits Qing Nu's refinement and long-term nurturing before it develops sentience and becomes a true fifth-tier artifact. You're really amazing. In terms of weapon crafting skills, you're probably already on par with Venerable Chengshuan and Ancestor Kaingsing. Qing Nu received 3 magical artifacts crafted for her by Chen Mobai. After hearing about the wonders of each one, she sincerely expressed her admiration. The fifth-tier weapon refining technique of the immortal sects is limited by resource conditions, and passing the assessment depends on a stroke of luck. The reason why Ancestor Kaingsing passed the fifth-order test was because he refined a fifth-order heavenly calculation bead, which contained all the changes of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. When Master Chengshuan was taking the exam to become a fifth-tier weapon refiner, he encountered Ancestor Baiguang, who wanted to refine a fifth-tier flying sword. Ancestor Baiguang had already collected all the materials. After Chengshuan completed the task, he successfully obtained the fifth-tier certificate. Of course, before that, Venerable Chengshuan had already passed the written exam on all the fifth-order weapon-refining knowledge from the immortal sect, which was personally set by Ancestor Kaingsing. If Chen Mobai wants to obtain a fifth-level weapon refiner certificate from the immortal sect, he also needs to take these 2 steps. First, pass the exam, then wait for the opportunity for a practical assessment. Therefore, after seeing the Taiyuan blue pearl, Qing Nu felt that Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills were already at the 5th level, even among the immortal sects. Not at all compared to the principal, I am still slightly inferior, and I am completely incomparable to the star-piercing ancestor. Chen Mobai was very clear-headed about this. The reason he was able to help Qing Nu refine such excellent magical artifacts that suited her wishes was mainly because he devoted himself to it wholeheartedly. Moreover, from conception to implementation, it has been pondered for more than 10 years. Every requirement and every step is already clear in mind. Only with such dedication can a ritual implement have such quality. If it were to be crafting other types of magical artifacts, he would certainly be inferior to Master Chengshuan and Ancestor Kaingsing. This bead is called Dinghai, Chinese letter, so what should we call these 2 gourds? We can't keep calling them blue-skinned and red-skinned. Qing Nu was extremely satisfied with the sea-stabilizing pearl made from the Taiyuan blue pearl. Coincidentally, Chen Mobai had a sea-stabilizing sword, so they could be considered a couple's magical artifact. Do you have any thoughts? The item is already yours, you can take it. Chen Mobai smiled and said to King Nu, who looked up, thought for a moment, pointed to the blue gourd and said 2 words, Ruhi. Then pointing at the red gourd, he said, myriad transformations. Zhou Qing transmigrated to the great Jin dynasty and became a miserable silkworm farmer in the 100,000 mountains of southern Xinjiang, struggling to even make ends meet. The mysterious jade tablet in his soul gave him the means to make a living, and all skills and martial arts could be transformed into abilities. Ordinary professions, when mastered, can give rise to all sorts of incredible and magical abilities. Silkworm breeders. From raising ordinary mulberry silkworms and amber silkworms to producing extraordinary silkworms such as the azure fire silkworm, purple gold silkworm, and frost silkworm. Goo master. From refining green silk goo and iron skin goo to drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, such as golden thunder goo and 9 heavens primordial yang goo. Martial god. From the poisonous white cloud palm that injures oneself before injuring others, to the Usura poison fire that burns mountains and boils seas, destroying an entire world. End of this chapter. Chapter 922, 5 Elements Coins. Chapter 922, 5 Elements Coins. Fellow Taoist, would you like to share a ride? After Xiao Yuli stepped out of the teleportation array in Baiyuan City, she encountered a kind-looking cultivator who asked her a question. What is carpooling? Xiao Yuli looked puzzled. Seeing her expression, the cultivator immediately pointed to the notice board next to her. The ferry to the main city runs once every hour, and a ticket costs 10 5 elements coins. The last ferry boat has just been dispatched. If you are in a hurry to get to the main city, you can consider our ox cart. It's spacious and fast. There are only 3 seats left, so we'll depart as soon as everyone is ready. Listening to the long speech of the cultivator beside her, Xiao Yuli finally understood what carpooling was. Given her status as a core formation cultivator, she should have flown directly there, but in the unfamiliar environment, and considering that her main purpose in coming here was to inquire about meeting Chen Qingdi, she nodded. What would the price be if I wanted to hire a car? However, Xiao Yuli had no intention of squeezing into the ox cart with the rogue cultivators. Her question also made the cultivators soliciting customers smile, thinking that this was a big customer from some great immortal cultivation family. My name is Niu Jingfa. Our ox cart has 12 seats. The price is the same as the official ferry boat, but it includes a door-to-door delivery. If you want to charter the car, we can give you a discount and round it up to 105 elements coins. Niu Jingfa spoke with a hearty expression. His new family was a recently risen cultivation family. They mainly made their fortune when they were developing the eastern wilderness plateau. They helped the 5 elements sect herd cattle and sheep, which helped them accumulate their first batch of spirit stones. While riding a ferry through a teleportation array, the patriarch of the new family discovered a business opportunity. After establishing connections with the 5 Elements sect, he filled the gaps between ferry trips and led his family members to make a considerable fortune. What are 5 Elements coins? Xiao Yuli asked with a puzzled expression after hearing this. Fellow Taoist, you must be from another realm. These 5 Elements coins are a type of currency issued by the 5 Elements sect in the various immortal cities of the eastern wilderness. Every 105 Elements coins can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone at the 5 Elements sect spirit stone shop. Since we are a small business, we basically settle transactions in 5 Elements coins. If you don't have any, just give me 1 low-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing Xiao Yuli's question, Niu Jingfa knew that she was not a cultivator from the eastern wilderness. As he spoke, he took out a coin from his storage bag. It was round on the outside and square on the inside, with intricate 5-element patterns engraved on it. Its edges were smooth and hard, yet it was also glowing with a layer of spiritual light. Give me 100 coins. Xiao Yuli took out 2 low-grade spirit stones, one for the cost of chartering the car and the other for exchanging. Niu Jingfa immediately agreed and then took out a string of 5 elements coins tied with a rope and handed them directly to Xiao Yuli. Please wait a moment, guest. The parking fee here is quite expensive. I will arrange your car over right away. After Niu Jingfa finished speaking, he was about to leave when Xiao Yuli instinctively tried to stop him. After all, according to the customs of the heavenly river realm, saying such a thing is basically a lie. He would definitely take the spirit stones and run away. But when he thought about the fact that it was only 2 low-grade spirit stones, he didn't care. However, to her surprise, a moment later, Niu Jingfa did indeed return with an empty six-wheeled ox cart. But the one riding the ox was a girl who looked to be 13 or 14 years old with two pigtails sticking straight up. "Guess this is my daughter, Niu Menfeng. She just entered Changsheng Academy last year and is currently on summer vacation, so she's here to earn some tuition fees." After Niu Jingfa gave his introduction, Xiao Yuli nodded and then got into the ox cart. As Niu Menfeng cracked her whip, the ox cart began its journey towards the main urban area. Guan Xiaolong, who was in charge of the teleportation array, saw Xiao Yuli leave and immediately picked up his teleportation device to report the news. Although Xiao Yuli was trying to conceal it, the number of spirit stones required for cultivators of different realms when using the teleportation array was different, so Guan Xiaolong knew she was a core formation cultivator as soon as she appeared. Although the Five Elements sect adheres to the principle of treating all visitors as guests and will not specifically detain them for questioning, it still pays close attention to high-level cultivators. After all, a core formation cultivator could cause enormous destruction in Baiyuan City if they went mad. After receiving Guan Xiaolong's message, Song Huangda, who was in charge of the Unicom project, immediately reported it to Yi Yun. "Find out where this fellow Taoist lives, and then send him a visiting card and explain the rules of the Eastern Wilderness." Faced with an unfamiliar core formation cultivator, Yi Yun was naturally on high alert, and he planned to meet him personally. "Yes." After receiving the instructions, Song Huangda left to handle the matter. Xiao Yuli, still on the ox cart, was naturally unaware that she had already been targeted by the Five Elements sect before even reaching the main city. She sat in the best window seat with the view, observing the independent courtyards along the way, as well as the many high-rise buildings that rose from the ground, while toying with the Five Elements coins in her palm. It's not that no sect or force in the Tian realm has considered creating a smaller unit of payment than low-grade spirit stones. For example, during the Eastern Imperial Court era, there was a complete set of human emperor coins, which, relying on their power, directly replaced spirit stones. At that time, even the major holy lands were forced to use the human emperor coin. However, where there are people, there is corruption. The Eastern Imperial Court used the authority of the human emperor to issue excessive amounts of human emperor coins to amass wealth, which led to the fact that in the later period of the Imperial Court, cultivators from top to bottom preferred to barter rather than use human emperor coins for settlement. After the Imperial Court disappeared, some holy lands also issued similar currencies in their own territories. However, since spirit stones can be used directly by cultivators, they have value, but these currencies need to be affiliated with the authority of the Holy Land. Moreover, even during the reign of the Emperor of the Eastern Lands, there were those who dared not die in privately minted coins, let alone in the Holy Land. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if the currency is engraved with the Holy Land's exclusive restrictions and anti-counterfeiting measures, under the lure of huge profits, there will still be people in the Holy Land who will sell these restrictions, or even have them cracked and studied by array masters and weapon refiners. As a result, counterfeit currency will flood the market. The Holy Land, in order to maintain its own currency, had to exchange even these counterfeit coins. Even though they killed one person after another, the rogue cultivators and treacherous cultivators were people who lived with their heads on the line, and soon a new group of people would take over the private minting of coins. Moreover, many of them would make a quick buck and then run away from the Holy Land. After several attempts, the Holy Land realized that without the power of the Eastern Imperial Court to suppress the entire Eastern continent, creating such a currency would be a losing proposition, so they quickly abandoned it. Xiao Yuli, as the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, had heard these things from Elder Wuming. So when she saw that the mere Five Elements sect dared to issue new currency, she felt somewhat incredulous. This Five Elements sect is indeed a backwater sect. It must have been something the higher-ups came up with on a whim. In a while, they'll be overwhelmed by the flood of counterfeit money. Thinking this way, Xiao Yuli picked up a Five Elements coin. As a disciple of the One Yuan Dao Palace, her weapon refining skills were also top-notch, and she quickly discovered the extraordinary nature of this five elements coin. It is made from a mixture of several different minerals and metals, and it even contains fragments of spirit stone. She tried to absorb the five elements coins like a spirit stone, and soon a wisp of spiritual energy overflowed and was absorbed into her body for refinement. After the spiritual energy within the five elements coins was absorbed, the surface radiance disappeared and cracks appeared. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuli looked shocked, because she discovered that the problems that the holy lands of the past could not solve seemed to have been solved by the five elements sect. The amount of spiritual energy contained in this five elements coin is exactly 1% of that in a low-grade spirit stone. Is this a coincidence, or does each of the five elements coins contain such a large amount of spiritual energy? With her doubts in mind, Xiao Yuli picked up the 10 five elements coins again and absorbed all of them. Sure enough, she found that the amount of spiritual energy in each of the five elements coins was exactly the same, without any difference. How is such precision achieved? Xiao Yuli looked puzzled. She knew that the five elements coins contained broken spirit stones. When these broken spirit stones were dug out of the spirit stone mine, the spiritual energy inside would quickly dissipate because the outer seal was broken. Although the process could be stopped by sealing, only a foundation establishment cultivator could do that. To divide these fragments of spirit stones so evenly, perfectly, and precisely into the cast five elements coins, it would require at least a third-tier weapon refiner. According to Xiao Yuli's understanding, the difficulty of refining a small five elements coin is equivalent to that of a third-tier magic weapon. With that kind of effort and time, they could directly refine a third-tier magic weapon. Even the selling fee would be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Why waste your skills like this? Confused, Xiao Yuli threw the five-element coins that had lost their spiritual energy and cracked out of the car window. If you collect 105 elements fragments, you can exchange them for one five elements coin at the five elements sect's spirit stone shop. Seeing her wasteful behavior, Niu Manfeng, who was driving the ox cart, couldn't help but remind her. I see, this is my first time in Baiyuan City, so I didn't know that. After listening, Xiao Yuli nodded slightly, and then asked why the five elements sect was collecting discarded five elements coins. The materials used in these five elements coins are special alloys developed by Immortal Chen. After the five elements sect takes them back, they can be remelted and recast into new coins, as long as the broken spirit stones are reintegrated into them. After hearing Niu Manfeng's explanation, Xiao Yuli was even more puzzled. Are these five elements coins so easy to mint? I don't know that, but I heard my teacher say that in the Fire True Immortal City in the southern part of the eastern wilderness, there is a factory that specializes in minting five elements coins. Only five elements sect weapon refiners with clean backgrounds are allowed to enter the factory. Inside, there are many super large equipment and magical artifacts made by Immortal Venerable Chen, which are used exclusively for minting five elements coins. Under Chen Mobai's policies, students from various universities in the eastern wilderness hold an annual array master competition, resulting in frequent exchanges. It was precisely because of this that Niu Manfeng was able to know about the situation in Huazhen Immortal City. The Huazhen Academy excels in training weapon refiners because it is in charge of Tan Rong, Sheng Zhaoxi's disciple. After Chen Mobai developed the five elements coin, he inspected various academies, and considering that her area had the most weapon refiners, he built the coin minting factory there. Of course, minting coins is a major event, so he still sent his trusted confidant Yu Lion to supervise the factory. For the Heavenly River realm, the technology of minting coins requires the level of a third-tier weapon refiner, but for the Immortal Sect, it's just a matter of an assembly line and equipment. However, the five elements coin is somewhat special, especially because it requires the fusion of spirit stones and metal coins, so the equipment needs to be customized according to this requirement. In the past, Chen Mobai would naturally have had some concerns, but now his status is different. He directly called Zhou Tiangong of Tiangong Machinery Factory. The latter didn't ask why and showed him the design drawings the next day. After Chen Mobai revised several versions and finalized the draft, the batch of equipment was delivered in half a month. Chen Mobai was very grateful for this, and then used a quota from the Dance Weapon Academy to reserve a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill from the Immortal Affairs Hall for Zhou Tiangong. After the mint is established in Huazhen Immortal City, if the machinery and equipment operate at full capacity, it can mint over 100 million 5 elements coins per month. However, considering market acceptance, Chen Mobai only issued 1 billion 5 elements coins for the time being, which were distributed as monthly allowances for sect disciples. Then, through their example of consumption in various immortal cities, the program was gradually promoted to the entire eastern wilderness over the years. With the 5 elements sect's endorsement, and the fact that these 5 elements coins also possess spiritual energy and can be used for cultivation, they were easily accepted by the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. It's not that no one wanted to counterfeit money, but the superior minting techniques effectively shut down their ideas. A weapon refiner of this caliber could easily take on a job and have enough resources for years of cultivation. Why would they risk offending the 5 elements sect by doing this? The emergence of the 5 elements coins directly stimulated commercial development throughout the eastern wilderness. Previously, many things were limited to large-scale transactions due to payment methods. If a rogue cultivator wanted to buy some pills from a pharmacy, they could only buy enough for 1 spirit stone. This was extremely inconvenient for cultivators with low cultivation levels who could only earn a few spirit stones a year, because many shops did not accept gold. The emergence of 5 elements coins now gives them more options. Some shops were initially worried that the 5 elements coins would cause their large-scale transactions to disappear, and that the scattered buying and selling by independent cultivators would not be able to support their high shop rents in the immortal city. But soon they discovered that the market had shown surprising vitality after the introduction of the 5 elements coin. The once deserted shops were flooded with hundreds of times more customers. Although the profit margin was smaller, the strategy of selling more at a lower profit actually resulted in higher earnings. Moreover, with more customers using the products, some reputable shops gradually overtook unscrupulous merchants and stood out. The previously troublesome inventory was also sold out completely. The revitalization of the lower-level market economy also stimulated the upper levels. After the goods were sold, they naturally needed to be restocked. The forces behind these stores would purchase more raw materials in large quantities. Some clever families and sects even used teleportation, arrays to go to territories outside the eastern wilderness to compare prices and purchase resources at cheaper prices. Sitting on the ox cart, Xiao Yuli watched the bustling crowds on both sides of the street, and the shops packed with shoppers, which deeply moved her. During the 2 years she was away from Mount Wudi, she traveled all over the eastern lands, but even in the most prosperous Taixu immortal city, she could not see such a lively scene. Senior, we're about to enter the main city. If you're a cultivator from another region, you'll need to report to the 5 Elements sect and get a visa for people from another region before you can shop and stay at various stores. Niu Manfeng's words reached Xiao Yuli's ears, but she didn't understand this new term. Only after Niu Manfeng explained it did she realize that the so-called visa was equivalent to a temporary resident registration in Baiyuan City. Without this, she's essentially an unregistered person, and legitimate stores wouldn't dare sell her anything. It doesn't matter if it's street vendor merchandise, the vendors won't care about that. However, this visa form cannot be used to participate in the lottery. What exactly is a lottery system? Xiao Yuli felt like a country bumpkin in the city, with all sorts of strange and unfamiliar things about Baiyuan City that she didn't understand. The lottery is for the qualification to purchase the 3 foundation establishment treasures of Danxia Pavilion. My father just took out a loan to buy a house in the suburbs you teleported me to, just for the lottery, saying it's to guarantee me a set of the 3 foundation establishment treasures. but I'm definitely going to join the Five Elements sect as a genius in the future. As long as my grades are excellent, the sect will naturally provide them. Niu Manfeng answered all questions and drove the ox cart directly to the place where the certificate was issued. Xiao Yuli hesitated for a moment, but decided to do as the Romans do. Since she came here to find Chen Qingdi, she might as well introduce herself here. Song Huenda smiled as he watched Xiao Yuli walk in. The task of issuing certificates to cultivators from other realms was not originally his responsibility as a Foundation establishment cultivator, but since the person in front of him was a core formation cultivator, and Niu Manfeng had been notified in advance to bring the person here. Song Huenda, where do you come from, fellow Taoist? Xiao Yuli, Eastern Land. Song Huenda, could you be more specific? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuli uttered 3 words, 5 Emperor's Mountain. Song Huenda's right hand trembled slightly as he was about to pick up his pen to write. He looked up at the female cultivator in front of him in shock, swallowed hard after filling in the form, pointed to the next column, Sect Family, and asked to confirm again. Xiao Yuli frowned and glanced at the seemingly honest Song Huenda, thinking that this man was really ignorant. There was only one sect on 5 Emperor's Mountain. Why did he have to ask? The one Yuan Dao Palace. But considering that this was Chen Qingdi's territory, she still said it. Upon hearing this, Song Huenda thought to himself, just as I thought, while Niu Manfeng, who followed him in, gaped in disbelief. She had already heard her teachers mention the name of the Eastern Holy Land during her first year at the Longevity Academy. Meanwhile, there are also rumors that their 5 Elements sect's immortal Venerable Chen is actually a Dao child, raised in the eastern wilderness by the one Yuan Dao Palace. Song Huenda, what is your honorable name, senior? Upon hearing the name of the Yuan Dao Palace, Song Huenda dropped all pretense and immediately became respectful, addressing the elder as senior. After filling in all the information, Song Huang handed the stamped visa form to Xiao Yuli with both hands. Senior, do you have a place to stay? Would you like our 5 Elements sect to make arrangements? Can. Xiao Yuli came here to see Chen Qingdi. Since she has introduced herself, she must want to make contact with the 5 Elements sect. Song Huenda immediately got up and took her to the top of Baiyuan Mountain. There were some vacant 4th-tier cave dwellings there. After he used the sky-piercing instrument to inform Yi Yun, he arranged for Xiao Yuli to stay in one of them. Senior, the highest point is the sect leader's villa. He and his wife occasionally come here to stay for a while. That area is also one of the core areas of the formation, with many restrictions and is quite dangerous. Song Huenda pointed to the courtyard under the 4th-tier longevity tree not far away, and instructed Xiao Yuli to prevent her from wandering around. The small positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces array in Baiyuan City has been completed in recent years, set up by Song Huenda himself. However, the Earth Network Array and the 5th-order Spirit Vein are still under construction. After Yi Shaoqing failed to form his core, he led the elite of the 5 Elements sect's array department to take charge of this. Xiao Yuli naturally noticed it as well. Beneath the longevity tree, the crisscrossing, densely packed restrictions made her feel that it was an extremely powerful formation. Even if she were trapped inside, she would be powerless to resist. At this moment, she felt somewhat regretful that she had come directly to Baiyuan City. If Emperor Chen Qingdi has a bad impression of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, wouldn't she be walking into a trap? Rumble! Just as Xiao Yuli was about to enter her cave, a muffled thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. Soon after, dark clouds began to surge in from all directions, accompanied by bursts of spiritual energy, creating a scene that made all cultivators in the heavenly river realm fearful as tigers. Heavenly Tribulation. Xiao Yuli frowned as she looked at the center of the tribulation clouds, which turned out to be a 4th-tier cave dwelling right next to the center of the longevity tree. Who is undergoing tribulation? Just as she was wondering, a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a red and black robe flew out of the cave. His body was covered with shimmering blue crystal scales that formed a defensive barrier, and a hairpin-like flying sword gleamed above his head. But what caught Xiao Yuli's attention was the flying sword shimmering with the spiritual light of water and wood that surrounded the middle-aged cultivator. With her skill as a weapon refiner, she naturally recognized that this flying sword was actually the natal magic weapon of the middle-aged cultivator. But clearly only core formation cultivators can refine their own natal staff, so how come this guy who hasn't even undergone tribulation yet has one, and it's already a perfectly refined Ruyi scepter? Clearly, he didn't steal it from someone else. Master. At this moment, Song Huang, who was next to Xiao Yuli, exclaimed in surprise and looked nervously at Liu Wenbai, who was flying in midair and facing the heavenly tribulation. He is your master? Xiao Yuli asked politely, and Song Huang nodded. Before he could say anything, two beams of light flew up. They were the two core formation cultivators from the Five Elements sect stationed in Beiyuan City. Yun and Luo Yixuan. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Yun, the acting leader of the Five Elements sect. After the two flew up, Luo Yixuan went to guard Liu Wenbai, who was undergoing tribulation, while Yun went to Xiao Yuli and politely bowed to her. Greetings, fellow Taoist E. Xiao Yuli calmly returned the greeting after hearing this. Not far away, the heavenly tribulation had already been triggered. Streaks of crimson lightning flashed and shone, continuously striking down at Liu Wenbai. Under the impetus of Liu Wenbai's core formation level spiritual power, the Azure Scale Arm Guard unleashed its full power, blocking 6 bolts of Bing Fire heavenly lightning before all the azure scales on its head shattered. When the 7th bolt of lightning struck, Liu Wenbai reached up and touched the flying sparrow hairpin on his head, but hesitated for a moment and still did not use it. He activated his natal azure ripple sword, which he had upgraded to the 3rd tier. The blade flowed like water, yet it carried a clear and bright divine light of heavenly wood. He used the sword techniques from the longevity scripture to shatter the fire attribute heavenly lightning bolts. However, Liu Wenbai soon felt the Kinglian sword emitting mournful cries, indicating that even this low-grade 3rd-tier flying sword was struggling to withstand the heavenly tribulation. He sighed and took out a piece of dark brown cloth from his storage bag. When his eldest disciple was undergoing tribulation, Chen Mobai naturally arranged for him to receive a fragment of Qingnu's Xuan Guangzhou Dio banner. However, Liu Wenbai was a kind and honest man. Thinking that undergoing the tribulation might damage the vital energy of his master's wife's magic weapon, he decided to use his own magic weapon as a substitute. As the symbol of the eldest disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage, he was also reluctant to use the flying sparrow hairpin. After the black cloth was presented, Luo Yixuan, who had been frowning, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that her tribulation was now secure. You should know that even her powerful tribulation couldn't shake this piece of black cloth, let alone Liu Wenbai's tribulation, which was almost at its end. Soon the dark cloth blocked the last 2 waves of lightning, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Liu Wenbai's face showed a relieved expression. He is exactly 120 years old this year. He was diagnosed with spiritual roots at the age of 5, entered the Qi refining stage at the age of 8, joined the Shenmu sect at the age of 25, and became a disciple of Chen Mobai at the age of 30, becoming the eldest disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage. He has been cultivating diligently and cautiously ever since. Looking back on his life, when he first embarked on the path of cultivation, he was still a naive child, and his dream was simply to become a foundation establishment cultivator like his family's ancestor, Liu Jingxian. As for core formation, that was something he only dared to dream about. Moreover, the older Liu Wenbai got, the more he understood that with his talent, even foundation establishment would require an immense stroke of luck. Now, under Chen Mobai's careful guidance, and after 85 years of diligent cultivation, he has finally achieved the formation of his core and realized his dream. All the hard work felt like the most delicious memory at this moment. Congratulations, senior brother. At this moment, Luo Yixuan flew over and congratulated Liu Wenbai with a smile. Thank you for protecting me, junior sister Luo. When Liu Wenbai saw her, he raised his hand to thank her. Although the bond between the two classmates has been strong for decades, they are the most trustworthy people to each other. Before the two could exchange more than a few words, they saw a familiar five-colored auspicious cloud rising from the direction of the teleportation array in the distance, and soon it arrived in front of them. Hehasa! Before he even arrived, Chen Mobai's hearty laughter had already reached the ears of everyone on the mountaintop. End of this chapter. Chapter 923, Sword Embryo 14K. Chapter 923, Sword Embryo 14K. Greetings, Master. As soon as Chen Mobai landed, Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan immediately bowed to him. Master, I destroyed the azure scale arm guard that you bestowed upon me during my tribulation, and I feel extremely ashamed. Liu Wenbai reached out and picked up the fish scale fragments scattered on the ground, saying apologetically, "This azure scale arm guard is only second tier after all. It's good that it broke during your tribulation. I killed that poisonous dragon before and I have some fifth tier scales. I'll refine a new one for you." Chen Mobai didn't care at all. Although his 4 disciples had all been given embryonic natal magic weapons in advance, and after they formed their cores, each of them would have at least one third-tier weapon, as disciples of a master weapon refiner, and in such a dangerous world as the Heavenly River realm, they would feel safer carrying at least 2 or 3 weapons with them. He had just mastered the art of weapon crafting and had a lot of precious materials at his disposal, so he planned to upgrade the magical artifacts of his disciples. Your disciple kowtows in gratitude to your master. Liu Wenbai was overjoyed to hear this. A magic weapon crafted from 5th-tier materials. It could probably hold its own even against a nascent soul cultivator. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, Yi Yun and Song Huangda also came over. After bowing, they told them about Xiao Yuli's situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked over and saw a beautiful female cultivator standing not far away, with eyebrows like a crescent moon and delicate features. Quickly invite them in. Chen Mobai immediately spoke up, saying that no matter what, their 5-element sect's primordial ancestor came from the One Yuan Dao Palace, and they should be treated with the respect due to him. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity to resolve my identity issue. Xiao Yuli of the Yiyuan Dao Palace greets Senior Chen. Xiao Yuli was very polite after she came with Yi Yun. Fellow Taoist, please have a seat. In Chen Mobai's small courtyard on the mountaintop, there is a tea table under the everlasting tree with several wooden stools. Zhou Shenking and others often drink tea and chat here when they are around. After the two sat down, Liu Wenbai returned to his cave to consolidate his cultivation, while Yi Yun and Song Huangda took their leave. Only Luo Yixuan stayed behind under the pretext of helping to make tea, and Chen Mobai followed her. Xiao Yuli, Senior, the main reason I came here is to ask you something. Chen Mobai, please speak. Xiao Yuli, my senior brother Chen Lingaming separated from me 2 years ago. He said he was coming to the eastern wilderness to meet with the seniors for a face-to-face exchange. I wonder if the seniors have met my senior brother. Chen Mobai, never. Chen Mobai was quite certain of this, because after returning from the eastern lands, he spent a year in the Myriad Transformations Immortal City refining the pure yang condensing true pill with Qing Nu. After that, he returned to the Immortal sect to take pills to improve his cultivation for another year, and then spent another half a year learning weapon refining techniques to refine Qing Nu's 3 magical artifacts. In the past 3 years, at least in the eastern wilderness, he has not seen any outsiders. In that case, it seems that my senior brother may have run into trouble. After hearing Chen Mobai's answer, Xiao Yuli sighed. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Mobai looked puzzled. How could this person have gotten into trouble when he hadn't even seen him? Xiao Yuli, it's like this. More than 2 years ago, he and I went down the mountain together and split into 2 groups. I went to Xingshan Daozong to exchange for the 3 lights divine water in the name of the Dao Palace, while he came to the eastern wilderness to discuss the matter of the reclamation order with you, Senior. Xiao Yuli, The Star Heaven Tao sect said that they don't have any three lights divine water in stock and need to collect materials to refine it again. So I've been traveling around the major immortal cities in the Eastern land to broaden my horizons. Zio Yuli. Half a year ago, the Xingqian Dao sect sent a message saying that the three lights divine water had been refined, and they took the initiative to help deliver it to the Five Emperors Mountain. After receiving the news, I rushed back, only to find that my senior brother had not returned. However, his soul lamp was still lit, so the elders of the Dao Palace sent me to the eastern wilderness to inquire about it from the seniors. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, but then thought of something else. The Xingqian Dao sect has always misunderstood me as a Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Now that you've gone, I think this matter should be cleared up. The Starry Sky Dao sect had been trying to contact the One Yuan Dao Palace for the sake of the Holy Spirit pill. Now that Zio Yuli had taken the initiative to come to them, there was no reason not to mention it. However, Chen Mobai did not want to get involved in this matter, so he did not ask. His main purpose was to clarify his own identity. Reporting to Senior, because the Taoist disciple and holy maiden of the Dao Palace had an accident before, Chen Lingaming, and I did not reveal our identities to outsiders when we went down the mountain this time. Although the Xingqian Dao sect also asked, I only said that I was ordered by my elders to exchange for the three lights divine water. Later, when the Xingji Venerable sent the three lights divine water to the Five Emperors Mountain, I heard that he had communicated with several mountain lords, but I was outside at the time and did not know the specifics of what they discussed. After listening to Zio Yuli's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. At this moment, Luo Yixuan had already brewed the green Chan spirit tea and handed a cup to both of them. I will inform my subordinates that if your sect's fellow Taoist Chen Lingaming is found in the eastern wilderness, I will inform you immediately. Chen Mobai had a need for the ascension techniques and other secrets treasured in the Yiyuan Dao Palace, so he was showing goodwill. Thank you, Senior. Actually, I have another matter to discuss with you today. Zio Yuli's words made Chen Mobai pause in his tea drinking. This should be the real issue. About 60.5 years from now, the moral sect will issue a reclamation order, and the four great holy lands of the East will all have to send people to participate. However, because my Yiyuan Dao Palace was greatly injured in order to resist the Mingzun, it is still closed to the mountains, and it may not be able to send enough people at that time. Fortunately, the eastern wilderness is close to the front line of reclamation. I wonder if you would be willing to lead the Five Elements sect to take on this reclamation order on behalf of my Yiyuan Dao Palace. After listening, Chen Mobai put down his teacup and refused outright. My Five Elements sect is too weak to undertake such a great task. I'm afraid your sect will have to do it itself. He spent his entire life walking on thin ice in the eastern wilderness. If it weren't for refining the pure yang condensing true pill, he wouldn't have even gone to the eastern land, let alone undertake such a risky task as pioneering the wilderness. With the resources of the eastern wilderness that would allow it to devour the three border regions of the eastern continent, coupled with the knowledge of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai felt that he would not encounter any bottlenecks before reaching the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he had long ago decided that he would never venture out on adventures unless absolutely necessary. Senior, please don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The mountain lords of the Dao Palace said that if you are willing to take on this responsibility, they will allow your Five Elements sect to return to the main lineage of the Five Emperors Mountain after the land reclamation is completed. They are even willing to pass on the ascension secrets left by the patriarch. Zio Yuli stated the conditions of the One Yuan Dao Palace. If it were anyone else, they would probably be tempted as soon as they heard the words, Ascension Secret Method. However, Chen Mobai remained very calm. The threshold for cultivating and comprehending the Ascension Secret technique is at least the nascent soul realm. He is still a long way from reaching the nascent soul stage, so there is no need for him to rush. Moreover, although there are no examples of people successfully reaching the void refinement stage within the immortal sect, the major nascent soul cultivation techniques, along with the 7 heavenly books, all provide guidance on the path to void refinement. Even if the ascension secret method left by true monarch Yiyuan has been successfully passed, he doesn't need to worry about it now. I appreciate your kind offer, but my five-element sect is a small and insignificant sect, and we are really not capable of getting involved in such a major event as land reclamation. Chen Mobai still refused. He had spent nearly a century cultivating and training people in the eastern wilderness, and he did not intend to serve as a vanguard for the Holy Land. Senior, why don't you reconsider? If you agree, the Mountain Lords will be willing to welcome you into their ranks and recognize you as their junior brother. You will then be the rightful Dao child of our Yiyuan Dao Palace. If you make great contributions during the pioneering work and obtain a Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill for the Dao Palace, the position of Palace Master and the secret method of ascension will all be yours. Seeing that Chen Mobai was unyielding, Zhao Yuli directly stated the bottom line given by the Mountain Lords of the Dao Palace. This tea is quite good, fellow Taoist. You may have a few more cups. Chen Mobai smiled and picked up the teacup that Luo Yixuan had refilled. Zhao Yuli could tell from his unwavering stance that there was no possibility of it happening. In that case, please keep this a secret, senior. Fellow Taoist, you have only come here today to have tea with me. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhao Yuli did not linger. She finished her tea and then took her leave. Since you're here, why don't you stay in Baiyuan City for a couple more days? Although the things here can't compare to those immortal cities in the eastern lands, they are still quite unique. Chen Mobai politely tried to persuade her to stay, but to his surprise, Zhao Yuli hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Xuan'er is quite familiar with this place. If you need anything, you can ask her. Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't take her sightseeing himself, so he assigned her to his apprentice. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan immediately nodded and then led Zhao Yuli out. Watching the two women leave, Chen Mobai put down his teacup and carefully considered the conditions offered by the Yiyuan Dao Palace. It seems that the impact of the Mingzun's attack on the mountain is more serious than people imagined. This sacred place still doesn't dare to open its gates. Besides the absence of a nascent soul-level expert to oversee things, the strength of the entire Yiyuan Dao Palace's high-level cultivators has likely been significantly reduced. However, the high-ranking members of the Dao Palace guarding the mountain gate were somewhat incompetent. They wanted the five-element sect to take their place and risk their lives, but they didn't offer any real benefits. Moreover, they were still fussing over seniority. Clearly, the comfortable life of being secluded in the mountains had made them somewhat out of touch with the times. If the ascension secret technique were given to Chen Mobai directly, and his seniority as a disciple of the One Yuan True Monarch was acknowledged, or if the quota for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill were also given to the Five-Element sect, he might consider it. They're just making empty promises now. No one will fall for that. It pained Chen Mobai to see that the descendants of ascended cultivator had fallen to such a state. You should know that he used to have a very good impression of Yiyuan Dao Palace, and even thought that if the time was right in the future, he would enshrine Li Zhangji's memorial tablet and go to Wudi Mountain to recognize his ancestors. It seems that we can only send him in properly after he reaches the nascent soul stage. Just as Chen Mobai was assessing the current strength of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Luo Yixuan flew back. Master, I gave her a general overview of the rules in the eastern wilderness, and then she said she wanted to explore on her own, so I came back first. Hearing her words, Chen Mobai nodded. As long as he remains in Baiyuan City, a mere core formation cultivator can't possibly cause any trouble. Let's call Yun up. Since we promised her, we should at least look for her. What if she really is in our eastern wilderness? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Luo Yixuan immediately took out the Tongxiani and called Yun. Soon after, Yun and Song Huangde arrived in the courtyard. After hearing about Chen Lingaming, the two of them immediately nodded. With the completion of the small sky canopy Big Dipper array, coupled with the efforts of the five-element sect disciples, the signal now covers the entire eastern wilderness, a part of Yunmeng Marsh and the desolate ruins, as well as Mingjing Mountain. Song Huangde was the main person in charge, and Yun was his superior. If there was any important intelligence, Yun would directly notify Chen Mobai. Next, Yun reported on the situation of the Five Elements sect in recent years. After Chen Mobai killed the poison dragon ancestor, the Five Elements sect had no enemies left and entered a period of rapid development. Major immortal cities, 6 great academies, the Earth Network Array, fifth-order spiritual veins, filling the cloud dream marsh, agricultural reforms, the Five Elements currency. Among these achievements, the issuance of the Five Elements coins was a huge success. It also completely revitalized the previously stagnant lower-tier market. Previously, the Five Elements sect had vigorously developed infrastructure, which, due to its size, basically enriched the cultivation families and sects, while independent cultivators could at most earn some labor spirit stones. Moreover, because Chen Mobai developed real estate in the eastern wilderness, the spirit stones earned by these rogue cultivators were immediately absorbed back by the Five Elements sect. Although the upper-level economy was booming, the lower-level economy was only marginally better. The emergence of Five Elements coins directly solves the biggest currency problem in underlying economic transactions. Economic growth has created more job opportunities, especially in shops, which need more service staff. The economic prosperity has also increased the level of consumption, making the basic necessities of life, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation, which were originally only enjoyed by the upper-level cultivators, more accessible to a wider range of cultivators. There's one problem. Because hiring a cultivator is quite expensive, many shops are now starting to train their own mortals. Yun talked about this situation that has emerged in recent years. Because the various immortal cities of the Five Elements sect do not prohibit local people from the eastern wilderness from entering and leaving, many mortals without spiritual roots are making a living there with dreams in their hearts. Some of these were worldly nobles and royalty, others were martial arts masters among mortals, and still others were descendants of cultivators. Although these people do not have spiritual roots, they can still do simple jobs such as service work without any problems. This has led to the lower-level cultivators, who had just enjoyed a few years of good times, once again falling into the predicament of competing with mortals. This is mainly because Zhuo Ming, following Chen Mobai's instructions, completed a major agricultural reform in the eastern wilderness, ensuring that all ordinary people who are willing to work can now have enough to eat. After a full meal, people tend to overthink. The desire to seek immortality and attain eternal life naturally arises in people's minds. Yun shared his thoughts, expressing his preference for protecting cultivators and wanting to set up entry thresholds for the immortal city, so that the extra job opportunities created over the years could be reserved for cultivators. After all, the major infrastructure projects of their Five Elements sect are all physically demanding and technical positions, which only cultivators can handle. Therefore, in his view, cultivating cultivators would be more beneficial to the sect. Right now, in the eastern wilderness, because there aren't many cultivators, the major immortal cities need to fill the positions with the elite among these mortals. There's no need to set thresholds. The social structure will naturally weed out those who aren't qualified. It's good to let cultivators compete with mortals and cultivate their sense of crisis. If cultivators can't overcome those mortals, then our Five Elements sect's infrastructure projects can cover their costs, which will actually be more beneficial for us in recruiting manpower. Afterwards, we will establish a library in each of the major immortal cities to popularize basic knowledge about cultivators. The probability of having spiritual roots among the descendants of mortals living in these immortal cities will be greater. If their parents have this knowledge, our Five Elements sect will be able to raise them more efficiently in the future. These libraries shouldn't be open for free. Let's set a fee of 10 Five Elements coins per hour. This will give these mortals the motivation to work and earn money in the immortal city. We need to let them know that even if they have no hope, their efforts can still create a better starting point for the next generation. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yun was filled with admiration. He originally thought that his more than 10 years of honing his skills were more than enough to make him the sect leader, but today Yun felt that there was still a lot he needed to learn, whether it was his vision, knowledge, or overall perspective. He was far behind. Next, he talked about the 5 element sects infrastructure project related to the future. In Yunming's, thanks to Zhou Yi's hard work, an artificial island large enough to build Fengyu Immortal City was created last year. Zhou Yi is still in charge of it, and it is estimated that this immortal city connecting the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu will be completed in a few years. Even now, Zhou Yi has already opened up a street specifically for trade between the two regions. The 5 element sect and many other families and sects in the Eastern Wilderness have set up shops there and made a fortune. Of course, the Eastern Wu also used the huge market in the Eastern Wilderness to exchange the monster materials they had accumulated over the years for various resources they needed. Because Sun Huanglong began to live a secluded life, and the other families of Dongwu believed that they had joined the 5 element sect and were not afraid of being wiped out. One of them, the Lu family, even took out a treasured heretical golden pill to sell, which aroused the envy of all the major forces in the Eastern Wilderness except the 5 element sect. Who got it? Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. After refining the outer path golden core, in addition to having the combat power of the core formation realm, it is also the core formation method with the highest success rate in the Heavenly River realm. It should be in high demand. The bidding is still ongoing, because the external golden core is precious and requires the purchase of corresponding refining methods. The families and sects in the Eastern Wilderness are jointly purchasing it by prefecture and county. Several closely related families have also inquired with me. If a core formation realm expert appears in the 5 element sect's territory, they must first give them a heads up, lest they finally manage to capture him at great expense only to be suppressed by the 5 element sect. However, Yun still adhered to Chen Mobai's ideas and welcomed all new golden core forces that emerged in the Eastern Wilderness. In business matters, we just need to collect taxes and try not to interfere. However, if anyone dares to evade taxes, you don't need to be polite. No matter who it is, even if it's my apprentice's family, you can take drastic measures. Chen Mobai's words made Yun's expression turn serious. Song Huang, who was behind him, looked up and secretly glanced at Luo Yixuan, who was standing next to Chen Mobai and serving tea. Of the 4 disciples of Zion and Chen, only Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan come from a family of cultivators. However, Luo Yixuan had little affection for her family. After her mother died, she never went back again. A few years ago, when the patriarch of the Luo family passed away, he wanted to ask Luo Yixuan to help the family's descendants buy a foundation establishment pill, but he couldn't even get into the gate of Hanying Lake. In the end, the Luo family spent a lot of money to buy several houses in Baiyuan City. Luckily, they won a lottery for a set of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment from Dangxia Pavilion, which allowed them to continue their status as foundation establishment cultivators. After saying all that, Chen Mobai asked about the Earth Network Array and the 5th-order spiritual veins. Yun wasn't quite sure about this, so Song Huangda immediately stepped forward to report. The 2 core elements of the Earth Network Array, the mysterious 5 elements and the positive and negative 9 palaces, are currently focused on the mysterious 5 elements array on the Eastern Wilderness Plain. Yishaoking, leading the elite of the 5 elements and 5 veins array department, along with 6th-year interns drawn from various university academies, has already completed the earth and wood arrays. Because Yishaoking was proficient in the wood element, and Chun Yu Su, who was proficient in the earth element, completed the task relatively quickly. The remaining 3 elements, metal, water, and fire, are progressing slowly. However, with the efforts of so many people from the 5 elements and 5 meridians, it can be completed in at most 10 years. However, the activation of the 5th-order Grand Formation will still require Chen Mobai, a Grandmaster of Formations, especially the 5th-order spiritual vein. Okay, let me know when the time comes. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. In his heart, however, he thought that the progress was indeed a bit slow. It seemed Zhu Ming had nothing else to do. It was time to train her to become an excellent array master. After these most important things, the rest are just trivial matters. For example, on the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, the yield of spirit rice per mu in various spirit fields has reached a new high. The granaries of the sects in various places are already full, and the price of spirit rice has fallen to an unprecedented low. Cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness, even those who are low-level rogue cultivators, can afford to eat spirit rice every day. The Eastern Wilderness had been unable to digest so many things for years, so the Five Elements sect turned its attention to the outer regions. Previously, they were mainly sold to Dongwu. They have been fighting against the monsters of Yunmengs for many years, and they basically rely on purchasing things like spirit rice from outside merchants. Even the Sun family does so. However, the Starry Sky Grand Chamber of Commerce only sells spirit rice of grade 3 and above, so the market for low-grade spirit rice has always been a blank. When the spirit rice from the Eastern Wilderness was delivered there, they basically accepted it all, because it was just too cheap. Besides the Eastern Wu, the Eastern Yi people sold it even earlier. After the Five Elements sect destroyed the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they rightfully obtained the third-grade golden cloud rice. After Zhuo Ming improved it, it could be harvested once every 3 years, and the yield increased by more than 2 times. Chen Mobai sold this golden cloud rice to the major golden core forces of Dongyi at 70% of the original price, with the only condition that it be bundled with the sale of his own low-grade spiritual rice, which was basically a free gift. At first, people on the sunlit seaside thought Chen Mobai was crazy. How could someone do business at a loss like this? However, more than a decade has passed, and now the Five Elements sect has seized 90% of the low-grade spirit rice market in Dongyi. It has even extended its market share to third-grade spirit rice, making the fire crystal rice of the sun-bathing sea unable to compete. Nowadays in the Eastern Yi region, apart from the territory of Yu-Rai-Hai, all the other Golden Core forces, and even Kongsang Valley, are buying Golden Cloud rice. For the same price, they can obtain more low-grade spirit rice in addition to third-grade spirit rice. Even in recent years, some of the subordinate forces of the sunbathing sea have started secretly coming to the Five Elements sect to buy spirit stones. Spirit stones are hard to earn, so every penny saved counts. Thanks to the markets of Dongwu and Dongyi, the Five Elements sect's spiritual rice did not go moldy. The Five Elements sect earns over 20 million spirit stones annually from spirit rice alone. This is because the high-grade spirit rice, such as purple jade spirit rice and pure bamboo spirit rice, is primarily consumed internally and is a benefit for Five Elements sect cultivators, not sold to outsiders. Besides spirit rice, there are also spirit cattle and spirit sheep being raised, various medicinal herbs, pills, magical artifacts, formations, and most importantly, real estate, as well as various taxes. After Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul, the wealth of the reward hall increased day by day. After deducting the disciples' salaries and operating costs each year, it was able to settle more than 50 million spirit stones. Previously, Zhou Shenking, as a nascent soul cultivator, personally led the Five Elements sect's core formation cultivators to mine in Dujiu Mountain because he was shocked by the amount of 100 million spirit stones. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Now, the Five Elements sect can earn 100 million spirit stones in just 2 years. Spirit stones only have value if they are spent. Starting next year, we will build 7 new immortal cities in these areas and establish more schools. The same applies to the mortal world. At the very least, everyone should be able to read. Reading can enlighten the mind. When mortals are well-fed and have strong energy, their children are more likely to have spiritual roots. This can be considered as early literacy for the future of our sect. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a 3-dimensional map of the Eastern Wilderness and began to explain the planning of the 9 palaces formation. This is the core of the Earth Network array on the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, and it is also the key to the future upgrade of Baiyuan City to a 5th-order spiritual vein. 9 immortal cities and 9 spiritual hubs are needed. The beginning and the end are Baiyuan City and Wanhua Immortal City. As for the other 7 immortal cities, Chen Mobai had only made plans for them before, but at that time he felt that the conditions were not yet ripe, so he did not bring them out. Now it is time. Although there are still not enough array masters, the immortal city can be built first. Yes, sect leader. After hearing this, Yi Yun and Song Huangda were also attracted by the grand plan described by Chen Mobai, and they took the planning map of the 9 palaces immortal city on the eastern wilderness plateau and went down to make arrangements. Master, we know junior brother Jiang quite well in the mortal realm. Should we call him over? Luo Yixuan asked a question, and Chen Mobai thought about it and agreed. Although Yi Yun knew everything about the cultivation world in the eastern wilderness, he certainly didn't know as much about the mortal world as Jiang Xingheng. Greetings, Master. Half a day later, Jiang Xingheng, who had been notified, also arrived. He had spent most of his time in the library of Beiyuan City over the years, reading various books and helping Chen Mobai prepare for the compilation of scriptures. He spent a small part of his time observing the seeds of Tao law that had been sown in the great Zhao dynasty. Jiang Xingheng was also very happy to hear the news that Liu Wenbai had successfully formed his golden core. After Chen Mobai told him about the idea of setting up schools to promote literacy in the mortal world, he was very supportive and then reported on the work of compiling scriptures. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Mobai nodded to Jiang Xingheng with satisfaction. The scripture he planned to compile was a set of guidelines that systematically guided a major power on how to develop and grow from top to bottom. It was basically equivalent to the laws of the immortal sects. And these are also the key factors that enable the seed of Tao law to thrive here. However, localization is definitely necessary, so Jiang Xingheng is the most suitable person to do it. By the way, I've recently made some progress in weapon crafting and happen to have some good materials on hand. I'm planning to upgrade your natal magic weapons or perhaps craft another one. What are your thoughts? Chen Mobai asked his 2 disciples beside him. Luo Yixuan's eyes were bright. Although she had the most magical artifacts among the 4 disciples, they were all made by their master. Master, just make it as you see fit, I like it. Upon hearing Luo Yixuan's words, Chen Mobai's expression turned serious. Previously, King Nu had not made any demands on the Taiyuan Blue Pearl, which delayed him for more than 10 years before he was able to refine a satisfactory Dinghai Pearl. I'm not going to bother thinking about it this time. Think carefully. If you don't even have a clear goal for your own magical artifact, how can you make great progress in the future? After Chen Mobai taught Luo Yixuan a lesson, Jiang Xingheng had already made up his mind. He took out his natal magic weapon, the Tao ruler, and a horn that Chen Mobai had made from the horn of a monster from the desolate ruins, indicating that he would just need to upgrade these 2 magic weapons. This Tao ruler was originally made from the most essential section of the 3rd grade pure bamboo. This material belongs to the wood element. I happen to have 5th grade Xuan Yu cold iron, which belongs to the metal and water elements. I can use refining techniques to refine it into the Tao ruler, using the metal and water elements to enhance the wood element and improve the essence of this magical artifact. However, considering that this is your natal magic weapon, you will need to use your spiritual power to refine it and activate the process of metal and water ascending to wood. Only in this way will the magic weapon operate smoothly after it is upgraded. As for this horn, I will attach a ring of 5th-tier black scales from the poison dragon ancestor and inscribe a defensive array similar to the azure scale arm guard. In the future, it can also be used as a defensive magic weapon. After Chen Mobai explained his upgrade plan, Jiang Xingheng said he had no objections. With Chen Mobai's current weapon refining skills, upgrading 2 3rd-tier magic weapons is a piece of cake. He first used the Dinghai sword to cut a piece of cold iron about the length of a thumb from the chains of the little yellow dragon girl. Then, he melted it with the Daoshuai fire and used it to precisely and evenly wrap the 5 sides of the Xingdao ruler, leaving only the top part, which was still made of wood, and was the opening through which Jiang Xingheng transferred spiritual energy to refine it. Chen Mobai also inscribed 3 great techniques of the longevity sect: the sound of the empty valley, the leaf obscuring the view, and the dripping water sword. The first two major techniques are attached to the walking ruler, so they can only reach the third level at most, but for Jiang Xingheng, they are more than enough. The dripping water sword is engraved on the profound nether cold iron. Although it is a fourth-order technique, if the Tao ruler were to completely fuse with the profound nether cold iron one day, this great technique would also disappear. Moreover, due to the incompatibility of spiritual energy attributes, Jiang Xingheng would suffer a backlash if he activated the dripping water sword. This is Chen Mobai's trump card, and it must not be used unless it's a matter of life and death. Thank you for your trouble, Master. After receiving the two upgraded magical artifacts, Jiang Xingheng felt the powerful energy fluctuations and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai in gratitude. The walking ruler is your natal magic weapon. Nurture it well, and it may well develop spirituality in the future. Just master the horn. You don't need to put too much effort into it. Chen Mobai instructed his young apprentice on a new refining technique. Although Jiang Xingheng was also quite talented, he certainly couldn't have several natal magic weapons like Chen Mobai, so he instructed him to focus on the Tao ruler. Yes, master. Jiang Xingheng naturally nodded. After helping him upgrade, Chen Mobai waved to Luo Yixuan, who was reflecting on her actions, and she immediately obediently came over and handed him the fourth-tier moonblade. Master, I think I should make full use of my strengths. This magic weapon of mine is the most powerful. Do you think it can be improved further? Luo Yixuan's natal magic weapon is the fire jade heart lotus, which guards her purple mansion. It was specially crafted for her due to her unique circumstances, but its usefulness is immense. Among the four disciples, her mental state is the worst. Without the fire jade heart lotus to suppress her inner demons, she might have already suffered a chi deviation during her core formation and tribulation. Besides the fire jade heart lotus, Chen Mobai also gave her a green bamboo yin void sword and a shawl made from the hide of a demon beast, which were one offensive and one defensive weapon for her to use in regular combat. The fourth-tier moonblade was used by Granny Ming when she was fighting desperately, allowing her to control her body. Chen Mobai took the moonblade and examined it carefully. When he first obtained this magical artifact, he hadn't even mastered the basics of weapon crafting, but now he's noticed quite a few clues. According to Granny Ming, this magical artifact was obtained by exchanging fourth-grade soul-nourishing wood with a cultivator from the Jade Mirror Demon sect during a trade fair for evil and unorthodox items. It is said to have been refined by the demonic cultivator himself. Even Chen Mobai, a fourth-level weapon refiner from the immortal sect, could only find a few problems in the forging of this moonlit blade, which means that the person who forged it was extremely skilled. It turned out that a fourth-tier magic weapon was forged from fourth-tier materials. In the Heavenly River realm, this person could be considered a master weapon refiner. Chen Mobai cut off another piece of Xuan Yuhan iron and incorporated it into the Moonflower blade, upgrading this low-grade fourth-tier magic weapon to a high-grade fourth-tier weapon. If one can cultivate spirituality, it is not impossible to become a fifth-order being. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan, who had just received the moonblade, beamed with joy. If she had a fifth-tier magic weapon, even a nascent soul cultivator would probably not dare to easily attack her. Granny Ming, who was in Luo Yixuan's shadow, also appeared, gave Chen Mobai a slight bow, and expressed her gratitude. Give me your green bamboo yin void sword. Chen Mobai then spoke to Luo Yixuan, who, without asking any questions, simply took it out of her storage bag. The Dinghai sword, placed on the tea table, transformed into a cold, bluish-green light, severing a branch of the everlasting tree above. In Chen Mobai's hands, the green bamboo yin void sword, after fusing with the fourth-order longevity wood branch that fell from the sky, emitted a clear and bright divine light. He took out the divine sense light blade instrument and meticulously inscribed the two spells, Heavenly Wood Divine Light and Heavenly Wood Divine Needle, onto it. Only then did the divine light around the flying sword find a core to attach to, merging into the blade like water flowing backwards and disappearing into the inner water. A 4th-tier flying sword is a bit difficult for you to control with your current cultivation level, so I'll temporarily upgrade you to the peak of the 3rd tier. After the upgrade was complete, Chen Mobai handed the new green bamboo yin void sword to Luo Yixuan, who was overjoyed. The moonflower blade was a desperate magic weapon, and she had used it only a handful of times. This flying sword was the one she used most often. Next, Chen Mobai refined 12 fifth-order black scales into her shawl, each scale inscribed with the great technique Azure Water Heavenly Net, which meant she had 12 fourth-order defensive spirit talismans protecting her. However, with her cultivation level, she could only activate 3 paths at most before exhausting her spiritual power. After upgrading Luo Yixuan's magical artifacts, while the former was overjoyed, Chen Mobai used the Dinghai sword to cut off a section of cold iron from the chain. Then, using the fire of the Daoshuai mountain, he forged a sword embryo. After all, you cultivate water attribute techniques. Although the fire jade heart lotus is of great use to you, it is difficult to improve due to its attribute. This Xuanyu cold iron sword embryo is most suitable for your attribute. However, because it is made of 5th-tier material, you need to nurture it until you reach the nascent soul stage before you can use it. After you refine this sword embryo, it will be like your second natal magic weapon. Although it is compatible with your attributes, it will slow down your cultivation progress. However, you can pretend that it does not exist and start nurturing and cultivating it with true qi after you form your nascent soul. However, this would greatly reduce the probability of the sword embryo developing spirituality. Let your natal magic artifact embryo advance with you from the lower level, creating a sense of symbiosis and shared fate. In this way, the magic artifact becomes like another version of you. However, this only increases the probability. It doesn't guarantee that it will possess sentience. Anyway, I have already forged this sword embryo for you. The choice is yours. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he handed the Xuan Yuhan Tai sword embryo to Luo Yixuan, who accepted it solemnly. She felt that her master had given her this sword embryo as a way of passing on the swordsmanship tradition of Xianenshan. This disciple will certainly live up to master's expectations. Seeing the resolute look in Luo Yixuan's eyes after she accepted the sword, Chen Mobai was somewhat puzzled. Did he just say what his expectations were for her? At this moment, Luo Yixuan had already begun to refine the Xuan Yuhan iron sword embryo according to the sword practice incantation he had taught her. Because it was her natal magic weapon, and the sword embryo's essence was too high, she even pricked her fingertip and dripped a drop of her essence blood onto it before completing the refining process. Take good care of yourself. The loss of a drop of essence blood made Luo Yixuan's pretty face slightly pale. Chen Mobai gave her a bottle of pills refined by Qing Nu and waved his hand to indicate that she could leave. This disciple will also take his leave. Zhang Xingheng, who was standing to the side, also spoke up. Go and see Wenbai and have him come over while you're at it. I'll also help him upgrade his magical artifact. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhang Xingheng immediately nodded. A short while later, Liu Wenbai arrived. Chen Mobai used 5th-tier black scales to repair his arm guard, which also had 12 black scales. However, it could withstand attacks purely by relying on the hardness of the black scales themselves, without activating the Azure Water Heavenly Net technique engraved inside. This is also the original function of the arm guard, but from now on, it needs to be renamed the Black Scale Arm Guard. Next is Liu Wenbai's natal flying sword. Chen Mobai also refined a section of 5th-order Xunyu cold iron into the Kinglian sword. As Liu Wenbai's cultivation improves, the flying sword will completely refine and fuse the cold iron, which is enough to support the flying sword to be upgraded to the 4th order. After Liu Wenbai went down, he spent his days consolidating his cultivation level and diligently practicing his natal flying sword. That day, Zhao Yuli, who had just returned from exploring Beiyuan City, happened to see Liu Wenbai holding a flying sword and breathing in spiritual energy in the courtyard, and couldn't help but show a look of surprise and doubt. She clearly remembered that this flying sword had been severely damaged, and its spiritual light dimmed when it resisted the heavenly tribulation. Now, not only was the spiritual light stronger, but even the dark sword mark on the sword made her feel threatened. It seemed that once the power of this flying sword was unleashed, even she, a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, would be unable to stop it. How is this possible? As the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Zhao Yuli has also mastered the most powerful weapon-refining techniques of this holy land. At a young age, she is already a fourth-level weapon refiner and is one of the authorities on the appraisal of various magical artifacts. She observed carefully for a long time before suppressing the shock in her heart. She discovered that in just 3 days, Liu Wenbai's third-grade low-rank flying sword had actually jumped to the third-grade high rank, and even had the feeling that it could be upgraded to the fourth rank at any time. Only a fifth-tier weapon-refining master could accomplish this in such a short time. Fellow Taoist Zhao, what a coincidence. At this moment, Liu Wenbai finished his sword practice and breathing exercises for the day. He stood up and saw Zhao Yuli standing on the road not far away. He greeted her very politely. "I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you. I was just captivated by fellow Taoist Liu's flying sword," Zhao Yuli said somewhat embarrassedly. In the heavenly river realm, watching others cultivate and refine their magical artifacts could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, if we really want to investigate, it's Liu Wenbai's fault, since Zhao Yuli has never seen a cultivator openly practicing in the courtyard. "Oh no, it was my oversight." Liu Wenbai also noticed this and apologized in return. In his memory, only people from their 5-element sect were on the top of Beiyuan Mountain, so he had always felt very at ease. "Fellow Taoist Liu, I wonder which master craftsman repaired your flying sword. Could you please introduce us?" Zhao Yuli hesitated for a moment, but still asked. There are only a handful of fifth-tier weapon refiners in the entire eastern continent. Previously, there were 2 Yiyuan Dao palaces, the 5 Bright Elders and the Fire Virtue Mountain Master. After the passing of Elder Wuming, only the Lord of Hued Mountain remained. However, the latter's 5th-order weapon refiner was only improved by working with the former on a 5th-order magic weapon, so his actual level was only near the 5th order. Zhao Yuli had just been standing outside the courtyard, carefully examining Liu Wenbai's Kinglian sword. She discovered that the crafting technique of this flying sword far exceeded her expectations. The 5th-tier materials could actually be perfectly fused with the 3rd-tier flying sword. Moreover, the 3rd-tier flying sword was able to take the lead, allowing the 5th-tier materials to serve as auxiliary materials. Through the method of the 5 elements generating and transforming, the sword master Liu Wenbai refined the materials, gradually enhancing the essence of the Kinglian sword. She could understand the concept, but she couldn't imagine how to implement it. She even felt that even her late master, the 5th elder, did not have such weapon-refining skills. Even if she had told him the same method, he would probably only be able to use materials of the same grade to help improve the flying sword. On this azure ripple sword, Zhao Yuli saw many techniques that she could not understand, yet they were perfectly realized in the work before her eyes. Since entering the Yiyuan Dao Palace, in addition to cultivating Hunyuan True Qi, she has also pursued her own pursuit of weapon crafting techniques. That's why I took the liberty of asking to meet this mysterious 5th-tier weapon refiner. This was made by my master. If fellow Taoist Zhao would like to see it, I will ask him for you." Liu Wenbai said something that made Zhao Yuli's eyes widen. It was actually made by Chen Qingdi. Does the 5-element sect have a lineage of 5th-order weapon crafting techniques? Zhao Yuli remembered clearly that Elder Wuming had told her that when the family was divided, Li Zhangji was only shown some of the 4th-order weapon refining techniques. Could it be the longevity cult? Chen Qingdi's lineage could not be kept secret from those in the eastern continent. Besides the One Yuan True Lord's lineage obtained by Li Zhangji, it was also the legendary longevity sect's lineage. As the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Zhao Yuli was well aware that the Yiyuan True Monarch was able to establish a holy land and achieve the Dao transformation, because he had obtained the foundation of the longevity sect. Therefore, the weapon-refining techniques of their Yiyuan Dao Palace are considered to be inherited from the Changsheng sect. That's why she felt that even if the weapon-refining techniques of the longevity sect were incredibly powerful, they were at most comparable to those left behind by the one Yuan true monarch. Master is free, so I'll take fellow Taoist Zio there. At this moment, Liu Wenbai had already made a phone call to Chen Mobai using the Tongxiani. After hanging up, he politely invited Zio Yuli to join him. What kind of magical artifact is this? I think I heard Senior Chen's voice. When Liu Wenbai and Chen Mobai were talking, Zio Yuli, with her cultivation level, could naturally hear everything clearly. As she followed Liu Wenbai toward the mountaintop villa, she asked him with some curiosity. This is the heavenly telescope, invented by my master. Liu Wenbai began to explain, then took out an unused teleportation device from his storage bag and handed it to Zio Yuli. Without the heavenly teleportation instrument, it's not very convenient here in the eastern wilderness. Fellow Taoist, please take this and use it. I've saved my number inside. You can call me if you need anything. After some initial refusals, Zio Yuli eventually accepted the gift due to Liu Wenbai's enthusiasm. Under his guidance, she tried it out on the spot, and the novel call experience made her even more curious about Chen Mobai. Could this person be an even more talented weapon refiner than the first ancestor, capable of creating such exquisite and magical artifacts? At this moment, the two arrived at the mountaintop. The wooden gate of the courtyard was already open, and Chen Mobai, who was sitting at the tea table under the everlasting tree, waved to them, signaling them to come in. After the two greeted Chen Mobai, Liu Wenbai expertly helped make tea. Greetings, Senior. I saw fellow Taoist Liu's flying sword. After Zio Yuli bowed and sat down, she explained why she wanted to pay her respects to him. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. I'm at most a fourth-level weapon refiner, not a grandmaster. Chen Mobai always held himself to the high standards of the immortal sect. He would not dare to call himself a master craftsman until he passed the assessment of a fifth-order weapon refiner in the immortal sect. Senior is too modest. I have many questions about fellow Taoist Liu's flying sword. I wonder if I could ask you for your guidance. If it is presumptuous of you, please feel free to refuse. Zio Yuli's words left Chen Mobai speechless. He thought to himself that if this girl could be sent out by the Yiyuan Dao Palace, it seemed that the Eastern Holy Land was truly lacking in talent. The holy disciples and saintesses of the Holy Lands he had met, even the worst one, Yuan Zhen, were only a little weak in cultivation talent. Their manners and communication were not so naive. Fellow Taoist, please ask without hesitation. I will certainly answer what I can. Chen Mobai could only politely say that the weapon-refining techniques of the immortal sect were at least 1 or 2 levels higher than those here, and he certainly wouldn't reveal anything too profound. Fortunately, Zio Yuli's weapon-refining skills were limited, and the problems she could see were relatively simple. After listening, Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then explained them to her in a simple and easy-to-understand way using his knowledge. Chen Mobai, this problem is very simple. Just apply a restriction to that 5th-tier material so that the portion refined by the flying sword each time is weaker than that of a 3rd-tier material. Zio Yuli, may I ask how it is to be restrained? Chen Mobai, I can come up with 6 methods of constraint. I'll just briefly explain the one on the Kinglian sword. Listen to what I have to say, and then you can ask questions after I'm done. During their conversation, Chen Mobai discovered that Zio Yuli's skill in weapon crafting was quite good. Even by the standards of the immortal sects, she would be considered an outstanding 3rd-tier weapon crafter. He has a lot of questions. He often asks questions halfway through his speech. This annoyed him a bit, but his good manners allowed Chen Mobai to take the Kinglian sword and give her a basic lesson. Thank you so much, Senior, for teaching me the great art of weapon crafting. I am deeply grateful. After the lesson, Zio Yuli felt that her weapon-refining skills, which had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time, had many directions for breakthrough. She stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. You're too kind. I just enjoy teaching people." Chen Mobai did not ask her to bow, since there was no master-disciple relationship between them. "I have no way to repay your great kindness, Senior. This is a weapon-refining technique that I have summarized myself. If you don't mind, you may take a look." Xiao Yuli took out several thick booklets from her storage bag and handed them to Chen Mobai. The latter took a look and found that they were various notes written by her own hand. Chen Mobai scanned the area with his divine sense and gained a general understanding of the weapon-refining techniques in the heavenly river realm. After all, the woman before them was the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, representing the most powerful weapon-refining technique in the Eastern continent. It is said that before the One Yuan true monarch ascended to heaven, he forged a sixth-order Hunyuan bell. Presumably, your sect should have a lineage of sixth-order weapon-forging techniques, right? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Xiao Yuli nodded gently. The sixth-order weapon-refining technique is one of the highest inheritances of my Dao Palace. It also records the incantation for refining the primordial bell. However, after Elder Wu Ming passed away, I don't know if this part of the content has been passed down. Perhaps the Fire Virtue Mountain Lord has it. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but shake his head. If the sixth-order weapon-refining technique of the Yiyuan Dao Palace and the incantation for refining the Hunyuan bell are lost, even if a nascent soul true monarch reappears in the future, it is estimated that there will be no way to restore its former glory. I have always been very curious about the Eastern Holy Land. I also happen to have cultivated the primordial true Qi and achieved some success. I wonder if I could exchange ideas with fellow Taoist Xiao on this matter. Chen Mobai asked again. If it were before, Xiao Yuli would have refused without even thinking. After all, everyone in the heavenly river realm knows the importance of sect techniques, and even before they are taught, one must make a vow of Tao heart. I may not be able to answer questions regarding specific aspects of spiritual practice. Xiao Yuli carefully considered her words before speaking. It was just a simple exchange. Although Chen Mobai had mastered the Hunyuan True Qi, he actually used this supernatural power very few times, because his swordsmanship was unparalleled, and most enemies could not force him to use the Hunyuan True Qi. It's also because his use of Hunyuan True Qi is only the most basic, capable of breaking through all 5 elements in the world. The other 5 elements divine light, primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, and great 5 elements extinction divine light, although they were also inherited in the One Yuan secret realm, were not mastered at all. Chen Mobai was asking about this very point. How did the Yiyuan Dao Palace utilize Hunyuan True Qi? We mainly cultivate the One Yuan Dao scripture. From the beginning of cultivation, we build a balance of the 5 elements of spiritual power within our Danshan and Sea of Qi. After we reach the core formation stage, the Grand Elder will inject a stream of primordial chaos true Qi into our bodies. If we can use this as a basis to fuse our 5 elements of spiritual power into primordial chaos true Qi, then we will be candidates for Tao Child and Holy Maiden. After cultivating the primordial chaos true Qi, we can use this supernatural power to evolve the 5 elements divine light in reverse, which will make our efforts twice as effective. With the primordial chaos true Qi, we can truly master the One Yuan Dao scripture. After selecting the Tao Child and Holy Maiden, the 5 mountain lords will transfer the pure 5 elements true Qi into our bodies. By utilizing the primordial true Qi, we can refine these external 5 elements true Qi into 5 elements spiritual power that we can absorb and refine ourselves. This allows us to master the 5 elements true Qi in the shortest amount of time. Once the 5 elements true Qi is mastered, the 5 elements divine light supernatural power will also be mastered. With the 5 elements true Qi as the foundation, the primordial true Qi can naturally be mastered easily as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. No wonder that before the primordial ancestor passed away, he asked Zhou Shenking and the others to sacrifice their spiritual power to help Zhou Yi cultivate primordial true Qi. It turns out that the source was the primordial Dao Palace. However, since the Holy Land is provided with spiritual power by 5 nascent soul cultivators, Even if their true energy is depleted, the impact is not significant. If Zhou Shenking and the others had actually given in back then, none of the four of them would have even reached the nascent soul stage, let alone the perfected core formation stage. How did you cultivate the primordial five elements extinction, divine thunder, and the great five elements extinction, divine ray? Chen Mobai asked again. This, Zhao Yuli hesitated before speaking. We weren't taught these two supernatural abilities before we formed our nascent souls. How about I teach you? You can use your experience of cultivating in the Holy Land for over 100 years to see how to cultivate more conveniently. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhao Yuli's eyes widened, her lips trembled, and she stood up excitedly. Guaranteed minimum of 7K plus 7K minimum for the day of leave. End of this chapter. Chapter 924, Gathering Cultivators, Azure Wood Pearl. Chapter 924, Gathering Cultivators, Azure Wood Pearl. Although the Yiyuan Dao Palace is a sacred place, its cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities are no different from those of other sects in the Tian realm. The five elements divine light is passed down to those who have reached the core formation stage, while the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder is passed down to those who have reached the nascent soul stage. The most powerful five elements extinction divine light is something that only the palace master and the grand elder can cultivate. Although Zhao Yuli is a saintess, if she wants to inherit these two supernatural abilities from the Dao Palace, it will probably be at least 100 years later. Wouldn't this violate the rules of the five elements sect? Zhao Yuli naturally wanted it very much, because after Chen Lingaming was confirmed to be missing, she had figured out some things and knew that she, as the Holy Maiden, might be quite an eyesore in the eyes of some people in the Dao Palace, and that when she formed her nascent soul, in addition to the heavenly tribulation, there might also be a human tribulation. In this case, her hope of obtaining these two supernatural abilities from the Yiyuan Dao Palace is extremely slim. So now that Chen Mobai has mentioned it, she gets a little excited. No, I'm in charge here. Chen Mobai smiled and said something that Zhao Yuli greatly admired. She had only ever seen this kind of life-and-death authority in the five bright elders before. At this moment, Zhao Yuli thought that it would be great if this Chen Qingdi in front of her was really the Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. In that case, with him protecting her, she, as the Holy Maiden, would definitely have time to grow. Next, Chen Mobai verbally described the primordial five elements extinction, divine thunder, and the great five elements extinction, divine ray. Zhao Yuli memorized every word and sentence, and then began to carefully study them using her years of experience in cultivation within the Dao Palace. For the next period of time, Chen Mobai stayed in Baiyuan City, exchanging insights and comprehending knowledge with Zhao Yuli. During this process, Chen Mobai also learned more about the Yiyuan Dao Palace. For example, in the Dao Palace now, besides the five virtues mountain master, there are 4 outer sect nascent soul elders, which means there are 9 nascent soul cultivators. Previously, when Mingzun attacked the mountain, the palace master of Yiyuan Dao Palace used the Dao fruit to guide the primordial spirit incarnation of Yiyuan Zhenjun to descend. Although he also repelled Mingzun, he was exhausted and soon passed away. That palace master was the Holy Maiden of the previous generation. If she had enough time to refine the Dao fruit, it wouldn't be impossible for her to reach the nascent soul stage. The 5th elder was the Dao child from the previous generation. After the palace master passed away, he took over the Dao fruit left behind by the One Yuan true monarch. Under the circumstances of the mountain being sealed off, he guided the previous Dao child and Holy Maiden, hoping to cultivate new blood for the Dao Palace. The previous generation of Taoist disciples and saintesses of the Yiyuan Dao Palace possessed talents and abilities no less than those of the current generation, such as Yi Qing and Zhang Pangkong. Therefore, under those circumstances, when Li Zhangji, a disciple of the Yiyuan True Lord, arrived, the Grand Elder of Wuming chose to remove him to ensure the legitimacy of the Taoist disciple and saintess's lineage. Unfortunately, they were out of luck and were outmaneuvered by the demonic forces. The Taoist disciple died in battle, and the holy maiden disappeared. Subsequently, due to a lack of successors in the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Elder Wuming himself also had limited lifespan, so he attempted to break through to the nascent soul realm, but failed and passed away. Who has that fruit now? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. As an ascended cultivator who also founded the Holy Land Dao Palace, true monarch Yiyuan would surely leave behind a legacy of Dao fruits to ensure that the nascent soul cultivators would continue to exist generation after generation. The second and fourth generation palace masters of the Dao Palace were all nascent soul cultivators. It was precisely because of this that the Yiyuan Dao Palace was able to maintain its position as a holy land after the ascension of the Yiyuan True Lord, and it remains so to this day. After the Grand Elder passed away, it was the 5 mountain lords who collected his body. Although we are nominally his disciples, we are not qualified to approach him. Among the 5 mountain lords, only the Earth Virtue Mountain Lord can cultivate the primordial true Qi. Before my senior brother Chen and I formed our nascent souls, he was the custodian of our Dao fruits. At this point, Xiao Yuli also sighed. She suspected that Chen Lingaming might have sensed some danger when he attempted to form his nascent soul, and therefore deliberately failed. Considering that the Lord of Tude Mountain did not show up at that time, and the primordial Dao fruit was in his hands, she guessed that the Lord of Tude Mountain might be hiding in the shadows, preparing to make a move in order to seize the Dao fruit, or perhaps he had already made a move. Now that Chen Lingaming has disappeared, she is even more convinced of her guess. Wouldn't that put you in great danger, fellow Taoist? Although Xiao Yuli didn't say it explicitly, Chen Mobai realized this from her words and the current situation of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and couldn't help but ask. My plan is to return to the Dao Palace, obtain the 3 lights divine water, and then find an opportunity to leave. As long as I can successfully form my nascent soul, I can rightfully inherit the position of Palace Master or Grand Elder and inherit the Dao fruit. I think some of the other mountain masters and elders in the Dao Palace will support me. Xiao Yuli expressed her thoughts. Although her talent was also exceptional and she had mastered the primordial chaos true Qi, too many outstanding talents had perished at the nascent soul stage throughout history. Therefore, she still hoped to obtain the 3 lights divine water before attempting to break through. That's why she was willing to come down the mountain in the first place. Unfortunately, in order to communicate with the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the Xingqian Dao sect bypassed her and sent the items directly to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, although there were undercurrents within the Dao Palace, most nascent soul cultivators still adhered to the rules, so her chances of obtaining the 3 lights divine water and the nascent soul pill were not small. Once she successfully forms her nascent soul, relying on the primordial chaos true Qi's ability to restrain the 5 elements techniques, none of the other nascent soul cultivators in the Dao Palace will be her match in a one-on-one fight. I see, then I'll wish you success in forming your nascent soul in advance. Hearing this, Chen Mobai understood the situation of Yiyuan Dao Palace. He sighed in his heart that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even after 100 years of closure and the death of the palace master and the Grand Elder, the number of nascent soul cultivators still exceeded that of Xingqian Dao sect. Thank you, Senior. If I do leave the Dao Palace to form a nascent soul in the future, I might come to the eastern wilderness and borrow the spiritual veins here. Xiao Yuli tentatively said that if she were to form her nascent soul in Baiyuan City, aside from anything else, the heavenly tribulation might at least cause damage to this place. I created this Baiyuan City to provide a peaceful place for cultivators all over the world. As long as you buy a house here and do not engage in any demonic acts such as tribulation cultivation, even if all 9 nascent soul cultivators of the One Yuan Dao Palace come to your door, I will protect you until you reach nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai spoke with a solemn expression. He even felt that if Xiao Yuli successfully formed her nascent soul in Baiyuan City, it would be a huge and sensational advertisement for their 5-element sect. Once the news spread that the sect's cultivators had successfully formed their nascent souls, at least in the eastern continent, Any rogue cultivators hoping to form their nascent souls would rush to Baiyuan City to buy a house. What these people need is definitely the most expensive fourth-tier cave dwelling. Chen Mobai is already thinking about whether a set will be priced at several million or tens of millions of spirit stones. Hearing these words, Xiao Yuli bid farewell with a satisfied expression. She had spent quite a bit of time in the eastern wilderness, and it was time to return to the Five Emperors Mountain. Chen Mobai personally piloted the Tei-5 Smoke Silk and sent her to a large teleportation array in the suburbs. On the way, he casually inquired about the pure heart red rope. He had 2 parts of the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant left by the 1 yuan true lord, and he was only missing this one to complete the set. If the item is not in the 1 yuan secret realm, then the most likely location is in the 1 yuan Dao Palace. With the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant, Chen Mobai felt that none of the nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Emperors Mountain who practiced the 5 elements techniques could break through his defenses. I've heard that the holy maidens of each generation possessed a red rope artifact that could purify the mind and stabilize the Danshan, but it disappeared along with the previous holy maiden, Su Ziluo. When Xiao Yuli said this, she also had a look of regret on her face. If the purifying red rope were still there, this magic artifact would be hers. Fellow Taoist, please take care, we won't see you off. Chen Mobai watched as Xiao Yuli fell from the Tei-5 smoke luo into the large teleportation array, waved to her in a friendly manner, and she also bowed respectfully to him before turning around and disappearing in a flash of silver light. During this time, the two had friendly exchanges. Although Xiao Yuli could not say that she obtained the methods from the Yiyuan Dao Palace, she did not have to worry about practicing the Hunyuan 5 Elements Extinction, Divine Thunder, and the Great 5 Elements Extinction, Divine Light, because they were taught by Chen Mobai. Among these, the key to the primordial 5 Elements Extinction, Divine Thunder, lies in condensing the 5 elements Divine Light into the 10 thunders of the 5 elements. Jia Wood Thunder, Yi Wood Thunder, Bing Fire Thunder, Ding Fire Thunder, Wu Earth Thunder, Jai Earth Thunder, Jing Metal Thunder, Xin Metal Thunder, Ren Water Thunder, Gui Water Thunder. These 10 types of 5 elements thunder techniques can be successfully condensed by any cultivator who practices the corresponding 5 elements cultivation method. Chen Mobai, by spending a little time cultivating the corresponding 5 elements spiritual power, can also easily complete them. However, the key lies in the 5 elements divine light evolved from primordial true qi. Without this prerequisite, it cannot be integrated and transformed into primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder. For practitioners of the orthodox Hunyuan Dao fruit, this is a very simple matter, such as Zhou Yi and Xiao Yuli, because the 5 elements of true qi in their bodies have long since formed a perfect balanced cycle, and the 5 elements of divine light can be freely expressed. For Chen Mobai, however, it presents a greater challenge, because he's not orthodox at all. Apart from the fire element divine light, the other 4 elements, although they can also be evolved from primordial chaos true qi, are merely superficial and cannot be condensed into the extinction divine thunder. The only way to solve this problem is to condense the other 4 attributes of true qi that are equivalent to one's current pure yang true qi. Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't waste this time. The primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder is not something you absolutely have to practice. However, he quickly thought of his long-unused avatar, one of the 24 arts of the longevity sect, which has a realm called heavenly organs, which is to condense the essence of the 5 elements between heaven and earth and construct the cycle of the 5 elements. This state is also known as the 5 qi, returning to the origin. Is he able to condense the 5 elements divine light from his external avatar, and then evolve it into the 5 elements 10 thunders, transforming it into the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder? He had already comprehended this great technique to the 4th level using the great Tao tree, but he had put it aside because he was busy improving his own realm and practicing various immortal arts such as weapon crafting and formations. Moreover, even if there was any essence of the 5 elements, he condensed it all into primordial true qi. However, the situation is somewhat different now. The Five Elements sect is now the undisputed #1 power in the 3 border regions of the Eastern continent, so he can now pass on the method of condensing the Five Elements essence from the immortal sect. The reason I didn't teach it before was because I didn't want Zhou Yi and the Yiyuan Dao Palace to know, since this method is extremely useful for those who cultivate Hunyuan true qi. But now Zhou Yi is one of us, and the Yiyuan Dao Palace no longer has any nascent soul cultivators with orthodox Hunyuan true qi. Moreover, even if this method were to spread, Chen Mobai did not believe that the Yiyuan Dao Palace could mobilize more people than he could. He was confident that, with a single command, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the eastern wilderness would trust him. It just so happens that cultivators at the lower levels are also working very hard, and this is giving them another way to earn spirit stones. In particular, many cultivators who are stuck in a bottleneck and cannot improve no matter how long they meditate, can condense the spiritual energy that dissipates after refining spiritual energy into the Five Elements essence and exchange it for spirit stones. However, this method may be exploited by some people with ulterior motives in the future, so we should think of a good reason first. Even if bad examples appear in the future, we will have an excuse to say that our original intention was good, but people's hearts have changed. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately summoned Zhou Wangshan from the eastern Yi region. He was an expert in condensing the essence of the Five Elements. "Sect leader, you were looking for me." After Zhou Wangshan returned, he bowed to Chen Mobai. "Yes, I need a large amount of Five Elements essence. Select some people from within the sect to form a dedicated department to handle this. Here are 10 million spirit stones. You can use them for now." Since Chen Mobai himself needed the Five Elements essence, no funds were allocated from the sect's reward hall. Besides helping him condense the primordial true qi and the Five Elements divine light, the Five Elements essence can also be used to artificially synthesize 72 earthly fiend qi, which is also required for the next level of the heavenly star realm of the external avatar, so the more the better. It is for this reason that Chen Mobai plans to establish a department directly. "Yes, sect leader. Then I will recall the disciples who were condensing the Five Elements essence in the Flying Dragon pool. They are familiar with this method, and many of them have successfully established their foundation. They are very useful." After hearing this, Zhou Wangshan did not ask why, and immediately gave a general outline of the personnel arrangements. Chen Mobai nodded, then wrote an edict for him, allowing him to draw people from the Five Elements and 5 meridians. "Sect leader, what should we call this new department?" Chen Mobai inexplicably recalled the scene of donating blood as a child. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Let's call it Spirit Treasury. Don't say to outsiders that I need it. Just say that the sect is trying to revive an ancient, withered Five-element spirit tree and needs a massive amount of Five Elements essence. Don't rush things. Start with a pilot program in the sect, and then expand to the major immortal cities and the entire eastern wilderness." Although he desperately wanted to have hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the eastern wilderness immediately condense the Five Elements essence for him and achieve the Five Elements convergence, Chen Mobai still maintained a clear head. He has been able to build his current business empire by taking one step at a time and acting prudently. "Yes, sect leader." After Zhou Wangshan left, Chen Mobai did not stay in Beiyuan City. After all, he came here because Liu Wenbai had successfully formed his core, and he also wanted to upgrade the magical artifacts of a few disciples. With Xiao Yuli, the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, in charge, no one else could keep things under control except for him. Now that both matters have been resolved, it's time to return to Huanglong Cave. Of the 4 disciples, Zhuo Ming's magical artifact also needed an upgrade. "Thank you, Master. However, I have enough of the myriad virtues cauldron. I already feel a bit strained in controlling this magic weapon." After listening, Zhuo Ming felt that he had not even fully mastered the myriad virtues cauldron, so he was really embarrassed to upgrade other magical artifacts. "This cauldron of profound virtue is your natal magic weapon. In the future, Unless it is a matter of life and death, you should not use it. Your master will upgrade some other magic weapons you use daily. Zhu Ming found Chen Mobai's words very reasonable and took out 3 magical artifacts from her storage bag. These are the golden jade axe, the shawl, and the 5-colored umbrella. When Chen Mobai saw the last 5 transformations umbrella, a look of reminiscence involuntarily appeared on his face. This was the magic weapon that he used to start his business in the eastern wilderness. He earned commissions from the Divine Wood sect using it in the Cloud Dream Marsh, and this experience was the reason he later joined the Divine Wood sect. I never expected that Zhu Ming would still have this after all these years. Let me upgrade this umbrella for you. Chen Mobai spoke up, and Zhu Ming naturally nodded. He had already upgraded the 5 transformations umbrella once before, and it was now at the 2nd-tier quality, but due to the inherent deficiency of the materials, it was already at its limit. When Chen Mobai was upgraded, apart from retaining his physical appearance, everything else was basically a major overhaul. The umbrella ribs were made of 5th-order Xuan Yuhan iron, since the previous chains were no longer enough, so Chen Mobai cut off a section of the trident. The umbrella surface was replaced with talisman paper made from the pulp of a 4th-order longevity wood tree. After Chen Mobai inscribed the original restriction, he also affixed a ring of 5th-order black scales. Finally, he remembered the colorful poisonous gas he had collected. Fortunately, the scales of the poison dragon ancestor could hold this poisonous gas, so Chen Mobai refined it into it. Thus, this 5-dimensional umbrella can be considered as combining offense and defense. Even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer a severe loss of vital energy if they were accidentally corroded by the 5-colored poisonous gas. However, the reforged 5 transformations umbrella is incredibly heavy. Even ordinary 3rd-level body-tempering cultivators might not be able to lift it. But for Zhu Ming, it was a piece of cake after all. Her 9-ren body was originally a top-tier earth attribute technique, and it was known for its power. Knock, knock, knock. After Zhu Ming grasped the new 5 transformations umbrella, he stepped onto the ground of the Yellow Dragon Cave, producing a series of muffled thuds, demonstrating its weight. After playing with it for a while, the Earth Mother seal appeared between Zhu Ming's eyebrows, and the Yuan magnetic power covered the 5 transformations umbrella. Then, to Chen Mobai's astonishment, this very heavy umbrella suddenly became as light as a feather in her palm. Minger, your talent in earth attribute cultivation techniques is truly outstanding. Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement upon seeing this scene. You must know that this is the Yellow Dragon Cave, and the authority over the earth is in the hands of the little yellow dragon girl. When Zhu Ming first came here, even the myriad spirits could not do anything about it. But after staying here for 2 or 3 years, this restriction has been broken. We still need to rely on the Earth Mother seal. Zhu Ming shook her head, indicating that it wasn't because she was powerful. The Earth Mother seal she had condensed during her core formation contained infinite mysteries. As her cultivation level increased, it would gradually merge with her, leading her to comprehend even more profound Earth element Tao principles. Although this Yellow Dragon Cave belongs to Yellow Dragon, little Yellow Dragon Girl is now Chen Mobai's contracted spirit beast and will not prevent Zhu Ming from communicating with the Earth's vain spirits here. But even so, Zhu Ming still needs to use the Earth Mother seal. Next, Chen Mobai upgraded the golden jade axe to the peak of the 3rd tier. He even inscribed 9 yuan magnetic restrictions based on Zhu Ming's characteristics. Each time Zhu Ming activated one, it would add 1,000 jin of weight, enough to shatter a mountain. Finally, there's the shawl made from the hide of a demon beast, which is also a defensive magic artifact. Chen Mobai made 3 of them before, giving one to each of his 2 disciples and Yin Qingmei. Master, I have enough with the 5 transformations umbrella and the golden jade axe. Why not give this shawl to Xialing? Zhu Ming spoke up, saying that the shawl, as a defensive magical artifact, wasn't very useful for her, a 3rd-stage body-tempering cultivator. If it were given to Han Xialing, The latter would basically be able to do whatever she wanted at the foundation establishment stage. You can make the decision. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai stopped making a move and simply returned the shawl to Zhuo Ming. He then brought up the Earth Network Array and the fifth-order spiritual veins. Zhuo Ming did not hesitate at all, saying that she would just follow her master's instructions, but because she did not know much about arrays, she was afraid that she might make a mistake. Everything starts from not knowing. You are exceptionally intelligent, and your talent in earth formations is second only to your master. With my careful guidance, you will soon become a fourth-order formation master. Zhuo Ming's Earth Mother Seal is equivalent to Chen Mobai's Earth Spirit Realm, and may even be more profound than the Earth Spirit Realm as her cultivation advances. Therefore, in terms of learning Earth formations, her progress is no slower than Chen Mobai's. The best teaching method is naturally to combine it with practice. Chen Mobai spent a full year and a half leading Zhuo Ming through the eastern wilderness plains and plateaus, traversing all the mysterious 5 elements array, and the positive and negative 9 palaces array on his planning map. Their final stop was Mount Liujia, the Taoist temple of Yin Qingmei. There's also a plan for a 9 palaces immortal city here, and it just so happens that Chen Mobai came here to upgrade the magic artifacts for his adopted daughter, Yin Qingmei. Greetings, sect leader. Yin Qingmei was also pleasantly surprised to see Chen Mobai, but because Zhuo Ming was there, she dared not call him godfather. Not bad, your cultivation has improved rapidly, and your foundation is very solid. Chen Mobai was very happy to see that Yin Qingmei had broken through to the mid-stage of core formation. With the cultivation of the nascent soul technique and the need to nourish her natal spiritual plant, her progress was quite rapid. It's mainly because the sect leader's Haitian mirror shines everywhere. Yin Qingmei said with a smile, the Haitian mirror gathers the sun's energy, which not only condenses pure yang purple energy, but also accelerates the growth of spiritual plants. Her jade wudong tree is also able to improve so quickly because of this. In that case, I'll upgrade your magic weapon as a reward. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the Haitian mirror, extracted a complete stream of pure yang purple energy from it, and sealed it into a glass tube. Because Yin Qingmei was not a disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage, her magical artifacts were rather meager. The Haitian mirror wasn't hers, and the remaining beast cloak and Qingzhu Yingsu sword were also gifts from Chen Mobai. Her natal magic weapon is the jade phoenix tree, which even the most skilled weapon refiner cannot improve. After upgrading the green bamboo yin void sword and the shawl to Luo Yixuan standards, Chen Mobai asked her about her cultivation over the years. Although he had not cultivated the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, he was already at the nascent soul stage, and many cultivation-related questions were basically common. Even if he didn't understand something, he could use the square-inch book to search for answers on the heavenly calculation bead. After all, among the next generation of disciples of the 5 Elements sect, Yin Qingmei and Zhuo Ming are the 2 most likely to form the nascent soul stage. So Chen Mobai, who rarely comes here, is naturally very concerned. Sect leader, I still have a jade wood yuan pearl. After resolving Yin Qingmei's confusion about cultivation, she saw that Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming were about to leave. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth and spat out a shimmering, emerald green pearl. This was obtained from the magical tree in the divine tree secret realm when she was building her foundation. It is formed from the crystallization of pure wood spirit energy. Refining it into the body can enhance physical vitality, assist in body tempering, and also activate the spirit. She had intended to give it to Chen Mobai as a token of her gratitude, but he refused to accept it. This bead is the basis used by the longevity sect to condense the external avatar of the wood spirit body. Over the years, it has merged with your essence, energy, and spirit. I will pass on this great technique to you. If you can form a nascent soul in the future, this jade wood yuan bead can evolve into your external avatar, which is equivalent to a second nascent soul. At that time, Chen Mobai had not yet fully inherited the longevity sect's legacy, so he did not know much about the jade wood pearl. Now, however, he knew its true purpose at a glance. The first realm of external avatars, heavenly essence, requires the use of a kind of energy from heaven and earth to condense one's bones. For example, Chen Mobai accidentally extracted the power of the void from the void stone to condense it, so he is a void spirit body. Practitioners of the five elements immortal scripture of the longevity sect condense the five elements spiritual energy of corresponding attributes. If they have a core support, their progress in the heavenly marrow realm will be twice as efficient. This jade wood pearl is a crystal formed by the long-lived wood, absorbing the spiritual energy of wood for 1,000 years, and that is its purpose. However, only those who cultivate the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture can refine it and cultivate an external avatar. If an external avatar is cultivated to its ultimate level, it is equivalent to an avatar of the primordial spirit. Chen Mobai suspected that the primordial spirit avatar left behind by the One Yuan True Lord was an external avatar. Thank you for bestowing this technique upon me, sect leader. After listening to Chen Mobai's detailed explanation of the secrets of cultivating the external avatar and the five realms, Yin Qingmei respectfully bowed deeply. She was extremely grateful that she had recognized her godfather's extraordinary nature decades ago and immediately bowed down to him. Otherwise, how could he have so easily passed on such profound and mysterious techniques as the immortal transformation scripture and the incarnation technique to her? After leaving Liujia Mountain, Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming passed through Beiyuan City, where the five of them, master and disciples, gathered together for the first time. Soon, I will need to go into seclusion for a long time, and the Five Elements sect will need your protection. Chen Mobai addressed his four disciples, and Liu Wenbai and the others all nodded respectfully. It's almost been 10 years, and the gate to the boundary is about to be fully opened. End of this chapter. Chapter 925, Mo Duguang forms infant. Chapter 925, Mo Duguang forms infant. Before leaving, Chen Mobai went to Jin Guang Cliff. If he were to go into seclusion for an extended period, he would certainly inform Zhou Shenking, who was currently protecting Mo Duguang at Jin Guang Cliff as he entered the nascent soul stage. Don't worry, junior brother, the sect will take care of you. After listening, Zhou Shenking nodded and said solemnly. Then Chen Mobai inquired about Mo Duguang's situation and learned that the latter had already failed once, but because of the Three Lights divine water, he was currently undergoing his second nascent soul formation. What was the situation like when you first formed your nascent soul? Did it trigger a heavenly tribulation? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately asked with concern. If they fail again this time, Mo Duguang will really die. There was no heavenly tribulation. After junior brother Mo failed, he came out once, saying that his true energy was insufficient in the nascent soul stage. After all, his golden phoenix sword technique was still of a lower grade, even though he had tried his best to make up for it before. Zhou Shenking sighed and said that the five elements sect's inheritance, apart from the earth element which is the true lineage and is inherited from the One Yuan Dao Palace, the cultivation methods of the other four elements were all pieced together by the primordial ancestor. Although it is theoretically possible to cultivate to the nascent soul realm, whether it can actually be achieved can only be verified after someone actually succeeds. For example, the longevity scripture was perfected by Zhou Shenking after he attained the nascent soul stage and referenced the original Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. The Golden Phoenix sword technique was obtained by the primordial ancestor at the Big Dipper Conference. It was a traditional technique passed down by a sword sect in the eastern lands. After its decline, it was used by disciples to exchange for cultivation resources. Before Mo Duguang, the primordial ancestor had relied on the profound mystery of the primordial true qi to practice the entire golden goose sword technique once without any problems. However, the experience of using Hunyuan true qi to reverse cultivation was like a castle in the air for Mo Duguang and had little reference value. How much true energy has senior brother Mo condensed? Chen Mobai asked again. 15. The original limit of the Golden Phoenix sword technique was 12. Junior brother Mo referred to the sword manual of the longevity sect and condensed 3 more. Zhou Shenking said. Compared to his own Pure Yang scroll, Chen Mobai realized that the Golden Phoenix sword technique's rank was indeed somewhat low. However, Mo Duguang had cultivated this sword technique his entire life and had already reached its peak. If he wanted to form a nascent soul, this would naturally be the most likely way to break through. Even if one were to change their cultivation method, it would definitely be after reaching the nascent soul stage. When lifespan increases significantly, you might be able to find a more suitable one. This is a common belief in the heavenly river realm, because only after breaking through to the corresponding realm can these cultivation techniques and resources fall into your hands and be kept. I hope senior brother Mo will succeed. After listening, Chen Mobai offered his heartfelt blessings. 4 years have passed since the nascent soul pill was successfully refined, and Zhou Shenking said that Mo Duguang's last failure to form a nascent soul was half a year ago. So this time it is very likely that it will take another 2 or 3 years to get results. So after Chen Mobai understood the situation, he planned to return to Huanglong Cave and bid farewell to Qing Nu before returning to his immortal sect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at that moment, the sound of swords suddenly rang out from all over Golden Light Cliff, especially at the sword tomb at the foot of the mountain, where tens of thousands of broken flying swords shook and trembled. Standing in the pavilion at the foot of the mountain, Chen Mobai used the echo of the valley technique and quickly discovered the broken flying swords. He filtered the spiritual energy of the Golden Light Cliff and transformed it into strands of extremely pure golden spiritual energy, which flew like raindrops or straight sword energy, rushing towards the top of the Golden Light Cliff. And the golden spiritual energy that can be seen is just a drop in the ocean. Through the echo of the empty valley, Chen Mobai also sensed that the entire spiritual vein of Golden Light Cliff was shaken at this moment, transforming into a raging torrent of spiritual energy along the mountainside, flowing endlessly towards the highest point of the mountaintop, yet seemingly being swallowed by a bottomless black hole. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking exchanged a glance and looked at the place where Mo Duguang was in seclusion. It seems that junior brother Mo has already taken that step. Zhou Shenking was both surprised and delighted, but his eyes also revealed an undisguised worry. Without the Three Lights' divine water, taking this step would mean certain death. At this moment, streaks of spiritual light from flying swords lit up from all directions. This was because the 5-element sect sword cultivators who remained at Golden Light Cliff had also noticed the vibrations in the spiritual veins and came up to check the situation. "Nephew Ning, come up here. The rest of you may leave." Chen Mobai's voice rang in everyone's ears. The more than 20 sword cultivators who had flown up immediately stopped in midair, bowed in his direction, and then turned and left. Greetings to the 2 venerable ancestors. After Ning Leshan came up, he saw Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking and immediately came in. Senior brother Mo's nascent soul formation will trigger the spiritual veins of Golden Light Cliff, affecting a large area. Instruct the disciples below not to cultivate in seclusion to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during this time. Also, due to the vibrations in the spiritual veins, the teleportation array might malfunction. After you go down, seal it up as well. Chen Mobai briefly explained the situation, and Ning Leshan, without any hesitation, hurriedly went down to handle it. In fact, Mo Duguang had already informed them of this matter more than 4 years ago, when he went into seclusion. However, as time passed, some disciples forgot about it, so some disciples happened to be practicing their cultivation at this time, and were injured by vomiting blood due to the shock of spiritual energy. Upon learning this, Chen Mobai immediately notified Qingnu, asking her to refine some targeted recovery pills. It just so happens that Zhu County, where Wanhua Immortal City is located, borders Feng County, where Jingguang Cliff is located. Chen Mobai asked Ning Leshan to send someone to get it, but Qing Nu personally delivered the pills over. She has never witnessed the scene of infant formation. Moreover, she was also very curious about the heavenly tribulation of nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm. Faced with this situation, Chen Mobai decided to stay at Jin Guang Cliff for a while to avoid any unexpected events. And if we fail, we might be able to see Mo Duguang one last time. Fortunately, the gate to the outer realm has opened, and there is still nearly a year left. Otherwise, he would have had a real problem making arrangements. Golden Light Cliff is a low-grade fourth-order spiritual vein, which is barely enough for someone at the nascent soul stage. However, Mo Duguang has top-grade spirit stones given to him by Zhou Shenking, so he doesn't need to worry about spiritual energy. As time went by, the flying swords in the sword tomb began to tremble more violently. Many flying swords that were already flawed could not withstand the impact of the golden spiritual energy and broke apart. But even the broken sword fragments still sang out sword cries. Chen Mobai sensed with the echo of the valley that the black hole above the mountaintop, which was absorbing spiritual energy, seemed to be saturated and was now being refined. He could vaguely see a sword tip taking shape and emerging. This scene brought him a slight surprise. This should be Mo Duguang's nascent soul manifestation. Once it can fully take shape, it will emerge as a nascent soul and trigger a heavenly tribulation. However, it seems that this process will take some time. Since he had some time, Chen Mobai thought of his good friends from when he was practicing Qi cultivation, Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin. If he remembered correctly, he had given their child a talisman back then. After telling Ning Leshan about this, he quickly came up with Shi Pengyi and a somewhat dull-witted young man. "Greetings, sect leader and madam, this is my son Shi Xuan." Only Chen Mobai and Qingnu were in the pavilion. Shi Pengyi immediately brought his son over to pay his respects. Shi Xuan, a nice name. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly. Tea had already been brewed in the pavilion, and he gestured for the three of them to come and sit down. Back then on Qingguang Island, we fought a bloody battle against the demonic beasts, narrowly escaping death. In the end, it was only thanks to junior nephew Ning's support that we were able to catch our breath. It's just a pity that we were eventually breached. I only regret that my cultivation was not strong enough at that time. Chen Mobai recounted his past to Qingnu, and Ning Leshan and Shi Pengyi both looked on with emotion. Back when he was defending against the demonic beasts on Qingguang Island, Chen Mobai was just a qi refining cultivator. Now, less than 100 years later, he is already the strongest nascent soul cultivator in the eastern wilderness. Where's Luo Lin? Why can't I find her? 13 years ago, his lifespan ended and he passed away peacefully. Hearing Shi Pengyi's dim-looking reply, Chen Mobai sighed. Luo Lin lacked talent and failed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, she was severely injured while defending Qingguang Island against demonic beasts, which depleted her vital energy, leading to her untimely death. Shi Pengyi, on the other hand, successfully established his foundation, which shows that he had heeded the guidance he received. His son, Shi Xuan, was also lucky, possessing a spiritual root, but it was merely a pseudo-spiritual root with 4 attributes, so far, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Xuaner's talent is average. I just hope that he can live a peaceful and stable life. After the topic shifted to himself, the taciturn young man nodded awkwardly to Chen Mobai. With me here, everyone in the eastern wilderness will be able to live a peaceful and stable life from now on. Chen Mobai, however, said something very grand. Xuaner and senior sister Guo's daughter are deeply in love and got engaged not long ago. The baby will be a month old in a few months. I wonder if the sect leader has any free time. Shi Pengyi then brought up another matter. Chen Mobai shook his head slightly after hearing it. He had to stay here to protect Mo Duguang as he formed his nascent soul, so he definitely wouldn't have time to leave. Moreover, the immortal sect was about to start a war. I need to protect senior brother Mo during his nascent soul stage, so I cannot act rashly. Please have madam attend in my place. Upon hearing this, Qingnu, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After catching up, Ning Leshan took Shi Pengyi and his son downstairs. At the foot of the mountain, a young woman with a somewhat heroic face was waiting for them. She was none other than Shi Xuan's Taoist partner, Guo Wanlin. After she and Ning Leshan bowed to each other, she immediately pulled Shixuan aside and asked him about the sect leader. Lanmei, you are pregnant now, so it's best not to do too much strenuous exercise. As Shixuan answered Guo Wanlin's questions, he looked at her slightly protruding belly with concern. Guo Wanlin's father, Wang Sheng, died early, so she took her mother Guo Hongmin's surname. She possesses a true spiritual root with 3 attributes, making her far more talented than Shixuan. She has the potential to establish her foundation, which is why Guo Hongmin has always looked down on Shixuan. Unfortunately, once the young couple had fallen for each other, there was nothing she could do. In addition, Guo Hongmin knew that Shi Pengyi and Chen Mobai were related. Although Shixuan's talent was average, he had a talisman bestowed by Chen Mobai. Therefore, although she was angry, she did not dare to break up the couple. After Guo Wanlin became pregnant, Guo Hongmin was so angry that she trembled all over, but she had no choice but to agree to the marriage. The two got married because the woman was pregnant. It's a pity I can't see the sect leader's face. When Guo Wanlin heard that Chen Mobai was unavailable, she sighed. But when she heard that the sect leader's wife was coming, she immediately became happy again. After all, with Dangxia Pavilion spreading throughout the eastern wilderness, King Nu's reputation as the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness has already spread far and wide. Guo Wanlin had always been very curious about the mysterious Qing Nu. What do you think? Should we have a child? The situation at the foot of the mountain naturally did not escape the notice of Chen Mobai and Qing Nu. The latter, upon seeing this scene, also expressed her longing. I'm cultivating the pure Yang scroll, and this place is so dangerous, I can't afford to break my Yuan Yang. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately used his cultivation technique as an excuse. The thought of raising a child was too troublesome. If Shi Wenyu hadn't unexpectedly given birth to Chen Ziohe, he would still be a golden bachelor in the immortal sect, and he and Yan Bingxuan wouldn't have ended up at this point where they had no contact with each other. That's true. The great Tao is important, and your disciples are like your children. After hearing this, Qing Nu nodded with some disappointment. However, she had expected this. Although whether Yuan Yang was broken or not had little impact on cultivation, it would provide an advantage when casting certain spells from the pure Yang scroll. The most famous of them all is the technique of raising male virility. When ancestor Yuanyang used this technique, he could elevate mortal fire to the level of the innate solar golden flame. However, Chen Mobai didn't care much about this, since he already had the Daoshuai fire. He just felt that in such a dangerous place as the Heavenly River realm, and considering that he and Qing Nu were both likely to become gods in the future, there was no need to have a child before that to hold him back. As they talked, they also mentioned Zio Nanshan's 4 disciples. In the Heavenly River realm, once a disciple has entered the sect, they are essentially like half a child to their master. Chen Mobai, Ming'er can inherit my mantle, and as for Xingheng, once the Tao Law fruit matures, he might be able to refine the rules in the future. King Nu, you are very lucky to have taken these 2 disciples. They will help you establish virtue, merit, and words, and their future achievements will be limitless. They may even accompany us for a lifetime. Chen Mobai smiled and nodded, then spoke of the other 2. Wenbai is kind and honest, but his aptitude is rather mediocre. However, with my support, he might be able to attempt nascent soul formation in the future. Xuaner grew up in a rather distorted environment, which caused some flaws in her personality, but she has improved a lot under my influence over the years. As her master's wife, if you have the opportunity, please take good care of her. You are both women, so you will definitely get along better with her than I do. After hearing this, King Nu nodded gently, indicating that she would take on the responsibilities of being her master's wife. As the 2 were talking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the top of Golden Light Cliff suddenly condensed again, and an additional blade appeared after the originally formed sword tip. Chen Mobai immediately took King Nu's hand and used the technique of shared cultivation to guide her into the state of empty valley sounds, allowing her to also perceive the various mysterious changes in Mo Duguang's nascent soul formation. The Black Emperor Abyss scripture is actually half a sword scripture, After cultivating it to the highest level, with a thought, wherever the divine sense covers, every drop of water becomes a sword, pouring down rain and annihilating and swallowing all life. Half a year passed quickly. Dark clouds had already gathered atop the summit of Jin Guang Cliff. Streams of bright, dazzling lightning coalesced into form, including crimson and dark red Bing and Ding fire lightning, as well as deep blue and black Ren and gooey water lightning. What surprised Chen Mobai was that these two completely different types of heavenly lightning actually followed the yin-yang principle, forming a perfect balance and cycle. This scene seemed to be the evolution of the most authentic Tao of heaven and earth. Chen Mobai compared it with the contents of the purple and green heavenly book in his mind, and vaguely gained some understanding. The void opened up, and two sword cries rang out. The purple and green swords had already fallen from Chen Mobai's domain. When Qing Nu came from Wanhua Immortal City, she also brought these two flying swords that she had nurtured in the sword cleansing pool. After more than 4 years, the purple lightning sword has long since regained all its spirituality and is now a mid-grade 5th-tier flying sword. Chen Mobai had tried using the 5th-tier scales of the poison dragon ancestor. Now, with his sword mind clear and his purple lightning sword in hand, he could easily cut through the scales with all his might. Of course, without the support of the power of heavenly tribulation, he could only unleash one sword strike at most. The power of this sword strike is truly that of a mid-grade 5th rank. Chen Mobai counted all the nascent soul cultivators he knew and found that, apart from Qi Yuheng, no one else could force him to use such a trump card. It remains to be seen whether Qi Yuheng's 5th-level body tempering can withstand this sword strike. Chen Mobai was quite curious about this, but since the purple lightning sword could not be brought into Little Crimson Heaven, he had no way to verify it, which he deeply regretted. Besides the purple lightning sword, the azure frost sword had also recently awakened. Her spirituality was eroded by the poison of the colorful snake. Although her sword body was already at the 5th level, it would still take some time for her to truly advance to the 5th level. But now an opportunity has arisen. Chen Mobai looked at Mo Duguang's tribulation lightning in the sky, which happened to be the two attributes that Zidian and Qingshuang could perfectly absorb. For the purple lightning sword, it was just a good meal. However, if the azure frost sword absorbs and refines these tribulation lightning bolts, it is estimated that its spirituality will greatly increase, allowing it to fully enter the 5th rank. Owner. Not only Chen Mobai realized this, but the azure frost sword also noticed it after it came out, and it kept trembling, indicating that it wanted to fly up and absorb the heavenly tribulation. Wait a little longer. Since senior brother Mo is a sword cultivator, once his nascent soul is born, he needs to be forged by water and fire before he can truly achieve mastery. For a sword cultivator, this is also an opportunity to refine his sword energy, sword aura, and sword intent. Although Chen Mobai really wanted to put the azure frost sword up to absorb the heavenly tribulation, he still patiently persuaded him against it. For other cultivators, heavenly tribulations might be a side effect. However, for cultivators specializing in swordsmanship, body tempering, and weapon crafting, it has many positive and beneficial effects. Junior brother, it seems junior brother Mo has succeeded. At this moment, Zhou Shenking, who was guarding the other side of the mountain, also flew over. Seeing the heavenly tribulation gathering in the sky, he couldn't help but speak excitedly. After all, he was a nascent soul cultivator, so he was genuinely happy to see his best junior brother, Mo Duguang, able to form a nascent soul and complete what he had not yet accomplished. There is still the final hurdle of breaking through the nascent soul stage. The moment the nascent soul emerges and the heavenly tribulation descends, it will signify that senior brother Mo has successfully formed his nascent soul. Chen Mobai smiled and said that now that Jin Guang Cliff has him and Zhou Shenking, neither the heavenly tribulation nor the human tribulation can affect Mo Duguang. So as long as the core breaks through and the nascent soul emerges, Mo Duguang will be the 3rd nascent soul cultivator of the 5-element sect. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking shouted 3 times in delight. When he first formed his nascent soul, he didn't even manage to trigger a heavenly tribulation, let alone break through the barrier of the nascent soul's formation. But the thought of the dangers of Dan Po, nascent soul's emergence, made him worry again. If this step fails, even a god couldn't save us without the three lights' divine water. Even Chen Mobai and Qing Nu looked worried. After all, even within the immortal sects, reaching the nascent soul stage is an insurmountable barrier, blocking many exceptionally talented individuals. Here we go. Chen Mobai was constantly in a state of profound tranquility, so he was very sensitive to the spiritual energy situation on the Golden Light Cliff. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of spirit stone shattering was heard. Then, a vast and powerful surge of pure spiritual energy erupted on the mountaintop, but was firmly bound by a newly formed and powerful divine sense, transforming into a huge sphere of spiritual energy that enveloped the mountaintop. This is because Mo Duguang shattered the top-grade spirit stone and absorbed all the spiritual energy inside at once to help himself overcome the final hurdle. The sphere of spiritual energy at the mountaintop began to slowly shrink inward as Mo Duguang began to refine the vast spiritual energy. In addition to the spiritual energy from the top-grade spirit stones, the spiritual energy from the Golden Light Cliff spiritual vein also surged in continuously at this time, transforming into layers of golden light that enveloped the mountaintop. From a distance, it looks like a golden sun setting on the top of Jingyuangya Mountain. At this point, the condition of the infant can no longer be seen with the naked eye. Using his insightful eyes, Chen Mobai could barely make out a figure sitting in the center of the golden spiritual energy, with a long sword on his lap. Qing Nu immediately used the water mirror reflection technique, a powerful technique of the longevity sect that allowed her and Zhou Shenking to see the same scene as Chen Mobai. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into a raging torrent, continuously surging into Mo Duguang's entire body. Under such a massive influx of golden spiritual energy, he seemed to have turned into a golden person. Chen Mobai sensed that Mo Duguang's aura grew stronger with each passing moment, and soon it had far exceeded the threshold of core formation. We can't delay any longer. The nascent soul must break through the golden core, otherwise, the nascent soul will accumulate too much power and be completely imprisoned and locked up inside the golden core. However, if the accumulation is insufficient, it will be impossible to break through the golden core. Therefore, cultivators need to find a balance in this process. However, Chen Mobai is now certain that Mo Duguang's accumulated nascent soul is somewhat too powerful. He had clearly told Mo Duguang this beforehand. Could it be that the latter forgot? Just as Chen Mobai was about to speak and forcefully convey the message to Mo Duguang, the longevity sword on the latter's lap suddenly flew up on its own. Hurled. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai exclaimed in surprise. Then he saw a ray of brilliant five-colored light shine on the blade of the longevity sword, like a five-colored sword light, which pierced straight into Mo Duguang's dantian. This is primordial chaos chi. Chen Mobai immediately knew what the five-colored sword light was. Before Zhou Yi joined the Five Elements sect, Mo Duguang was the junior disciple of the primordial ancestor, and was considered by the primordial ancestor to be a potential successor to the primordial true qi. Therefore, the primordial ancestor left 3 strands of primordial true qi to Mo Duguang. One of them was in the primordial stone and had already been refined by Chen Mobai, which was also the foundation for him to cultivate primordial true qi. The essence within the longevity sword had long been refined by Mo Duguang, and he could now operate it at will. This is probably the advantage of having a natal flying sword. Chen Mobai recalled the origin of Mo Duguang's longevity sword and nodded slightly. At that moment, Chen Mobai heard a very faint but clear sound, like the cracking sound of an eggshell being pierced with a needle. With a crisp sound, as if triggering a chain reaction, he heard an even more violent cracking sound from within Mo Duguang's dantian. With a loud bang, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing in the sky for a long time clearly sensed the nascent soul aura leaked out after the golden core shattered and made the most timely response. Chen Mobai saw that the first 2 water mines to fall were Mo Duguang, and that it would take him a little longer to complete his mission. So he released the restrictions on the Qing Shuang sword. Take a drag first, but don't take too much. The azure frost sword had already flown out, but it still heard Chen Mobai's words. It nodded repeatedly halfway through its flight, then transformed into a streak of azure sword light, taking in the Ren water thunder that had struck first, just like a whale sucking in water, into its slender blade. Senior brother Mo, you should focus on refining your nascent soul. I'll help you withstand this tribulation for a while. Chen Mobai saw that Mo Duguang on the mountaintop had opened his eyes, and immediately sent a telepathic message to him. The latter nodded gratefully in his direction, and then continued to raise the nascent soul that had just broken through the golden core and enter the purple mansion sea of consciousness. During this process, the longevity sword flew up, shimmering with golden light, forming a sword-light screen above Mo Duguang's head. Rumble! The heavenly tribulation struck down for 3 days and 3 nights in succession. Chen Mobai had already sheathed his azure frost sword and was looking up at Mo Duguang, who was riding the longevity sword to undergo tribulation on the mountaintop. As another bolt of Binghuo heavenly thunder was shattered, a powerful aura erupted from the top of Jingguang Cliff. Mo Duguang laughed heartily and swung his sword to scatter the tribulation clouds. End of this chapter. Chapter 926, The Foundation of the Immortal Sect. Chapter 926, The Foundation of the Immortal Sect. Mo Duguang has reached the nascent soul stage, so the 3 brothers naturally want to celebrate. Just at this time, Shi Xuan's child was also born. After receiving the news, King Nu went down in Chen Mobai's place. Madam Sect Leader, this is my granddaughter. Shi Xuan was resting with Guo Wanlin, who had just given birth, while Shi Pengyi came out carrying a baby girl with pink skin. Beside him was a woman with a cold and hard face, who was his in-law Guo Hongmin. She was also looking at the baby girl with concern. King Nu smiled and took out a bottle of pills to restore vitality, asking Guo Hongmin to give it to Guo Wanlin, who had just given birth. Then she carefully reached out and took the baby girl into her arms. Beside her, most of the sword cultivators from the Golden Vein, including Ning Leshan, had also arrived and greeted Qing Nu. Don't worry about me, I just came to see the children. Seeing that the crowd was a little reserved because of her presence, King Nu smiled and spoke, then returned the child to Shi Pengyi, preparing to sit for a while before leaving. Upon hearing this, the sword cultivators of the Golden Vein relaxed and began to sit together in their respective circles, taking turns to surround Shi Pengyi to see the newborn girl. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the baby girl started coughing violently, and Shi Pengyi, who was holding her, looked a little anxious and didn't know what to do. Needless to say, the sword cultivators surrounding them were all only interested in fighting and killing. Let me take a look. Qing Nu spoke up, saying that she had also studied medical courses at Jumeng Dao Academy when she was young, and her medical skills were among the best in the eastern wilderness, if not the best. King Nu took the child from Shi Pengyi's arms again, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She noticed that the baby's originally delicate skin now had a golden sheen, but the baby girl's face was as pale as paper, and she was barely breathing. She immediately used the methods of the immortal sect to investigate, and found that the baby girl's body contained an extremely pure golden spiritual energy. However, due to her young age, her meridians and bone marrow had not yet formed, so she was unable to withstand, refine, or release it. To resolve this, all she needs to do is extract the golden spiritual energy. However, Qing Nu detected that this golden spiritual energy was not without origin, but rather that the dense golden spiritual energy between the heavens and earth of Golden Light Cliff was instinctively absorbed into the baby girl's body, but she was unable to refine it, thus producing this phenomenon. A naturally occurring metal spirit body. It might even be a heavenly metal spirit root. Qing Nu instantly came up with a possible answer based on the medical knowledge from the immortal sect. It is likely that Mo Duguang's formation of his nascent soul over the past 6 months has fully activated the golden spiritual energy within the golden light cliff spiritual vein, causing a surge in the concentration of golden spiritual energy in this area. This female infant happened to be conceived during this period, which meant that even in the womb, her spiritual root instinctively absorbed this spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and her mother, Guo Wanlin, was also a cultivator with a strong physique. Otherwise, she might have died in childbirth due to this reason. At this moment, Shi Xuan and Guo Hongmin, who had heard the commotion, also came out and anxiously approached Qing Nu's side. Looking at the baby girl in Qing Nu's arms, whose skin was as white as gold and who was coughing incessantly, they were heartbroken. The child's spiritual root is too powerful, causing him to instinctively absorb spiritual energy even before he has embarked on the path of cultivation. Qing Nu gave a brief explanation, and then used her power to draw out and disperse the excess golden spiritual energy from the baby girl's body. Immediately, the baby girl's skin returned to its original fair and tender state, and she stopped coughing. She opened her clear and adorable big eyes, saw the beautiful Qing Nu holding her, and grinned. "Thank you so much, Madam Sect Leader, for your timely rescue." Shi Xuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and then bowed deeply to Qing Nu, but was stopped by her. "This is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If we want to address the root cause, there are a few methods, but let them decide how to do it. You guys come up with me." As Qing Nu spoke, she pointed to the mountaintop. Although this child's spiritual root cannot be measured because he has not yet fully grown, judging from his appearance, he is at least guaranteed to have an innate golden spiritual body. If he is properly nurtured and grown, he will become a nascent soul cultivator in the future. Therefore, treatment plans need to be chosen with utmost care. Hearing Qing Nu's words, no one dared to be negligent, and Ning Leshan personally stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Qing Nu then opened the Rui gourd, condensing the smoke and water vapor inside into a cloud of light, which carried Shi Pengyi's family to the top of Jin Guang Cliff. With this child, the family line will have a successor. After listening to Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai smiled and said to Mo Duguang beside him, "It's like a double celebration." After listening, Mo Duguang nodded and spoke. "I can draw a talisman to seal the spiritual connection between this child and the heavens and earth, and then unseal it after her body has grown up." Zhou Shenking shared his thoughts, which was one solution and also one of King Nu's ideas. "I can condense a sword pellet and have this child wear it. Then, I can inscribe a restriction on the sword pellet to reverse the absorption of the golden spiritual energy that the child has absorbed. This way, the problem can be solved without any waste. Moreover, when she cultivates in the future, this sword pellet will be her natal sword embryo." After communicating with King Nu, Chen Mobai suggested another method. Another benefit of doing this is that the baby girl will absorb the golden spiritual energy from a young age, and after her body grows and adapts, she will have the most perfect golden spiritual body, making her cultivation twice as effective. However, that requires constant supervision. If the child gets restless and takes off the sword pellet, something bad might happen. From a doctor's perspective, King Nu suggested possible scenarios. When immortal sects encounter this kind of illness, they usually treat it conservatively. Just like Zhou Shenking's idea, they directly cast a talisman to ensure that she reaches adulthood first. Then let the parents choose. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang also turned their gazes toward Shi Pengyi and the others. Being watched by three nascent soul elders, they couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Grandfather, may I go home and ask my wife about this?" The usually taciturn Shi Xuan suddenly stepped forward and said that Guo Wanlin was still very weak because she had just given birth, so she did not come up with them. Chen Mobai naturally nodded, and soon Shi Xuan returned. "Ancestor, we hope it's the second method." This was not unexpected. In the Heavenly River realm, there was a 99% chance that they would choose the more powerful one. Chen Mobai thought that this child would at least become a powerful sword cultivator in the future, so he took a piece of 5th grade Xunyu cold iron the size of a thumb, condensed it into a glass ball-like sword pellet with Daoshui fire, and strung it together with fourth-grade dragon tendons extracted from the corpse of the poisoned dragon ancestor, and personally hung it around the baby girl's neck. What's this child's name? After setting up the restriction that allowed the sword pellet to absorb the golden spiritual energy, Chen Mobai asked Shixuan and the others beside him. It hasn't been officially named yet, it's just been given a nickname, Jinlinger, Shixuan replied. Please bestow a name upon us, sect leader. Shipengyi, who was more knowledgeable, immediately spoke up. Chen Mobai thought about it and felt that the nickname Jinlinger was already very nice. He really couldn't think of a better formal name, but under these circumstances, it would seem a bit wrong not to give her a formal name. Please come, madam. Finally, seeing that King Nu seemed to be deep in thought, he simply handed the matter over to her. The bells and jingles sound like celestial music, and the jade pendants chime. Let's call it jade pendants. As expected, King Nu's academic performance was much better than Chen Mobai's, and she immediately thought of this excellent name from a classical allusion in the immortal sect. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Madam Sect Leader. Shipengyi and his son, along with Guo Hongmen, immediately expressed their gratitude. After the family went downstairs, Chen Mobai talked to Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang about the arrangements for Jin Linger's future. According to Chen Mobai's thinking, with Jin Linger's talent, it would be right for her to become Mo Duguang's disciple and be properly trained by him. If she wants to learn swordsmanship in the future, why not let her become a disciple of the sect leader? My swordsmanship is far inferior to yours. But to everyone's surprise, Mo Duguang refused outright. Zhou Shenking surprisingly agreed. After all, he had personally witnessed Chen Mobai summoning the heavenly tribulation to slay the poisonous dragon. Although Mo Duguang was also exceptionally talented in swordsmanship, compared to Chen Mobai, they were worlds apart. In order not to hinder Jin Linger's genius, they all felt that it would be better for Chen Mobai to take her in. I have 4 disciples, that's about enough. Any more and I won't be able to take care of them all. But Chen Mobai knew his own limitations. His swordsmanship was based on initiation and the ink sword marks of the white light ancestor, but he had no foundation at all. How to teach? In order not to mislead his students, he immediately made an excuse, saying that he had limited energy and did not want to take on any more students. Moreover, Jinlinger clearly possesses exceptional talent in the metal element, making Mo Duguang the most suitable person to teach her. I remember that my sister-in-law hasn't taken on any disciples yet. Since my junior brother's lineage in Xi'an has almost enough members, why don't we let Jinlinger become a disciple of my sister-in-law's Huanglong cave when she grows up? Besides, it's my sister-in-law who gave her the name. Zhou Shenking actually believed Chen Mobai's words and immediately came up with a compromise. He also had his own ulterior motives. Qing Nu had an extraordinary background and amazing alchemy skills. Although she was already a Taoist couple with Chen Mobai, if he could take in disciples from the 5 Elements sect, it would be like strengthening their bond and completely integrating them into the family. Upon hearing this, Qing Nu was indeed tempted. After talking with Chen Mobai, she knew that the couple would definitely not have children before reaching the nascent soul stage, so she naturally wouldn't mind taking in a cute and exceptionally talented child born right under her nose. That's not impossible, but let's wait until the child is older. We should respect her choice. Who knows, she might have a brighter future. Seeing King Nu's expression, Chen Mobai decided to leave it at that for the time being. However, in Mo Duguang and Zhou Shenking's view, Jin Linger's greatest fortune was being able to become a disciple of Chen Mobai and his wife. We will still need to trouble senior brother Mo to take care of this child as he grows up. Chen Mobai said to Mo Duguang. After all, among the 5 Elements sect, the latter has the highest achievement in metal attribute cultivation techniques. Mo Duguang naturally wouldn't refuse, saying that he would help the child lay a solid foundation, but he wouldn't teach specific sword techniques or skills, so as not to mislead the child. Chen Mobai smiled bitterly after hearing this, but he couldn't very well admit that he was a mediocre swordsman. Before he left, he didn't forget to help Mo Duguang upgrade the longevity sword. When he was undergoing his tribulation, he discovered that the flying sword had actually developed a faint spirituality. This time, fifth-tier materials were used in the refining process. If there is an opportunity in the future, it may be possible to upgrade it into a fifth-tier flying sword. Senior brothers, I feel that I am about to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, so I will probably be in seclusion for a long time. The sect will have to rely on you to keep things in order. Chen Mobai spoke to Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang, and the two looked at each other in bewilderment. If they remember correctly, Chen Mobai has only been in the nascent soul stage for 22 years, and he's about to break through. That's too fast. Junior brother is indeed a genius. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Mo Duguang said sincerely that he had always been a very arrogant person, and he looked down on even Zhou Yi, who had a heavenly spirit root. He believed that he could defeat him one-on-one with his sword. It is precisely because of this that his swordsmanship has been relentless, courageous, and ever-improving. But when it came to Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang was completely convinced. Not at all, it's mainly because Qing Nu helped refine a batch of pills to improve cultivation. Otherwise, relying solely on hard work, it would take at least 30 or 40 years. Chen Mobai was speaking the truth. Without the pure yang condensing pill, it would have taken him at least 10 more years to break through to the third level of the nascent soul stage. He still has 6 pills left to take. Once the burning lamp technique has refined all the pure yang energy, he can continue to take them. According to his estimate, consuming all of these would definitely raise him to the peak of the third level of the nascent soul stage. As for whether he could break through to the fourth level, that would depend on fate. However, if he were stuck at a bottleneck, Chen Mobai had already set his sights on a pill that could break through it. He would simply collect the materials and have Qing Nu refine it. In short, he needed to improve his cultivation level in the shortest possible time. After leaving Golden Light Cliff, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu returned to Yellow Dragon Cave. After spending several days together, Chen Mobai reluctantly returned to the immortal sect. Although Shi Wanyu had refined the youth-preserving pearl and remained youthful, she was still old, and her blood and energy had declined, making her vulnerable in bed. Chen Mobai pitied her and hadn't done that kind of thing with her for many years. On the other hand, after officially announcing his daughter's birth, he also earnestly upheld the moral standards of a good man. Contact with Yan Bingxuan has been lost. He never took the initiative to contact Meng Huinger. He would send her greetings during holidays, and Chen Mobai would respond politely, but he never rekindled his relationship with her. He cultivated the pure Yang scroll, and his primordial Yang energy was pure and vast. Occasionally, when his cultivation did not advance normally, the surge in pure Yang energy would cause him to experience sexual desires. Since Shi Wanyu was unable to act, it was mostly Qing Nu who endured the effects. However, over the years, the cultivation he had gained from breakthroughs through elixirs had been almost entirely purified by the burning lamp technique. These are 3 longevity pills. After you take them, they should increase your lifespan by more than 20 years. Chen Mobai handed 3 Xuan Tian Wu Jin pills to Shi Wanyu. Although there was no love between them at the beginning, and they only got together because of their daughter, over the years, Chen Mobai has come to acknowledge Shi Wanyu as a good mother and a good wife. So seeing that her lifespan was nearing its end, although her appearance remained unchanged, her physique was becoming increasingly weak. She couldn't bear it and took out the pills from the heavenly river realm despite the risks. This is such a precious thing. You or your daughter should take it. I have no regrets in my life because I have you and her. Shi Wanyu smiled and refused. The war is about to begin and will last at least 10 years. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall and a nascent soul cultivator of the immortal sect, I will definitely be busy with these matters. I may even have to draw my sword and put on my armor to go to another world, and I will not be able to take care of my family. Your lifespan is at most 10 years. I don't want to die without me by your side. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Shi Wanyu hesitated for a moment, but under the former's slightly domineering gaze, she nodded and swallowed one of the pills. I might not be home often from now on, so I'll leave our daughter in your care. Chen Mobai personally infused the pill with pure yang spiritual energy and used the burning lamp technique to help Shi Wanyu refine it. Because this pill contained toxicity, he would need to use the burning lamp technique for a period of time to eliminate its effects. Only then would taking the second pill be more effective. Yes, I will take good care of my daughter and the family here. After Shi Wanyu refined the elixir, her eyes, which had been somewhat dull, became a little brighter. She watched Chen Mobai's departing figure, her eyes filled with sweetness. Yes, Your Excellency, this is the military budget reported by the palace master. In the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai immediately entered a busy work mode. That day, Hua Zijing hurriedly came in and handed him this report. That's too many. If we report it to the Immortal Affairs Hall, they definitely won't approve it. Chen Mobai glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. With only 1 month left, the restrictions he and ancestor Kaingsing set up on the boundary gate would break open under the impact of the power of the two realms. Therefore, the military of the Zhengfa Hall, led by Shuixian, is now piloting starships and flying towards the Taixu starry sky. When the military moves, logistics must follow. Various types of standard flying swords, armor, warship energy, divine thunder bombs, spirit stone reserves, etc. Shui Xian only cared about leading people into battle, pushing all these tasks onto Chen Mobai, the deputy hall master. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai learned that the immortal sect actually contained so many treasures, including not only the starship, but also the 6 heavenly gates, the 4 symbols Dao Palace, the 28 constellation immortal armor, and the Ling Xiao Palace. These are all the accumulated treasures of the immortal sects over thousands of years. However, because each activation requires a massive amount of spirit stones, most of them are sealed away during non-wartime periods. For example, each of those starships requires 1,000,000 merit points to start, and if they are used at full power, they can consume thousands or even nearly 10,000 spirit stones a day. This time because although they encountered resistance similar to that of demonic beasts underground in the other world, it wasn't time for the immortal sects to fight to the death yet, so they only activated 4 starships, 1 northern heavenly gate, and the Xuanwu Dao Palace, one of the 4 symbols. Among these efforts, Shui Xian also wanted to activate the northern 7 constellations immortal armor that WAS Chinese letter matched with the Xuanwu Dao Palace, but it was rejected by the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall. These 28 constellations immortal armor represent the pinnacle of weapon crafting and talisman making in the immortal sects. When worn by a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, it allows them to unleash the power of a nascent soul cultivator. However, activating it is extremely costly, requiring 1 top-grade spirit stone daily. Unless facing a crisis threatening the survival of a nation or the extinction of its people, the 3 great halls would absolutely never agree to it. Shui Xian was very unhappy about this, but after Ying Guanghua showed her the current daily military expenditure bill, she could only reluctantly steer the Xuanwu Dao Palace, Baixian men, and 4 other void warships to set off. Chen Mobai also took a look and saw that the Immortal Affairs Hall had to spend 30,000,000 merit points every day just on these. If a real war were to break out, the number of casualties would be at least in the hundreds of millions. If the 2 large war artifacts, the North Heavenly Gate of the Xuanwu Dao Palace, were to be unleashed at full power, the number would be several times higher, enough to make the newly appointed Minister of Finance, Lan Haitian, faint. Shui Xian led 2 military regions, with 200,000 cultivators standing guard before the boundary gate. Because the North Heavenly Gate of the Xuanwu Dao Palace has not been used for thousands of years, and even the starships can only be used once every few decades, Shui Xian must practice before entering the other world to avoid being caught off guard when she actually encounters a war. However, once the cannonball explodes, gold and silver are exchanged for it. Soon, 1/10 of the void spirit energy pack that the Immortal Affairs Hall had given to Shui Xian was used up during the exercise, so she immediately notified Chen Mobai, asking him, the deputy hall master, to help her ask the Immortal Affairs Hall for some military funds. The foundation that the immortal sect uses for war requires all sorts of complex spiritual energy to activate, and the Immortal Affairs Hall has long prepared the corresponding void spiritual energy packs and granted Narcissus the authority to use them. However, the number was limited. In case any outside generals betrayed them, they could use this to keep them in check. Let's report it first, and then we'll tell the palace master the rejection reply, Chen Mobai said to Zhuang Jialan beside him, who immediately took the documents and began to coordinate with the Immortal Affairs Hall to handle the matter. In the blink of an eye, the last month has passed. A colossal pitch-black palace resembling a tortoise or snake floats in the starry sky. It is called the Xuanwu Dao Palace. Between the Dao Palace and the boundary gate, there is a crystal gate with thousands of auspicious rays, which is the North Heavenly Gate. Above the 1,000 auspicious wisps of energy at the north, Heavenly Gate stood a foundation establishment cultivator clad in black armor, and behind each foundation establishment cultivator were 100 Qi refining cultivators clad in deep blue armor. There were also 4 other golden core cultivators, each with their own unique style, standing before the Heavenly Gate in black robes. At this moment, silver light shimmered in the starry sky, and one after another, cultivators with imposing auras stepped out of the void. They were the 16 nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect. 3 people stepped forward first. One was gentle and refined, one was imposing and dignified, and the other was dashing and spirited. These are the 3 nascent soul leaders of the immortal sect: Ying Guanghua, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall; Qi Yuheng, the master of the Kaiyuan Hall; and Chen Mobai, the deputy master of the Zhengfa Hall. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, the originally dark and deep Xuanwu Dao Palace erupted with a vast energy tide. Soon Narcissus, with white hair and eyebrows and skin as white as jade, appeared in the sky above the Dao Palace. She stood barefoot on a phantom tortoise, and a long dark shadow snake, like a vest, circled around her in the starry sky. With the blessing of the tortoise and snake, Narcissus's aura soared infinitely. Chen Mobai listened intently, and discovered that Narcissus was no less beautiful than Qi Yuheng, and perhaps even more so. After the appearance of the Narcissus, 7 more golden core cultivators, each with a different aura, emerged from the void, riding on the vast, surging tides like the Milky Way. They too wore black robes and stood in front, with countless shadowy figures of military cultivators behind them. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and he had already seen the quantity. Each tidal surge was like a bridge to the sky, with 100 foundation establishment cultivators and 10,000 Qi refining cultivators following behind the leading golden core cultivator. Centered around the Xuanwu Dao Palace, they positioned themselves according to the constellations of the 7 mansions of Xuanwu, forming a powerful fifth-order grand formation. This formation, echoing the northern Heavenly Gate in front, created an even more formidable war formation. Greetings, esteemed masters. Shui Xian took the lead in bowing to the 16 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect in the starry sky. Wenren Zhu Wei had also successfully formed her nascent soul and stood behind Chen Mobai. As she moved, all 200,000 military cultivators in the starry sky followed suit, clenching their fists and placing them horizontally across their chests, the military salute of the immortal sects. Greetings, Lord of the Hall of Righteous Law. Chen Mobai and the other 16 people naturally returned the greeting in the same way. They then all came to the gate of the realm and bowed to the true ruler of the immortal sect. The star-piercing ancestor sat before the half-opened gate, his gaze deep as he looked at the otherworld behind it, a place half yellow sand and half deep sea. My puppet has sensed traces of activity from a being at a near-divine level deep underground on this planet. I intend to enter in my true form. If I encounter an unstoppable and powerful opponent, I will send a message. You are all ready to activate the Lingxiao Palace at any time. Upon hearing these words from Ancestor Kaixing, all 17 nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect adopted solemn expressions. The Lingxiao Palace is the most powerful war weapon of the immortal sects. It is controlled by a nascent soul true monarch, and together with the four symbols Tao Palace and the six great heavenly gates, draws on the spiritual energy accumulated over thousands of years by the heavenly canopy and earthly network. It can unleash a chaotic primordial energy cannon that can destroy the world. In the past, the immortal sects used this method to completely annihilate a powerful alien world, shattering it into cosmic dust. This is also the last and most powerful method used by the immortal sect. Should we inform Ancestor Bai Guang about this matter? At this moment, Ying Guanghua hesitated for a moment before asking the question. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Mobai, seemingly casually. Chen Mobai thought it was because he was the person in charge of the Dance Weapon Academy that Ying Guanghua wanted him to go to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to inform them. Just as he was thinking about how to pass this matter on to Master Chengxuan, Ancestor Kaingsing shook his head and said something. She will emerge from seclusion in 10 years. End of this chapter. Chapter 927, The Power of the Xuanwu Dao Palace. Chapter 927, The Power of the Xuanwu Dao Palace. As the silver light shattered, the chains formed by the restrictions above the boundary gate broke inch by inch. The surging forces of the two realms began to collide and merge, sparking bursts of light in the void where the boundary gate had opened. After Chen Mobai arrived, he maintained a state of profound stillness. Through his senses, he perceived that the energy and vitality of the other world was even more explosive and turbulent than that of the immortal sect. Compared to the spiritual energy of the immortal sects, refining these would require much more effort and spiritual energy. Ancestor Kaingsing slowly rose, waved to them, and then transformed into a beam of starlight before stepping into the boundary gate. Respectfully seeing off the ancestor, Chen Mobai and the other 17 nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect all bowed to Kaingsing's retreating figure. Gentlemen, I'm going to fight alongside our ancestors. Remember to keep up with the logistics. Then Shui Xian spoke up, looking directly at Ying Guanghua as she spoke, who nodded helplessly. As long as it's within the permitted scope, I'll get the finance department to approve it. With these words, Narcissus waved her hand with satisfaction at the Xuanwu Dao Palace. Then, the huge war artifact transformed into a stream of dark light and fell into her palm. After the Xuanwu Dao Palace, there is the North Heavenly Gate, the starship, and so on. Meanwhile, the 200,000 military cultivators were among these war artifacts, and were led by Narcissus across the boundary gate. Chen Mobai was very curious about this, and couldn't help but ask Master Chengxuan beside him. These war artifacts all have internal domains that can be adjusted to different sizes when needed. This was a research project led by the Void Spirit Blue Top, and it is also known as one of the most prestigious flying immortal awards. As a fifth-order weapon refiner, Master Chengxuan was naturally very clear about these things and explained them in detail. In the immortal sect, there once lived a true void spirit. Although he passed away before reaching the nascent soul stage, he oversaw the development of many void-related projects during his lifetime. Most of these technologies were used by the military. I only regret that I was not able to communicate with this senior in the same era. After hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed and said that, although he was now an expert in the void of the immortal sect, there was no way forward. If he could communicate with a real void spirit, the void scripture would definitely not be so difficult to produce now. This blue-topped one is Lan Haitian's ancestor. Before he passed away, he might have left behind some diaries or notes. If you have time, you can ask him about them and maybe you can borrow them. At this moment, Master Chengxuan suddenly spoke up about something Chen Mobai was unaware of. Does Lan Haitian have this kind of background? However, Chen Mobai soon realized what was happening. Being able to successfully open up a realm at the foundation establishment stage, and even master the yin and yang parts of the 6 imperial scriptures, Lan Haitian might also possess some characteristics of a void spirit body. After Shui Xian led 200,000 military cultivators into the other world, Chen Mobai and his group followed suit. Given the high probability of war breaking out, these nascent soul cultivators would definitely need to scout out the location beforehand and get used to the spiritual energy of this other world. Strange, the 5 elements of spiritual energy seem to be somewhat unbalanced on this planet. After the 16 nascent soul cultivators entered, Master Kingping was the first to notice something amiss. Master Yuangsu immediately took out an instrument and measured the amount of spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles. The spiritual energy of the earth and water elements accounts for 70–80% of the total. Rumble. At this moment, Narcissus had already redeployed the Xuanwu Dao Palace, the North Heavenly Gate, and the starship in the sky. Nangong Xuanyu appeared in midair, clasped his hand slightly to Shui Xian, glanced at Chen Mobai and the others, and then led the immortal army towards the entrance of the underground passage discovered by the star-piercing ancestor. However, before they even got close, the combined, earth-shaking aura of 200,000 cultivators had already alerted the slumbering beings deep underground. A series of sounds like the earth churning and cracking rang out. With muffled thuds, one after another, bizarre and terrifying-looking monsters broke through the yellow sand and crawled out from underground. They come in all sizes, resembling insects. The smallest are only half a meter long, with 6 legs and 2 wings, possessing a thick and tough carapace. Their bodies are a deep, cosmic silver-black, inlaid with cold, dark purple veins. As they shimmer, bursts of explosive energy that distort the air currents gather and ripple. The larger ones are over 10 meters tall, like small mountains, with dozens of legs. Their bodies resemble spiders, and their eyes are huge and blood-red, gleaming with a cold light. They look at the 200,000 immortal cultivators floating in midair as if they were looking at food. These underground insectoids have an ant-like structure. These spider-like insects, as large as mountains, possess a certain level of intelligence and are able to command tens of thousands of purple-striped silver-winged insects. Ying Guanghua addressed the crowd, saying that all the information from the boundary gate was transmitted to the Immortal Affairs Hall immediately, so he was the most informed. Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng already knew about these things, but this was the first time they had seen them with their own eyes. The other nascent soul cultivators who were not in the 3 main halls also looked solemnly at the towering spider-like insects. They sensed energy fluctuations that were no less powerful than those of a core formation cultivator. At a cursory glance, more than a dozen spiders have already appeared. With a roar, one of the spiders suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a yellow-purple energy ball, which, with a terrifying burst of energy, shot towards a starship in midair. Narcissus, her expression unchanged, directed the military cultivators under her command. Soon, the North Heavenly Gate, which stood in midair, flashed with a shimmering light, and a crystal shield condensed in front of the energy ball's path. A deafening roar. The yellow-purple energy ball came into contact with the crystal shield, unleashing a tremendous energy surge that sent sandstorms flying everywhere. However, the crystal shield formed at the North Heavenly Gate only emitted dazzling blue-green light, without any signs of distortion or shaking. Roar! After the yellow-purple energy ball was detonated, the remaining dozen or so spiders in the yellow sand all opened their mouths and spat out in the same direction into the air. The 15 energy spheres merged into a thick beam of light, tens of meters in diameter, carrying a terrifying wave of destruction that ripped through the sky and hurtled straight toward the crystal shield. Rumble! In the sky, 2 enormous energy fluctuations collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that even Chen Mobai dared not listen to. Both of these forces have reached the level of nascent soul cultivators. If Wenren Zuwei, who has just formed her nascent soul, were to be directly hit by them, she would probably only be able to go back and be reborn with the help of the Great Tune Tree. However, any normal nascent soul cultivator can use Void Walk to dodge it. What made Chen Mobai and the others look solemn was that this situation represented another world, which was not so easy to handle. These are merely the insects and monsters on the surface. According to Ancestor Kaingsing, deep underground, there are traces of activities that are close to those of a nascent soul cultivator. This could be a pioneering war on the scale of Pluto. Realizing this, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng were already mentally prepared to mobilize the remaining military cultivators and open the other 3-4 symbols Dao palaces after returning. After the two violent energy torrents dissipated, the situation in midair came into their view. The crystal shield that had formed at the north heavenly gate remained as bright and clear as it had been at the beginning, without any change. Narcissus in the Xuanwu Palace raised her finger without changing her expression and pointed to the 16 enormous spiders below. The 4 starships circling behind the north heavenly gate suddenly emitted a dark, inky glow from their bows. A terrifying aura that even Chen Mobai felt threatened erupted instantly, and 4 beams of dark light that reached the heavens and the earth fell straight down, engulfing and submerging the spider insect without giving it any time to react. The faint light vanished in an instant. If it weren't for the 4 enormous spider-like insects, along with the hundreds of purple-striped silver-winged insects around them, all transformed into crystal-like ice sculptures, many people would think it was an illusion. With a cracking sound, all the frozen insects, regardless of size, turned into countless ice shards, losing all their vitality and scattered on the yellow sand. The abundant water elemental energy in this world allows the Xuanwu Dao Palace to unleash its full power. Seeing this, Master Baiming nodded in satisfaction. Although the 4 symbols Dao Palace was built by integrating the power of all the military factories of the entire immortal sect, there is actually a tacit unspoken rule among the 4 Dao academies due to the inheritance. The Xuanwu Dao Palace belongs to Kunping, the Qinglong Dao Palace belongs to Jumeng, the Beihu Dao Palace belongs to Mending the Heavens, and the Zhuke Dao Palace belongs to Wuki. Of course, even the 4 great Dao academies can decline, so one of the 4 great Dao academies may control the situation of 2 Dao palaces. For example, although Wenren Zuwei achieved nascent soul in time, considering her shallow cultivation qualifications, there is a strong call for Qi Yuheng to take over as head of the Azure Dragon Dao Palace. For thousands of years, the Xuanwu Dao Palace has been under the control of the Kunpeng lineage, and no outsiders have ever dared to touch it. That is why Narcissus was able to control the situation so easily this time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering when his proposal to take charge of the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace would be approved in the 3 main halls, the 4 starships of the Black Tortoise Dao Palace had once again gathered their frozen divine light. 4 beams of dark light descended once more, but the spider-like insects, as powerful as mountains, had a fatal weakness: slow movement. In the blink of an eye, streaks of dark light fell from the starship, freezing the spider-like insects on the yellow sand and annihilating their life force. After 3 rounds, only 4 spiders remained. They were clearly quite intelligent. After seeing the fate of their companions, they waved their dozens of legs and broke through the yellow sand, burrowing deep into the earth. But as the ghostly light descended, the powerful freezing energy seeped deep into the yellow sand, freezing the shrunken spiders into dust within the earth. Hiss! After losing the spider insects, the countless remaining purple-striped silver-winged insects went mad. Some began to devour each other, some fled back to the depths of the underground, and some flew towards the immortal army slowly descending from the sky, shouting fiercely. At this moment, Shui Xian directed the cultivators of the immortal sect to go out and fight these purple-striped silver-winged insects, to test the level of the bottom-level combat power in this other world, and also to hone the skills of the military cultivators of the immortal sect who had never seen blood before. Call! Chen Mobai could hear Ying Guanghua's breathing becoming rapid, because each time the starship was used to launch the frozen divine light, it would cost 1,000 spirit stones. Those 16 dark rays of light, if converted into merit points, would amount to 160 million. Narcissus was pleased, but Ying Guanghua clenched his fists tightly. However, they had no way to stop it, because if those 16 spider worms were not eliminated, their immortal sect would have to lose even more cultivators to achieve such a result. Spirit stones, weapons, and so on, aren't they meant for this kind of moment? Although he understood, Ying Guanghua was still heartbroken. On the immortal sect's side, The military cultivators, led by their respective Foundation establishment captains, stood atop streams of auspicious, glazed energy emanating from the north heavenly gate, forming battle formations that resembled thousands of agile and powerful whips, lashing into the overwhelming swarm of purple-patterned, silver-black-winged insects. One spell after another burst forth from the cultivator's hands, striking the purple-patterned, silver-black-winged insect in midair with alternating cover and support. However, the hard shell blocked most magical attacks, and only a Foundation establishment cultivator could break through it. One of the Foundation establishment team leaders condensed his spiritual power into a lightning bolt, blasting the purple-striped, silver-winged insect that rushed in front of him into two pieces. After seeing the somewhat flustered team members behind him, he requested his superiors to activate the battle formation. Because of its small size, this purple-striped silver-black winged insect is extremely fast in flight. Its legs are like sharp, long knives, capable of cutting through gold and jade. If every military cultivator had not been equipped with defensive armor, many would probably have been shot down from the auspicious aura in the first round of combat. Activate the Chunwu formation and annihilate all these insects. The application was quickly approved, and the Foundation establishment team leaders issued the latest orders to their team members. With a series of whooshing sounds, streaks of sword light appeared in midair. Then, the Xuanwu Dao Palace shone with an inky black light, and the almost endless water spiritual energy between the worlds began to be absorbed and refined by the palace. After Nangong Xuanyu and his group arrived and transmitted the spiritual energy samples from the other world to the immortal sect, Yuangsu Shangren led the immortal sect's elite team to simulate and research a new energy reactor for refining this explosive spiritual energy. These are already in place at the Xuanwu Dao Palace. Therefore, although the spiritual energy of the other world exploded, it was still absorbed and refined by this powerful war artifact, and transformed into spiritual power that the immortal cultivators could control and utilize. This power was then continuously sent through the north heavenly gate into the small reactors inside the armors of the military cultivators. After receiving the energy infusion, the cultivators who had reached the Qi refining stage unleashed the power of the Foundation establishment stage. In small teams, they condensed into giant, bright pillar-like light swords, which, under the influence of the auspicious aura of the north heavenly gate beneath their feet, resembled streaks of light as they plunged into the swarm of insects. Wherever it went, even the hardest shells were cut in two. The corpses of insects fell from the sky, only to be devoured by insects that flew out from underground caves. They then transformed into a purplish-black cloud of insects, which swept across the sky and rushed towards the immortal army in midair. Just how many insects are there underground? Seeing this, Wenren Zuwei, standing behind Chen Mobai, couldn't help but speak up. She was currently the most outstanding spirit plant cultivator in the immortal sect, and also the person who hated insects the most. Therefore, even someone who had already cultivated to the nascent soul stage couldn't help but feel instinctively uncomfortable upon seeing this scene. I'm afraid we'll only know the answer if we cut this planet open. Chen Mobai said something like this. The underground conditions in this other world are clearly more dangerous than imagined, but with the strength of the immortal sects, they can still keep it under control for now. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden core cultivator from the immortal sect, standing at the very front of the north heavenly gate and clad in a black robe, raised a gear-like magical artifact in his palm and gently turned it. In an instant, the 1,000 enormous light swords extending from the north heavenly gate seemed to be rotated in the same way, endlessly spinning in all directions around the Xuanwu Dao Palace. In the sky, it was as if a beam saber meat grinder had appeared, shredding all the rushing insects into countless chunks of meat. Narcissus piloted the Xuanwu Dao Palace towards the yellow sand, while the north heavenly gate remained in front of the palace, maintaining the first line of defense. Meanwhile, 4 starships closely guarded and followed the Xuanwu Dao Palace from all sides. The warships' bows gleamed with a ghostly light, and the frozen divine light was fully charged and ready to launch at any moment. As the Xuanwu Dao Palace descended, The light sword meat grinder that stretched across half the sky also fell, eventually blocking the entrance to the underground passage. No matter how many insects came out, they were all mercilessly shredded into pieces. Half an hour passed, and Ying Guanghua's lips were trembling and turning white when the number of purple-striped silver-winged insects finally began to dwindle, seemingly on the verge of extinction. The activation of the Xuanwu Dao Palace can refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and water from another world as the reactor energy. But half of it also comes from the spiritual energy packs, spirit stones, and other resources stored by the immortal sect itself. The offensive launched by Shui Xian, wielding the Xuanwu Dao Palace, consumed even more resources than the previous frozen divine light, using up at least 1 billion merit points. Fortunately, Narcissus was still quite clear-headed. Seeing that the number of purple-striped silver-winged insects flying out of the underground cave had decreased to less than a third of what it was initially, she stopped her spirit stone-consuming attack. They began to arrange the military cultivators of the immortal sect to form a normal battle formation at the cave entrance, and began to slaughter them one by one. Another half-hour passed quickly. Boom! With a roar that shook the earth, a terrifying and vast aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the ground. According to Chen Mobai's empty valley sound, it was already at the nascent soul level. Shui Xian immediately ordered the North Heavenly Gate to withdraw all the military cultivators, and then personally flew out of the Xuanwu Dao Palace. With a wave of her jade-like right hand, the power gathered by the fifth-order magic array of the Northern Black Tortoise 7 mansions condensed into a jet-black 1,000-meter-long sword in her palm. Then he swung the sword heavily towards the entrance of the underground cave. A dark purple insected monster with 6 legs and 2 arms had just rushed out when it faced the 1,000-meter-long sword that Shui Xian had cleaved down with the power of the Xuanwu Dao Palace. With another deafening roar, the dark purple insectoid beast spat out a purplish-black energy ball, which collided with the 1,000-meter-long sword, instantly unleashing a tremendous burst of light. With a deafening roar, the ground was completely overturned. What were originally several dark passages, each tens of meters in diameter, leading deep underground, were instantly pierced, turning into a huge crater thousands of meters in diameter. Hiss! A painful insect chirping sound reached Chen Mobai's ears after the sand and mist dissipated. He activated his insightful eyes and quickly saw the dark purple insectoid creature with a deep, bone-revealing sword wound running from its face to its chest. Green blood oozed from the sword wound, falling onto the sand and gravel, corroding a large area as if it were strong acid. Narcissus, expressionless, once again condensed a 1,000-meter-long sword from the Xuanwu Dao Palace and casually swung it down. The dark purple insectoid tried to escape, but as soon as it moved its 6 legs, it felt a bone-chilling cold erupt from the sword wound, freezing its blood. It roared, and streaks of purplish-black patterns lit up within its entire carapace. The entire planet trembled slightly at that moment, and then a vast and powerful torrent of energy surged into its body from the depths of the earth, suppressing all the sword marks and freezing power within it. At that moment, the 1,000-meter-long sword had already landed on its head. The dark purple Zerg could only raise its slightly stiff hands and cross them in an attempt to block. However, 4 dark lights flashed and struck it before the 1,000-meter-long sword could fall. Under the freezing divine light, the power he had just borrowed was instantly dissolved. It was then sliced in two by a 1,000-meter-long sword. Narcissus overestimated her opponent's strength with this sword strike. After killing the dark purple insectoid, the momentum continued, and she cut a huge 1,000-meter-long frozen canyon in the earth. Roar! After killing this insectoid creature, it seemed to have attracted the attention of some powerful being, as another insectoid creature, also dark purple and almost identical in appearance, soon rushed out. Shui Xian tried another method from the Xuanwu Dao Palace. With a light tap of her bare foot, the huge tortoise phantom beneath her feet suddenly disappeared. Then, she stepped out of the void and landed heavily on the dark purple insectoid that had just rushed out. With a snap, The incredibly powerful insected beings at the nascent soul stage were instantly crushed to dust by this tortoise's foot. Putting aside everything else, Narcissus is more suitable to control the Xuanwu Dao Palace than any of the nascent soul cultivators in our Dao Academy throughout history. Upon seeing this scene, Master Baiming narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile. As a cultivator from the sea, Shui Xian is naturally very sensitive to water-based spiritual energy. Furthermore, when the elites of the Kunpeng lineage participated in the design and forging of this Xuanwu Dao Palace, they took into account the kings of the seas. If the 7 northern constellations were the kings of the 7 seas, then this Dao Palace could even unleash the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Synopsis of Literary Master 1978. Lin Keiyang, a corporate slave, is so busy with work that he doesn't even have time for blind dates. After transmigrating, he marries Tao Yushu, the most beautiful female educated youth in his assigned area. He thought he had found a beautiful woman, but she lost contact with him after getting into university. Lin Keiyang's family suffered from gossip because of this, but he didn't care. The wave of reform and opening up was rolling in, and he was eager to seize the day. He had no time to waste on a female educated youth. He originally planned to work hard for a few years to earn a few small goals, and then quickly retire and become a lazy bum, making up for the regret of not having enjoyed a day of carefree life despite working hard to earn money in his previous life. But before he could put his plan into action, the female educated youth who had disappeared for 6 months without a word suddenly appeared in the production team. "Keiyang, come with me to Yanjing," said the female educated youth. Before even starting his business, he's already living off his wife. But with only a junior high school education, what can he do in the city? My father-in-law said, "Why don't you become a librarian at Yenching University first?" Lin Keiyang thought he was finally living the life that all men dream of. But who would have thought that the gentle and well-educated female educated youth was actually a hidden shrew? She not only rolled her own hair, but she also dragged Lin Keiyang to roll it with her. For the sake of family harmony, Lin Keiyang had no choice but to present himself as a cultured person. End of this chapter. Chapter 928 Dragon God Star, Star Eater. Chapter 928 Dragon God Star, Star Eater. While the Immortal sect was carrying out a large-scale campaign to suppress the insect beasts, in the distant starry sky of this other world, several figures hidden in the darkness stood atop meteorites, coldly watching. We finally made some discoveries, but when the Immortal sects arrived, they almost completely destroyed everything. The master of Shenyu Pavilion spoke, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Their Ascension cult secretly infiltrated this other world, hoping to gather resources that would allow them to advance to a higher level. However, due to the presence of strange and powerful insect beasts underground, even with their current level of cultivation, they dared not say they could secure a victory. Therefore, they could only explore step by step. Among them, the Lord of the Divine Palace used his devouring god technique to possess many insect beasts, and is gradually dismantling and approaching the core of the nest. However, the hierarchical system among insect beasts in the underground nest world is very strict. Therefore, most of the insect beasts he possessed had to emerge during this war against the immortal sects and turned into insect corpses in the war. Let's take it slow. The sovereign queen sleeping deep in the Earth's core is already one of the best among those who have reached the nascent soul stage in terms of power. We probably can't deal with her on our own. Let the immortal sects help us remove the obstacles. The person on the central meteorite spoke, their voice hoarse. The person stood there, enveloped in darkness, with only a vague outline of a person visible, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female. This person is none other than the leader of the Ascension sect, and the #1 wanted person on the immortal sect's wanted list for nearly 1,000 years. Yes, master. Everyone on the meteorite nodded. After the immortal sects enter, let's all conceal ourselves, but don't let them have it too easy. Also, see if we can awaken the Mother Queen deep within the earth. I'll leave this matter to you. The ascending sect master addressed the divine imperial pavilion master, and the dragon-tiger ancestor on either side, and the two nodded slightly. Among them, the divine imperial pavilion master relied on the devouring god technique to seize the body and infiltrate. The dragon-tiger ancestor is skilled in beast-taming techniques. With the cooperation of the divine imperial pavilion master, he has already formed contracts with many promising insect beasts. Previously, due to the stable social structure and hierarchical system within the underground nests of the insect beasts, they dared not go too far. However, now that war has arrived, they can nurture a few of the more promising insect beasts. As they grow stronger, they will be able to get closer to the queen mother who has reached the nascent soul stage. Especially now, after the immortal sect used the Xuanwu Dao Palace to kill two lords who were equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Has Lin Daoming made any unusual moves? Finally, the ascending master asked the dragon-tiger ancestor a question. The latter closed his eyes, sensed it for a moment, and then shook his head, indicating that everything was normal. Let's see if he can pass this test. If he is willing to sever all his emotions, it wouldn't hurt to let him see the Zixiao Dao book. After hearing what the ascended master said, the dragon-tiger ancestor nodded slightly. What's wrong? In a cave deep underground in another world, Lin Daoming turned his head and saw Yan Xinji staring blankly at the tiny, rice-grain-sized golden-red ants on the wall, no longer moving forward. He frowned and asked, "The ants here are very interesting." Yan Xinji answered, then reached out and collected the ants into a glass tube. "Let's go quickly. I can sense the essence of this planet's creation is just ahead." After he finished, Lin Daoming urged him on. As a cultivator who has attained enlightenment and formed his core in the immortal sect, Lin Daoming possesses the ability to perceive the essence of creation from the spiritual core of the earth, which he named Spiritual Core Myriad Phenomena. Relying on this ability, he can not only sense the vast energy flowing deep within the earth, he can even comprehend the mysteries of creation under the endless changes of time. He can also replace the Earth's spiritual core with his own body to temper himself, and thus rapidly improve his cultivation. That is why he was able to find the fragments of the embryo-forming furnace. At the very moment he successfully formed his nascent soul, he captured the essence of the heaven-mending Tao Academy's spiritual veins being born in this world, and saw a glimpse of his future as a deity, using the fifth-order spiritual veins as a pivot to evolve all phenomena in the world, perceive all the creation and vitality of the earthly origin star, and ascend to the level of a god. Unfortunately, Ancestor Kaingsing said that it was most likely a demon in his heart, and even if it could really make him become a god, it would definitely not be allowed at the cost of sacrificing the fifth-order spiritual vein of the Heaven-Mending Academy. What saddened Lin Daoming the most was that all the Earth spiritual pivots of the immortal sect had long been integrated by the Earth Network Array, so his abilities were basically useless within the immortal sect. Besides that, there is another thing. That is, besides comprehending the Tao and forming the Golden Core, Lin Daoming also had another experience of hearing the Tao through his immortal spiritual root. At that time, his spiritual pivot myriad manifestations allowed him to enter the deepest part of the Earth origin star. He saw the greatest secret of this planet, which was also the real reason why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came here from the distant depths of the universe. Above the other world, Chen Mobai and the other 16 nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects were already chatting in small groups along their respective circles. Not far away, after Narcissus successively killed 2 nascent soul-level insect beasts, the huge cave entrance that had been surging with terrifying aura began to calm down. Although some ferocious-looking insects and beasts still occasionally emerge, they are suppressed by the north heavenly gate of the Xuanwu Dao Palace hanging in the sky. Those that exceed the foundation establishment level are all killed. During the conversation, the figure of the 3 Absolutes Master next to Chen Mobai flashed with silver light, and he was holding several insect beasts that were bound by the Qi prison and could not move, as well as some fragments of the corpses of high-level insect beasts. "I'll take it back and study it first." After saying this, the venerable Sanju left this other world. His movement prompted Master Peach Blossom, who had long since wanted to leave, to immediately use the excuse of helping him to depart as well. Of the Jumeng lineage present, only Wenren Zuwei remained. She smiled somewhat awkwardly. Send over the people and equipment we agreed on as soon as possible. There's a lot worth studying here. Some retreated, while others stayed behind. Master Yuangsu spoke to Ying Guanghua, then used his void walking ability to head towards the mineral vein that Nangong Xuanyu and the other vanguard had previously identified. Then I'll go take a look at the underwater ruins. Maybe I can find out the history and civilization of this planet that was buried. Master Plum Blossom of the Star-Gazing Academy said something like this. Although the maps and patterns of the ruins that Nangong Xuanyu and the others sent over were very clear, they certainly couldn't compare to what one could discover by being there in person. Can I come with you? Master Yu Yi was also very interested. Master Mei Hua was naturally happy to have someone to accompany them. And finally, Master Yun Hai also wanted to experience the world and its landscapes, so the three of them set off together. I'll just wander around a bit then. Maybe I'll stumble upon an opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator. Master Chengshuan spoke, saying that his lifespan was running out. If there were no resources in this other world that could enable him to reach the divine realm, then once the gate to the realm closed, he would have no choice but to risk taking that step. Afterwards, Chen Mobai and the others stayed for several more days to confirm that the situation here was settled before returning to the immortal sect. Time slowly passed by. A year will soon have passed. First, Master Plum Blossom made a major breakthrough discovery in the underwater ruins. Around the ruins, they discovered skeletons of half-human, half-fish creatures. By comparing these findings with various murals, they determined that these were the original rulers of this planet. However, these mermaids didn't always look like this. Research on the ruins has revealed that they were once the dominant species on land, ruling over the planet's skies, land, and seabed. Wherever they could set foot, that was their territory. They claimed to be descendants of the three dragon gods, and the civilization they established was called the Dragon God Dynasty. The three dragon gods are the heavenly dragon god, the earthly dragon god, and the sea dragon god. They respectively govern the sky, the earth, and the sea. This planet is also known as Dragon God Star. However, countless years ago, a huge meteorite fell from the sky, piercing through the membrane between heaven and earth, and crashed into the earth, creating an incredibly deep crater. Based on the murals in the underwater ruins, the Cloud Sea Man located the dragon's lair and determined that the place where the meteorite fell was the very place where the Xuanwu Dao Palace is now suppressing the land. That is, the passage leading to and from the underground of Dragon God Star. Initially, the beings of the Dragon God Dynasty merely studied this meteorite. Their most powerful priests even used the meteorite's materials to forge crowns, scepters, and other divine artifacts for the emperors of the Dragon God Dynasty. Unfortunately, they didn't notice that this extraterrestrial meteorite also carried a terrifying insect-like beast from the universe. Before the creatures of the Dragon God Dynasty arrived, the queen of the insect-like beast hid herself away, and then continuously absorbed the planet's energy to lay eggs on a massive scale. Centuries later, because the number of insects and beasts was too great, the underground nests were already overburdened. So, led by the Queen Mother, they surged out of the ground and began to devour the creatures on the surface. At first, the Dragon God Dynasty was able to organize its forces to suppress the insect beasts. However, as time passed, the experts of the Dragon God Dynasty began to fall one by one under the relentless onslaught of insects and beasts. Eventually, the three dragon gods, who had been asleep for a long time, were awakened. Under their leadership, the priests of the Dragon God Dynasty even turned the tables and ventured deep underground. The murals do not describe the details of the underground battle, but all of them, including the three dragon gods and all the priests of the Dragon God Dynasty, disappeared without a trace. The insect beasts also vanished for decades, and just when the creatures of the Dragon God Dynasty thought it was all over, even more insect beasts began to emerge from the ground, devouring all the creatures they encountered. At this point, the three dragon gods never appeared again. Ultimately, all the creatures of the dragon god dynasty had no choice but to abandon the land and flee to the sea. Those insect beasts, though incredibly powerful and capable of devouring all sorts of metals, trees, and minerals, disliked water. The creatures of the dragon god dynasty began to eke out a living by relying on the sea. 1,000 years later, they even evolved into a form that was half human, half dragon, and half fish. During this time, the emperor of the dragon god dynasty did not give up hope and sent newly born priests to the land to search for the whereabouts of the three dragon gods. Persistence pays off. They found the blood-written letter of their ancestors in their underground nest. The contents recorded above, however, filled them with despair. The Queen Mother, possessing unimaginable power, devoured the planet's core energy. In a direct confrontation, although the three dragon gods severely injured her, they could not completely destroy her. Ultimately, the three dragon gods, exhausted, were devoured by the Queen Mother. Meanwhile, the other priests of the dragon god dynasty were pursued and killed by endless insect beasts in their underground lair. This blood-written letter was left by one of the most powerful priests who had cultivated to the Dragon King realm before his death. After learning all this, the Dragon God dynasty no longer had any intention of launching a counterattack on the land. They also gave the queen a name, Star Eater. The remnants of the Dragon God dynasty tried to survive in the sea, but the evolution speed of the insect beasts far exceeded their expectations. Soon, the Queen Mother gave birth to an insect beast that was not afraid of seawater. Another century passed, and all the creatures that the Dragon God dynasty had fled to the sea, including the creatures that originally existed in the sea, were devoured by this batch of evolved insect beasts. Fortunately, the insect beasts were only interested in living beings and metal minerals, so these stone relics and murals were preserved, giving the immortal sects a chance to decipher them. With these interpretations, the immortal sect attached even greater importance to this dragon god star. According to the descriptions in these murals, the planet had clearly become a hive of insects, with insect beasts roaming deep underground. The Queen Mother, known as the Star Devourer, should be the being mentioned by the star-pulling ancestor, who possessed traces of the nascent soul stage. If the opponent is truly at the nascent soul stage, according to the rules of the immortal sects, this must be confirmed as the highest level of war, namely, creating a world. Therefore, the three main halls of the immortal sect began a full mobilization. The proposal to unseal the remaining three main temples was quickly approved in the three main halls after the murals in the ruins were deciphered. Besides that, there's the Lingxiao Palace. However, this requires a nascent soul true monarch to activate and control, so although the proposal was approved, given that Ancestor Kaingsing had not returned and Ancestor Baiguang had not yet awakened, they could only send someone to take it out of the warehouse first. Among the three Dao palaces, Ying Guanghua, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, gained control of the White Tiger Dao Palace. However, he was mainly responsible for guarding the Immortal Gate and the Earth Origin Star, essentially acting as a lookout. The Vermilion Bird Palace naturally fell into Chen Mobai's hands. Since the Righteous Law Hall was responsible for fighting, if the war on Dragon God Star went badly, Chen Mobai would have to lead the army directly to provide support. In addition to the Vermilion Bird Palace, the accompanying Southern Heavenly Gate, the Southern Seven Constellations' immortal armor, and the 7 starships also fell into his hands. Aside from not having enough spirit stones, this is almost a full configuration. The ownership and leadership of the White Tiger Dao Palace and the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace were basically decided by unanimous vote. However, the remaining Azure Dragon Palace has encountered some turmoil. According to the unspoken rules of the immortal sects, this belongs to the Jumeng Dao Academy. However, Jumeng Taoist Academy currently lacks a strong leader. As a researcher and doctor, Master Sanju would definitely be the last to go to the battlefield, unless all the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects were killed. Peach Blossom Master is qualified, but she doesn't want to do it, and her ability to command troops is probably not as good as Wenren Zuwei's. However, Wenren Zuwei had just formed her nascent soul and lacked experience and expertise. Unlike Chen Mobai, who, from the time he began practicing qi cultivation for the college entrance examination until he reached the nascent soul stage, dominated all opponents of the same level through combat. Therefore, although Chen Mobai had only recently reached the nascent soul stage, everyone in the immortal sects had full confidence in him, believing that someone so strong in combat must also be extremely strong in battle. Although Wenren Zuwei is exceptionally talented and is even widely recognized as second only to Chen Mobai in this generation, war is no child's play, and many people are skeptical about her taking command of the Azure Dragon Palace. At this time, Qi Yuheng, the #1 nascent soul cultivator of the immortal sect, was still free, so the general public of the immortal sect hoped that this powerful figure could take command of the final Azure Dragon Dao Palace. However, Chen Mobai knew that all of this was the Kunpeng Dao Academy using its media to create momentum, trying to force Wenren Zuwei to give up through public opinion, and also trying to get many neutral golden core cultivators in the 3 halls to cast their precious votes for Qi Yuheng. What are you thinking? In the office of the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai asked Wenren Zuwei, who was standing in front of him. Besides the two of them, Pei Qingshuang was also there, but she was pacing back and forth by the window with some anxiety. We have to give it a shot. It was not easy for me to reach the nascent soul stage, which boosted morale. Although I know I probably can't beat Grand Hall Master Qi, if we don't even try, the people below will fall apart. Wenren Zuwei, however, took it all in stride. Okay, if you want to fight for it, I'll definitely help you. Chen Mobai nodded upon hearing her words, and was about to call Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan from the next office over when Wenren Zuwei stopped him. I said I'll argue for it, it's just me. Upon hearing Wenren Zuwei's words, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, and then couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, I understand what you mean. Not long after, at the meeting of the 3 main halls, another vote was held regarding the leadership of the Azure Dragon Palace. All the people from Bushan and Wuki abstained. In the final vote count, Qi Yuheng was elected with over 80% of the votes. Wenren Zhu only made a token argument to show that Jumeng Dao Academy now has a nascent soul cultivator like herself. For her, her greatest asset is her youth. Jumeng Academy has been weak among the 3 major halls for a long time. If it wants to rise, unless a powerful figure like Chen Mobai emerges, it will have to take it one step at a time. Moreover, she practices the everlasting spring technique, so her future is promising. As long as she is alive, she will definitely have opportunities in the future. Qi Yuheng clearly intends to use this war to create a new world as an opportunity to try his hand at becoming a god. Wenren Zuwei's casual attitude actually earned her a favor from Qi Yuheng. After the ownership of the 3 major Taoist palaces is established, the most important person is still needed. The immortal sect has 10 military regions and 1 million military cultivators. Xue Xian allocated 200,000 troops, but at that time she only had 4 starships in operation. This time, Qinglong, Zhuge, and Beihu had 7 ships in total, so naturally she wanted more military cultivators. Chen Mobai, citing his control of the Zhengfa Hall, stated that only by placing the military cultivators under his command could they be used effectively and exert their maximum combat power, and he desired 400,000 cultivators. This request was naturally rejected by the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall together. After a heated argument, the 3 parted on bad terms. At the nascent soul meeting following the main conference, the 3 sat down together again and finally determined the number of cultivators in the 3 major Dao palaces. Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng each took 250,000, and the remaining 300,000 was given to Ying Guanghua to guard the house. However, after this matter was confirmed, Chen Mobai immediately called all the major military units and asked them to transfer the most elite soldiers from their respective military regions to him. The master of the righteous law hall still has this much power. Even if Ying Guanghua and Qi Yuheng knew about it, they couldn't say anything, since these people are usually trained by the righteous law hall. After the 3 Dao palaces were activated, Chen Mobai often led the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace to conduct exercises in the starry sky, and also stationed outside the boundary gate at all times to prevent any situation from occurring on Dragon God Star, and to ensure timely rescue. However, he soon discovered that his ability to lead troops into battle was not as outstanding as his skill in combat. However, under the system of the immortal sect, all he needed to do was know how to use people. Sure enough, he discovered that Zhongli Tianyu was quite capable in leading troops into battle. After hearing about the impending war, the latter voluntarily gave up his position as Minister of Law Enforcement and was selected to join the ranks of cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace. Zhongli Zheng, the patriarch of the Zhongli family and one of the military factions, strongly supported this. After all, everyone knows how difficult it is to obtain resources in the immortal sect. If he can perform well in the war, after it ends, Chen Mobai will be promoted to the position of the Hall Master and the Deputy Hall Master based on his military merits. Isn't that the position that Zhongli Tianyu has? Therefore, Zhongli Tianyu joined the army not only because he liked it, but also because of his family. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't object, since the more golden core cultivators there were in the army, the better. Moreover, he soon discovered that Zhongli Tianyu was indeed worthy of being from a military family. He was proficient in everything, including troop deployment, formation practice, piloting starships, and even the 10,000 crows firelight of the South Heavenly Gate and the Vermilion Bird immortal armor. According to him, the memories of these things were contained in the Bagua mirror of his fellow practitioners. Later, Chen Mobai learned that the 4 Symbols Dao Palace was only fully perfected under the care of Ancestor Zhongli. Before that, it was merely a war weapon modeled after the Ling Xiao Palace by the immortal sect. It was Ancestor Zhongli who, based on the 4 symbols and 28 mansions, configured starships and 4 heavenly gates. In the case of insufficient nascent soul cultivators, he also developed the starry sky immortal armor. That's why, as soon as Zhongli Tianyu touched these things, a familiar feeling instinctively arose in his mind. In that case, I will give you a chance. If the Vermilion Bird Palace participates in the battle, I will hand over command to you. If you keep winning, the command will always be yours. But if you lose once, I will have to take the field myself. That day, after Chen Mobai led Zhongli Tianyu in practicing the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace, he said something with a look of great confidence in Zhongli Tianyu. "Thank you for your kind words, venerable master." The clan chief Zhongli, who was standing nearby, immediately expressed his gratitude. If Zhongli Tianyu were to take command, even if Chen Mobai, the commander, were to receive most of the credit after the battle, Zhongli Tianyu would certainly get his share. This essentially means that Zhongli Tianyu is being groomed to be the future deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall. At this moment, the Zhongli clan chief was very glad that he had forced Zhongli Tianyu to go to the Dance Weapon Academy instead of Kunpeng. Otherwise, how could he have gotten on the good side of Master Chunyang? "As long as I'm here, you'll never have a chance to make a move." Zhongli Tianyu said this with a confident expression. "Good, that's exactly what I wanted, not to make a move." Chen Mobai secretly cheered in his heart, but on the surface, he wore an expression of mentoring a junior. 2 more years have passed. Under the leadership of the various nascent soul cultivators, the immortal sect has established several bases on Dragon God Star. Some are used for mining, some for collecting specimens, and others for searching for various relics and deciphering the civilization and history of Dragon God Star. During this process, the various bases of the immortal sect were frequently attacked by insects and beasts that emerged from the cracked yellow sand. The Xuanwu Dao Palace guards the meteorite crater, while the Narcissus Palace dispatches starships to protect various bases and ensure the immortal sects can collect resources from this planet. Among them, the remaining 3 starships of Xuanwu Dao Palace have been delivered to Shui Xian. It is precisely because of this, along with Yuan Su and other nascent soul cultivators, that the development of Dragon God Star by the immortal sect, although occasionally encountering setbacks, is still within control. During the development process, they also discovered that the underground metal veins had been almost completely devoured by the insect beasts, and even those that remained were broken and hollow. On the contrary, most of the earth-related minerals have survived. What pleased the immortal sects even more was that, although all living beings had been wiped out in the Dragon God Star Sea, the resources in the sea had not been ruined by insects and beasts. The immortal sect unearthed minerals similar to spirit stones, which contain earth and water elemental energy. According to the murals on Dragon God Star, they call them elemental crystals, which come in various types. However, after the arrival of the Star Eaters, only elemental crystals with earth and water attributes remained. It was based on this information that the three masters of the immortal sect made a significant discovery while researching the insects and beasts of the other world. These insect beasts share a common genetic origin, indicating they were indeed born from the same mother, and their bodies are imbued with abundant metal and fire energies. Therefore, they particularly enjoy devouring metal veins, and the deepest part of the Earth's core contains endless magnetic power and true fire from the Earth's core. It was thanks to this that the Queen Mother was able to evolve and even develop such a massive nest. Master Sanju strongly suspected that this Mother Queen had already devoured the entire planet's core. If that were the case, she might not even be at the nascent soul stage. Upon discovering this, the immortal sect became even more tense. If this were someone above the nascent soul stage, I wonder if the Lingxiao Palace could handle it. Soon, based on the arrangement and comparison of the genes of various insects and beasts on the immortal sect's side, the three Absolutes Master found the most primitive form that was closest to the Star Devourer insect beast. It is a type of ant. The Venerable Sanju named it Gold-Biting Fire Ant. Book recommendation: Who plays Go after everyone's reborn? If we were reborn in the 1980s, who would play Go? You're saying the prize money for the competition is the amount for 2024. Saving the future of Chinese chess is our inescapable duty. End of this chapter. Chapter 929, Various Studies on the Nascent Soul Stage of the Immortal Sect, thanks to the Alliance Leader Wan Yaoyinli. Chapter 929, Various Studies on the Nascent Soul Stage of the Immortal Sect, thanks to the Alliance Leader Wan Yaoyinli. Gold-Biting Fire Ants. In the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai finished reading the research materials that the Venerable Sanju had just uploaded, and thought that the name the latter had chosen seemed to have been heard somewhere before. He used the Fangkun book to search the Immortal Sect network and his own heavenly calculation beads, but found nothing. That could mean some obscure ancient books that haven't been uploaded to the internet. Chen Mobai didn't waste any more time and directly called Master Sanju to inquire about the matter. I didn't expect you to have heard of this," Master Sanju said with some surprise, and then set a time for Chen Mobai to come to him. "It just so happens that Peach Blossom and the others also want to know. Come to Jumeng Academy." Wenren Zuwei was also in charge of the overall situation at Wanggu Cave. After Chen Mobai told her, the two of them used the void shift to descend to Jumeng Academy. Master Peach Blossom and Master Three Wonders were already drinking tea in the pavilion. The former frowned slightly, his expression revealing a hint of worry. If I remember correctly, this gold-eating fire ant should be one of the 6 ancient insects recorded in the Taoist book left by the Changchun ancestor. After Chen Mobai sat down, Wenren Zuwei spoke first. "That's right, and I'm 80–90% sure that the queen who devoured Dragon God Star is the gold-eating fire ant." Master Sanju spoke with absolute certainty. "It's actually one of the 6 ancient insects." After listening, Chen Mobai finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity. This ancient 6 insects are also recorded in the notes of the Cloud Fang ancestor of the Dance Weapon Academy. It is said that there are 6 powerful insects born from the primordial energy of the universe: the 6-winged cicada, the gold-biting fire ant, the Taiyan centipede, the jade sword butterfly, the earth elemental locust, and the blood-transforming demon mosquito. In the past, Ancestor Yunya once used the Azure Jade Sword Butterfly to forge a set of flying swords for his Taoist partner. When combined with the Mingxiao sword, its power was no less than that of the Dinghai sword. Chen Mobai knew about this, because the flying swords had already been taken away by Master Yuxiao. After the two of them escorted Master Chengxuan out of seclusion, Master Yuxiao took a magical artifact ball and left. Out of curiosity, Chen Mobai inquired about it, and Master Chengxuan told him about it. These gold-eating fire ants devour gold and fire, and their favorite food is the core of planets, because the Earth's core contains the most concentrated, undeveloped, high-temperature energy of the entire planet, and it also contains innate creative essence, which can not only promote the evolution of the Queen Mother, but also enable its race to reproduce indefinitely. Based on the current situation of Dragon God Star, it is highly likely that the Queen Mother has already reached the nascent soul stage, and has condensed two innate attribute inner cores of gold and fire within her body. If the Queen Mother were to combine these two inner cores into one, she would be able to evolve to the most powerful level, which is close to the realm of an innate demon god. In our terms, that would be the void refining realm. After listening to the words of the three Absolutes Master, Chen Mobai's expression also became solemn. The power of the refining void realm is evident from the fact that no one in the immortal sect has been able to achieve it for thousands of years. Even in the heavenly river realm, those at the refinement void realm can ascend to immortality in broad daylight and become invincible across the entire realm. Then we need to kill it before the Mother Queen evolves. Should we inform the two ancestors about this? Chen Mobai said, if what the three Absolutes Master researched is true, then the immortal sect's current situation is extremely dangerous. Ancestor Kaingsing already knew. Otherwise, why do you think I dared to use the name gold-biting fire ant? The words of the Venerable Sanju made Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei realize something. No wonder that before the true form of the star-piercing ancestor entered Dragon God Star, he instructed them to prepare the Lingxiao Palace, the most powerful war weapon of the immortal sect, to be opened. Once the Queen Mother has truly evolved to the complete realm, then the immortal sect will have no choice but to use the Lingxiao Palace to completely reduce Dragon God Star and it to cosmic dust. Even so, the Empress's strength is probably not to be underestimated. I wonder if the two patriarchs can take her down. Chen Mobai said with a worried expression, and Wenren Zuwei beside him nodded in agreement. The three Absolutes Master and the Peach Blossom Master glanced at Chen Mobai with somewhat strange expressions, and then the latter coughed lightly and said something else. Those gold-eating fire ants devour gold and fire, and can easily destroy wood attribute materials as well. So if we encounter them, it is best to use magic weapons of the earth and water attributes. When Master Chunyang's Vermilion Bird Dao Palace enters, it will mainly play a supporting role, working together with the Azure Dragon Dao Palace to protect the Black Tortoise Dao Palace in its attack. No wonder they chose Narcissus and Xuanwu Dao Palace to lead the charge this time. It was probably arranged behind the scenes by Ancestor Kaingsing. However, this means that all four elements in the Four Symbols Palace, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, are now countered by the gold-eating fire ants. If they truly want to win this battle, they will probably have to bring out the Lingxiao Palace, which encompasses all attributes. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Peach Blossom. Chen Mobai nodded and thanked her. Then I'll head back to Wangwu Cave Heaven now. Please let me know as soon as you have any further news. Chen Mobai stood up to leave, and Wenren Zuwei also bowed to the Three Wonders and Peach Blossom, preparing to leave together. In times of war, if there isn't a nascent soul cultivator in the three main halls, Jumeng's people would probably be sent to participate in all sorts of dangerous missions. So even if she's lazy, she has no choice but to stay in Wangwu Cave Heaven. Zuwei, please stay a moment, I have something to tell you. However, Master Peach Blossom suddenly called out to Wenren Zuwei, who, though puzzled, nodded and sat down. Then I'll go first. After bidding farewell to the three, Chen Mobai immediately used the void shift technique to leave. Principal, is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Chen Mobai left, Wenren Zuwei saw that Sanju and Taohua both breathed a sigh of relief, took a sip of their tea, and then asked with some doubt. You were busy with nascent soul formation before, so I didn't tell you about that matter so as not to distract you. Master Peach Blossom then recounted in detail the fact that the reincarnation of the White Light ancestor was Chen Mobai's wife. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei's eyes widened immediately. She recalled how she often went to Chen Mobai's house for meals when she was in Wangu Cave, and she couldn't help but gasp. Why didn't you say this sooner? I thought Cuyer would tell you. Upon seeing Wenren Zuwei's expression, Master Peach Blossom instinctively began to shift the blame. Cuyer knows too. Yes, she was probably one of the first to know, back when the purple lightning sword was choosing its master. After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei, who was always gentle and quiet, crushed the teacup in her hand. She knows, yet she still watches me eat the food cooked by the White Light ancestor every day. After taking a few deep breaths, Wenren Zuwei immediately took out her phone, sent a text message to Chen Mobai, and then used the void shift technique to go back and teach Pei Qingshuang, her fake best friend, a lesson. She seems a little angry. Master Peach Blossom said somewhat uncertainly. I'd be angry too if I found out last. Master Sanju rolled his eyes at her, then took his leave. Wasn't it said that Counselor Wenren would be coming to dinner tonight? That evening, Shi Wanyu had just finished preparing a table of dishes when she saw Chen Mobai teleport to the table by himself, and she couldn't help but ask him in surprise. She had something come up and was kept at Jumeng Taoist Temple by Master Peach Blossom. Chen Mobai recounted the text message Wenren Zuwei had sent him, then took the chopsticks his daughter handed him, invited Shi Wanyu to sit down, and the three of them began to eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Mobai returned to his cultivation room in his courtyard and took out a pure yang condensing true pill. Over the years, the nascent soul cultivators on the immortal sects side have been mostly preoccupied with the dragon god star, but Chen Mobai's cultivation progress has not slowed down. After all, he improved his cultivation level by taking pills, not by diligently practicing meditation. In his spare time, Chen Mobai used the burning lamp technique to refine and purify his true energy and divine sense. Time passed slowly like this. That day, Chen Mobai was inspecting the Vermilion Bird Palace in the outer starry sky when he suddenly received a message from Shi Wanyu via urgent phone call. His last elder relative, Chen Bailan, has passed away and is lying in the first hospital of Wangu Cave. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately used the void teleportation technique to return. When he arrived, Shi Wanyu and her son, as well as Zhuang Jialan, his personal secretary, were already in the ward. Xinying booked the earliest flight here. If there are no delays, she should arrive this afternoon. Shi Wanyu walked over and told Chen Mobai something. Chen Bailan never married, so she only had two younger relatives, Chen Mobai and Wang Xinying. Sister Zijing is already waiting at the airport. Zhuang Jialan saw Chen Mobai's signal in her eyes, indicating that everything was arranged. Chen Mobai nodded and walked to the hospital bed. The now completely aged Chen Bailan lay unconscious on the bed, barely breathing. Master. Beside the hospital bed, there was a doctor operating the equipment. After respectfully nodding to Chen Mobai, he briefly explained the situation. Dying without illness is a natural death, which in a sense is good news. Thank you, doctor. Chen Mobai said something, and the doctor immediately gave him time. Shi Wanyu and the others also left the room with the doctor. Is that Mobai? A short while later, Chen Bailan woke up. His vision seemed blurry, and he could only see a person sitting at the head of the bed. It's me, uncle. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and grasped Chen Bailan's hand. He then diluted his true energy into pure yang spiritual power and slowly injected it into Chen Bailan's body to help warm him up. I've finally reached this point, but in my life, I've traveled across countless mountains and rivers of the immortal realm. In my old age, having such an outstanding nephew like you to see me off, I have no regrets. Chen Baolan held Chen Mobai's hand, a smile playing on her lips, and spoke in a light, airy tone. "Uncle, I have a longevity pill. If I feed it to you, it might extend your life by a few years." Chen Mobai took out the Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan, mysterious heaven black gold pill, two of which he had secretly given to Chen Baolan earlier. Although the average lifespan of qi refining cultivators in the immortal sect is 120 years, an extra 10 or so years is within a reasonable range, since there are always long-lived individuals. However, Chen Baolan is now completely exhausted, with less than a 50% chance of refining the pill, and might not be able to withstand its effects. "No need. My older brother and second sister have been waiting for me underground for a long time. I don't want them to wait any longer." Chen Baolan shook his head. He lived a very enlightened life, never marrying or having children, living a carefree and happy life, living only for himself, doing as he pleased without any worries. Now lying in a hospital bed, he has no intention of lingering in this world any longer and causing trouble for others. His life has been fulfilled. "Uncle, when you get down there, please remember to tell them how awesome I am in the immortal sect," Chen Mobai said in a teasing tone, and Chen Baolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If my elder brother and sister-in-law knew that you had successfully formed your nascent soul, they would hold a 3-day, 3-night banquet, even in the underworld. But my second sister has definitely already told them about it." Chen Baolan held Chen Mobai's hand, imagining what it would be like to meet Chen Xinglan and Chen Yulan. As the uncle and nephew were chatting, a knock came at the door. With red-rimmed eyes, Wang Xinying walked in, led by Shiwanyu. "Uncle, Xinying is here too," Chen Mobai said to Chen Baolan, and Wang Xinying, sobbing slightly, walked to the other side of the hospital bed and held Chen Baolan's other hand. "Xinying, if I go downstairs and tell my second sister and brother-in-law that you are still single, they will probably blame me for not fulfilling my duties as an elder." Chen Baolan spoke with a slight smile, easing the somber atmosphere in the ward. "Uncle." Wang Xinying was speechless and could only hold his hand and stand in front of the hospital bed. Chen Mobai began by recounting a childhood memory. Chen Baolan had taken the two children to visit a museum. As he continued to reminisce, Chen Baolan's face grew increasingly rosy, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He could clearly see his nephews and nieces on either side of the bed, but it was obvious that this was his last burst of energy before death. "It's a pity that in my entire life I've only traveled to various parts of the immortal realm, but I've never been to another world." Finally, after saying those words, Chen Baolan's hand stiffened slightly, and she stopped breathing on the hospital bed. Wang Xinying could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Chen Mobai suppressed his grief, reached out and gently closed Chen Baolan's eyes. Because of his uncle's passing, Chen Mobai took a leave of absence for a while. After taking Chen Baolan's ashes to Dragon God Star, he returned to Dangxia City with his family. Chen Baolan's grave was naturally next to Chen Xinglan's, and Chen Mobai led his family in paying their respects. "How's your cultivation going lately? Are you confident you can achieve the core formation?" As they were leaving and descending the mountain, Chen Mobai asked about Wang Xinying. She had already accumulated 60 years of experience, but her alchemy skills were not yet fully developed, and she lacked confidence in achieving her core formation. Therefore, she hadn't asked Chen Mobai to provide her with the necessary elixirs for core formation. "Thanks to the spiritual fruit you sent me, brother, my comprehension has improved a lot, and my golden spiritual root now has 66 points." Wang Xinying recounted her spiritual practice in detail. Her talent can only be considered above average. After nearly 100 years of hard work in taking loquat fruit, she has only increased her gold spiritual root by 34 points. This is precisely the normal rate at which spiritual roots are improved through arduous cultivation in the immortal sects when resources are scarce. It is precisely for this reason that many cultivators in the immortal sects cannot bear this desolation and loneliness, and give up early to start enjoying life. If it weren't for Wang Xinying having Chen Mobai as her brother, and the hope she still had for achieving the golden core stage in the future, she probably would have given up on cultivating the alchemy technique long ago. After all, you accumulated your seniority and experience here in Danxia City. If I were to arrange for you to obtain the golden elixir of rejuvenation simply after 60 years, it would definitely cause a huge uproar when the announcement is made. Chen Mobai brought up the arrangements for Wang Xinying's core formation spiritual object. It just so happened that this younger sister didn't have much confidence in her own core formation, so he originally planned to wait until the next batch of golden essence core formation pills were made by the immortal sect, reserve one for her, and then have Qing Nu start a furnace in the eastern wilderness to refine the golden liquid jade returning pill. However, starting a war is a great opportunity to build up one's resume and achievements. At the end of this year, a new batch of personnel from the immortal sect will be sent to Dragon God Star. Some of them will be required to be talisman makers and weapon refiners, mainly to help repair the restrictions and talismans on various magical artifacts for the military. I've arranged for you to undergo training in the relevant departments of Wangwu Cave for a period of time before going there with the main force. Chen Mobai explained his plans, and Wang Xinying nodded repeatedly, indicating that she would follow his lead. Time flies, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On Dragon God Star, Venerable Yunxu used local materials to study elemental crystals. Soon, he and Venerable Yunhai joined forces to improve a 9-fold filtering array, which could convert the explosive energy contained within into spiritual energy that cultivators on the immortal sect side could absorb. However, because over 90% of the elemental crystals are of earth and water attributes, they can only be used by cultivators who practice these two techniques. The biggest beneficiary of this research is naturally the Xuanwu Dao Palace. After embedding these filtering arrays into the energy furnaces of the Dao Palace and the starship, the maximum power of this war artifact can be unleashed simply by adding water attribute elemental crystals, without even needing spirit stones and void spiritual energy packs from the immortal sect. Thanks to this research, Narcissus even rode the Xuanwu Palace and the North Heavenly Gate to venture deep into the Earth's core several times. However, the closer one gets inside, the more insects and beasts emerge. Moreover, the golden and fire energies released from the self-destruction of these insects and beasts, when numerous, can also erode the Xuanwu Dao Palace and the North Heavenly Gate. Especially as it gets closer to the star core, the ancient poisonous fire surging deep within the earth becomes increasingly intense, and it also contains innate changes, making it incomparably powerful. When it collides with the 9 Heavens Water Palace Void Domain, evolved from the Xuanwu Dao Palace, even though the latter has abundant energy, it shows signs of being unable to withstand it. After several attempts, Narcissus had no choice but to retreat and await the orders of the star-pulling ancestor. However, the nascent soul cultivators of the Yunxu and other immortal sects, under the protection of the Xuanwu Dao Palace, achieved even more research results deep within the earth. Among them, Master Meihua and Master Yui used the cultivation techniques of the Dragon God dynasty, translated from the ruins, to sense many dragon artifacts and other items left behind by the deceased Dragon God priests. Many of the dragon artifacts bear the last words of the priests of the Dragon God dynasty, and some of them are even legendary divine artifacts. The most common of these is the cultivation secrets of Dragon God Star. The priests of Dragon God Star primarily cultivate themselves into the 3 dragon gods. From the initial awakening of dragon blood, to the protection of dragon scales, and finally to soaring with dragon wings, it is a step-by-step process of transforming into a dragon. Once you are able to transform into a dragon, you will need to receive the dragon soul mark in the temple of the 3 dragon gods. However, after the death of the 3 dragon gods, the descendants of the Dragon God dynasty who fled to the sea never received the inheritance of the dragon soul mark again. The final step in the priest's cultivation in the Dragon God dynasty is called the reincarnation of the Dragon King. After becoming the Dragon King, one can enter the divine realm of the 3 dragon gods and serve them. It is said that after being reincarnated into the realm of gods, one can live forever. The immortal sects are skeptical about this. After all, even a nascent soul true lord will one day die of old age. Since the three dragon gods were able to be killed by the Queen Mother, it is obvious that they could not have exceeded the nascent soul stage at most. However, Dragon God Star is, after all, another world, and it may contain divine objects or rules that are beyond the understanding of the immortal sects, which could make living beings immortal. Therefore, the immortal sects are still continuing their research with hope. If we can discover the secret to achieving immortality in the divine realm, then without a doubt, it will be the greatest scientific research in the history of the immortal sects. Upon receiving this news, despite the objections of the three major halls, Master Sanju entered Dragon God Star and together with several other masters, began to study this subject. If they really discover the secret to immortality, then the next Flying Immortal Award will definitely be theirs. In the office of the Zhengfa Hall, Wenren Zuwei, who was having tea with Chen Mobai, brought up this matter. However, Pei Qingshuang, who always liked to be with him, was not there. Chen Mobai heard that the two sisters seemed to have fallen out, but he was not a gossipy person and did not inquire about it. Anyway, his relationship with the two women is still good. Let them have it. After all, if we can discover the secret of immortality in the Dragon God Star realm, it will be a huge boon for all the upper-level cultivators of our immortal sect. Chen Mobai, however, seemed completely unconcerned, as the Flying Immortal Award had essentially been reserved for his void scripture. However, as the war began, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects produced one amazing achievement after another. Elemental crystal filtration, the Dragon God Priest's cultivation method, the secret to immortality in the divine realm. Even the Cloud Sea Man was still studying the celestial membrane of Dragon God Star. He vaguely saw the legendary divine realm of the three dragon gods hidden between the heavens and earth of Dragon God Star. Master Chengshuan also coveted the heaven and earth embryo membrane, but he planned to refine it into his own red heart treasure mirror, using his own natal magic weapon to reflect a world and achieve divine transformation. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized that the system of the immortal sect was shackled by these nascent soul cultivators. Yuan Su and the others, any one of them, would be a super genius no less than Yi Qing in the heavenly river realm. It's just a pity that within the immortal sect, in order to maintain overall stability, their amazing talents were all suppressed. Those who were lucky enough to be caught up in a world-class war could unleash their full potential. Those who are unlucky and fail to achieve the divine transformation stage will only be able to die in despair. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai suddenly gained a sliver of understanding regarding Lin Dayaming's defection. It's amazing that you're so open-minded, but for you, the Flying Immortal Award is just icing on the cake. Wenren Zuwei was very impressed by Chen Mobai's calm and composed demeanor. If it were her, facing the highest award that the immortal sect might not even grant in 1,000 years, she would definitely be filled with anxiety and uncertainty. After all, the Flying Immortal Award has only been awarded 9 times throughout history, which is less than the number of nascent soul true monarchs in the immortal sects. Its value is self-evident. Within the immortal sects, some may not remember the nascent soul true monarch, but the 9 winners of the Flying Immortal Award and his achievements are all written in textbooks, known and praised by countless cultivators throughout the ages. Awards and titles are all empty words, only cultivation level is real. Chen Mobai said calmly, and Wenren Zuwei admired him even more after hearing it. She thought to herself, no wonder the white light ancestor took a liking to him and was willing to be an old cow eating young grass. With such talent and mindset, he is undoubtedly the #1 person in the immortal sect. Who knows, I might actually become the first person to reach the void realm in the future. This time, Chen Mobai spoke his mind, which was rare for him. He was really indifferent to the Flying Immortal Award. Although it was indeed very prestigious, he knew his own limitations. In scientific research, he would definitely not be a match for people like Yongsu Sanju and Yunhai. Moreover, As long as Chen Mobai lives long enough in the future, with a lifespan of 2,000 years after reaching the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't be difficult for him to arrange a celestial award for himself. There's no need to waste precious time on these things. Chen Mobai has always firmly believed that everyone has their own expertise, and his forte is cultivation and combat, using resources to break through realms. Scientific research and other tasks requiring high intelligence are better left to professionals like Yuan Su. With this belief in mind, Chen Mobai's cultivation has also made rapid progress over the years. After reaching the third level of the nascent soul stage, he took advantage of his spare time at work to refine 5 more pure yang condensing true pills, thus reaching the peak of the third level of the nascent soul stage. Currently, he is refining and purifying his essence, energy, and spirit using the burning lamp technique, intending to break through to a higher level on his own. However, he wouldn't place all his hopes on himself. He had already asked Yue Zhudao to gather information about the main ingredients for the breakthrough pill in the East. If he was still stuck when all the ingredients were gathered, he wouldn't waste any more time and would just use the pill to break through first. "Are you coming to my house for dinner tonight? Wan Yu said she hasn't seen you in a long time." Chen Mobai glanced at the time. It was almost time to leave work. He put down his teacup and addressed Wenren Zuwei, who had come over to drink tea and slack off. No, I've already made plans with Cuyer to go eat at that newly opened grilled fish restaurant." Wenren Zuwei repeatedly refused. It's a joke. If she didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that she knows it was Bai Guang Laozu who made the food, how could she dare to eat it? Moreover, recalling what the star-piercing ancestors said before entering the Earth's core, she calculated the lifespan of Shi Wanyu's reincarnated body and understood why the white light ancestor's emergence from seclusion was timed precisely at that point. She only hoped that, when the white light ancestor emerged from seclusion, he would be eager to participate in the war. End of this chapter.